Chapter 2555. The four no longer had the urge to voice their frustration. A while ago, they were furious and wanted nothing more than to crush Xueqi. Now, only whiteness painted their cheeks. They already knew that he was very strong but didn't have a good approximation. They truly believed that he was stronger than them in a one-on-one fight, but the four of them together could put up a good fight. Plus, they still had their hidden moves, confident that they could suppress him no matter what. Alas, this confidence started wavering after the previous exchange. Could these moves actually suppress him? These moves could absolutely imprison Lucidity King, but only uncertainty remained against Xueqi. He was right. They mustered up a lot of courage just to stick around in this place. From a personal viewpoint, fleeing was the right choice. Run as far away as possible to never see him again. However, because of honor and their sex well-being, they had no choice but to fight to the death. Get started already, this is your last chance before I make my move. Xueqi acted nonchalantly. The group froze, not used to being treated in this manner. The worst part was that they couldn't retort at all. Truly a moment of despair. They exchanged glances and finally took a deep breath. They gritted their teeth, ready to fight. Damn it all! They had no other choice. This could only end in their death or his death. There was no fixing this situation since all pretenses have been broken. Even if they were to run, he would go after them and their sect. Death would be the outcome either way, so they might as well go all out. Maybe there would be a sliver of success. Not all hopes have been extinguished due to their secret moves. Each of them slowly summoned a weapon with a solemn expression. Their final and only hope. Buzz. Lights started to pulse. These rays tore apart the area with their ancient chaos energy. The olden days seemed to be emerging again. War King had a halberd, Xueqi took out an old bell. Calm Lotus Supreme Ancestor chose a stone seal. Myriad Formation Supreme Ancestor drew a divine saber. Boom! They poured their power into the weapons to wake them up. Ancestral auras shot to the sky and quaked the entire system to the horror of its inhabitants. Many around the world felt the urge to kneel and worship their ancestors after sensing these terrible auras. Some actually got on their knees instinctively. These four weapons emitted a majestic and ancient presence as if four progenitors were awakening. Our system still has ancestral weapons, four of them at that. An ancestor became startled. Everyone knew that Nine Secrets was one of the oldest systems. Its progenitor was Bao Pu's disciple. It has experienced rise and fall, even near destruction. Of course, it persevered through these events. With Lucidity King, it reached a new age of prosperity, becoming one of the three behemoths in imperial lineage. Its members took pride in this strength. However, many lamented about the lack of an ancestral weapon. Rumor has it that due to the long years, the system has lost the weapons left behind by its progenitor. Future descendants no longer saw them. Despite the fame surrounding its strength, many disciples were still nervous and uncertain. After all, the Li and the Mu still had ancestral weapons. How could their system handle these weapons in the case of future conflicts? It wouldn't be easy resisting these great weapons. Thus, the appearance of four ancestral weapons astonished the crowd. Not even in their wildest dreams would they expect their system to still possess these legendary artifacts. This truly solidified their system's position among the top three. We have ancestral weapons. People became emotional. Regardless of the current conflicts, these four weapons still belong to their system. Your Nine Secrets still has ancestral weapons? That's some resilience and restraints across the years. Wild Bull's group found this surprising. They were confident in taking on War King and the Supreme Ancestors, but not when these guys have ancestral weapons. These weapons far exceeded ordinary Imperial and Eternal's treasures. Moreover, the progenitor of Nine Secrets was at the immortal level as well. His creations were superior to regular ancestral weapons. This is a given. Illord said. How else did they stifle Lucidity King enough to maintain a near stalemate? Given Lucidity King's personalities, he wouldn't have allowed the five Supreme Ancestors to have any influence or spared the sacred cabinet. Lucidity King wanted to eliminate all potential threats to his authority. If it wasn't for the existence of these weapons, he would have flattened the five great powers and the sacred cabinet long ago. Of course, the five powers didn't wish to see the fall of the cabinet back then as well, lest Lucidity King obtain the cabinet's ancestral weapon. They pressured the king, allowing the cabinet to go into hiding. They're in the same set, which makes it impossible for Lucidity King to stop. Of course, His enemies wouldn't use them unless there was no other way. They're only strong enough to use these artifacts once. The full set isn't here today, but it is still powerful enough. Just 3 of them together can stop Lucidity King. Ill Lord assessed. It makes sense why the geezer didn't destroy the 5 great powers now. Golden Dragon murmured. What is the potential of the entire set together? The scholar became curious. Ill Lord looked at the weapons and said flatly, it doesn't matter since the outcome is clear. These ancestral weapons still can't revert the tide. Their users are not strong enough to stop the young noble. It's useless even if a progenitor is here in person. The group nodded in agreement. In order to fight against Li Qie, his enemies better have some combatants at the immortal progenitor level. On the other hand, the crowd had a different opinion than these masters. That's their ace card, there is still a chance. A few of them murmured. Ultimately, these weaker cultivators believed that ancestral weapons were invincible, and War King's group actually had 4. They felt that this was enough to change the situation. Can the king handle them? A youth said with curiosity. Chapter 2556. Silence pervaded the area after the emergence of the 4 ancestral weapons. The crowd became emotional after finding out that their system still had these artifacts. Everyone thought that the big sects would only have Imperial and Eternals artifacts until now. It was indeed a reason for excitement to see not just 1 but 4. Rumble. Dao explosions continuously sounded as if the combatants were wielding a grand Dao of their progenitor. This grand Dao became resplendent after being fueled by their own power. The progenitorial aura filled the world as if one was descending. In the beginning, this aura wasn't that massive and majestic. Only a thin mist. Nevertheless, it still made the spectators feel as if there was a progenitor slumbering in 9 secrets. They got the sense that their progenitor has never left them before. The great being has only been sleeping underground. Power surged from the ground with an oceanic momentum after this aura became more invasive. Each inch of the land was filled with Dao power, seemingly coming back to life. The land was affected by these weapons and exuded wisps of light. It didn't take long before the system's momentum was waking up. Boom! War King and his allies released their vitality to the limit. True energy shot to the sky in massive streams. One could even hear something burning. They clearly went all out, even going as far as burning their own longevity and true blood. This, in turn, would create a greater fuel to wake up their weapons. Burning longevity and blood was very serious for any cultivator, especially for these Eternals near the end of their lifespan. Each year of life and each drop of true blood were precious. Perhaps they could even fall down before defeating the enemies. However, War King's group had no other choice. This was their only chance, so they needed to use the strongest power of the artifacts to destroy Li Qie in one move. Success or death, simple enough. Unfortunately, even their sex would fall as a consequence. Rumble. As top existences of 9 secrets, they could muster the power of the land as well. Though they didn't have access to the Dao source, gathering a part of the system's power was still possible, far exceeding the amount a young genius like 8 Formation True Emperor could borrow. Because of this, the majestic power of the system spewed out like a flood. The entire land became bright with waves of grand Dao rushing towards the group. Boom! They channeled these various forces straight for the ancestral weapons. These artifacts resembled bottomless abysses and absorbed the energy. Their auras intensified and ravaged the land. More and more people lost control of their legs and started dropping to the ground. Buzz! The divine rays from the artifacts pierced through the sky, revealing runes and totems shaping up to be a portal. An archaic aura descended from within and drowned out the system. The progenitor! Everyone shuddered, feeling too familiar with this aura since it has permeated across the system for numerous years. In fact, it has accompanied every living being in the area for their entire life. This was the most primal aura in 9 secrets. The aura of their progenitor. Boom! The sky seemed to be splitting apart as a figure stepped out of the crack. This was only a shadow created from the power of 9 secrets. Everything became as small as specks of dust in comparison. The stars, mountains, and rivers. Even the Eternals felt unworthy before this figure. They looked up with reverence. When the figure opened its eyes, one could see a flowing temporal light. This was a being that has experienced countless years. It was capable of creating anything in this world without any difficulty. The profundities of the Grand Tao and the mysteries of the myriad laws. Progenitor! People shouted. Not just in 9 linked mountains but many all around the systems got on the ground and started worshipping this great figure. It's really our progenitor. We're looking at our progenitor right now. An emotional few started crying with tears streaming down their cheeks. Even the ancestors became emotional after seeing the figure. Though they knew it wasn't their real progenitor, just this image alone was more than enough. It was an honor for any systems member to witness something like this. Boom! The figure floated in the sky and faced Li Qie. War King and the rest held their breath. They were pale and completely drained, having spent all of their vitality. They wouldn't be able to use it for the second time. Losing would mean losing everything. They silently prayed, hoping that the protection of their progenitor would be enough to suppress Li Qie. It's about to start. The spectators watched with bated breath. There's no way the king can match this. The older experts quietly claimed. They weren't underestimating Li Qie. It's just that their progenitor had an exalted position in their mind. Since they were born in 9 secrets, they believed that everything they got was thanks to the progenitor. They didn't believe that anyone else could defeat this great being. It would be a painful matter for many disciples of 9 secrets if Li Qie were to win. Most considered him to be the underdog versus this image. However, the ancestors had a serious expression, not feeling completely confident in the image's ability to defeat Li Qie. Boom! The figure reached forward with its right hand and slightly waved, causing spatial ripples. The stars in the sky immediately gathered around it. Chapter 2557. The circling of an entire galaxy culminated in the emergence of an unimaginably large hand. The spectators were slack-jawed at the sight of this sky-blotting hand. Not to mention a single sect or kingdom, it could smash the entire system into nothingness. The frightened crowd finally understood why War King's group considers this to be their ultimate move. Not many people would be able to stop it. Boom! The sky vault shattered like glass with pieces flying around randomly. The hand turned into a fist, flying straight for Li Qie. The mountains and rivers lost their colors. Everything turned gray. There would be nothing left of Li Qie if he were struck by this punch. Damn! People shouted in horror. Li Qie was still unperturbed and retaliated in the same manner as always. A single punch. Boom! Despite the casual nature of the move, the resulting force was impeccable. Shock waves instantly assaulted the world, heralding an apocalyptic scene. Is that enough? People became doubtful because he didn't use a weapon or artifact. Though Li Qie's punch was boundlessly powerful, it looked like a mosquito before the onslaught of the great figure. Boom! A terrifying sound shocked the world. So many people became dazed and temporarily lost their hearing. The terrible shockwave swept through and destroyed everything as if it was the end of days. The world fell into darkness, seemingly eternal damnation. It took a while before the storm finally passed and came the light once more. Everyone looked up and saw the great hand created from the stars exploding. Though the figure was still there, its technique has failed. Look! The collapse of the starry hand stunned everyone. On the other side, Li Qie was perfectly fine as his sleeves fluttered to the wind. He posed coolly as if nothing has happened. Impossible! War King's group turned paler. They thought the move would at least wound the guy, but this wasn't the case. How illogical! That move had the power of a progenitor. An expert couldn't believe his own eyes. Normally, if someone were to say that dealing with a progenitor's power was no big deal, the crowd would laugh at him, thinking that it was a ridiculous boast. Alas, they had to believe right now after witnessing in person. Anything else? Li Qie nonchalantly asked. Clank! The figure raised its hand and the imperial weapons flew out of War King and the others' hands. Control of these weapons has been taken from them. With a series of clanking, these weapons fused together into a large plate. It floated in the sky, surrounded by stars and laws. It became a newly born world with the most primal and purest force of chaos energy. The laws of a progenitor and thick chaos aura made it seem that this was the beginning of time again. Boom! The figure instantly attacked again, pushing down on the plate. Walls of flame surged all over the system, turning it into a heavenly prison. The plate acted as a ceiling, slowly pressing down on everything. That's unreal! Existences and experts were instantly forced to the ground. Even the ancestors couldn't handle this pressure, unable to remain standing. This terrorizing power instilled fear deep to the core. Everyone became drowned in despair. This was a heavenly prison robbing the sunlight for an eternity. Rumble. Non-stop explosions detonated while the heaven and earth trembled. The myriad laws lamented as well. He can't handle it this time. Someone looked up and said. Many experts strugglingly looked up and saw Xueqi being pushed down from the sky now. Moreover, he was sinking deeper and deeper as the suppression intensified. His feet nearly touched the ground at this point. Xueqi can't match this insane force. The spectators murmured. That's a progenitor for you. Not just anyone can face one. They are untouchable. A youth found pride in this because their progenitor was no different from a god in their mind. They thought that Xueqi's loss was to be expected. Bam! The entire system violently shook as Xueqi's feet finally made contact with the ground. The system seemed to have been pushed down from this force. He resembled a pillar trying to shoulder the pressure of the divine plate. The crowd shuddered and became worried, not only about Xueqi but also about whether the ground could handle this pressure. So many kingdoms and sects could collapse from this force. War King and the others heaved a sigh of relief. This scene finally gave them hope. Just an incomplete set of ancestral weapons, nothing more. Xueqi chuckled after stabilizing his stance. This so-called ultimate move is so disappointing. Fine, time to end this. Boom! He finally unleashed his vitality and reigned over the worldly laws. Bam! He flipped over the plate before people could grasp the situation. Just a while ago, it was gradually pushing him down inch by inch, but this reversal only took the blink of an eye. The crowd had nothing to say. They were powerless before the suppressive nature of the plate, but Xueqi could flip it over with such ease. Just how much power did he contain? Chapter 2558. After easily flipping the plate over, Xueqi, who was just suppressed earlier, rose above the 9 firmaments. He became invincible not only in the present but also across the ages. Time to end this, he said quietly. The soft tone casualized the comment, yet it still sounded unchangeable, as if fate has been determined. No one could do a damn thing regardless of who they are and how strong they are. A reversal was impossible. Buzz. He moved his palms closer to each other and a light appeared in the center, akin to 3,000 worlds being grabbed by him. Everyone felt their soul wavering from this action of his. Space and time were twisting. The world was being trapped within. Not just 9 secret system but all 3 worlds were being affected along with their Tao. All of these affinities became twisted and squeezed together to form a seal. This seal contained the most terrifying force in existence despite its tiny size, since it encompassed the various powers of the world. Xueqi smiled and released the seal. Boom! Time and space were blasted back to the original chaos. The seal exuded strands of light. Upon closer inspections, people could still see the original affinities within the seal. The all-encompassing seal naturally had a massive weight. Its suppression was unimaginable and incalculable. No master could handle this. The figure roared and raised the divine plate. It started glowing while its aura ravaged the firmaments. He also turned into an independent sphere capable of containing everything in the world. The plate exuded boundless laws of the Tao. These laws could shoulder the entire world to stop any suppression. It was as if a progenitor has come back to life. This move could definitely block any attack. Boom! The seal slammed into the divine plate. Everything in the world seemed to be penetrated, including 9 secret system. The entire crowd was in shambles. The tough plate still failed to stop the suppression from the seal. The laws of a progenitor surging in the sky were instantly destroyed. This was an incredible scene. These laws should be indestructible, yet they faltered all the same to the incoming seal. The plate was completely penetrated and split back into the 4 ancestral weapons. The seal didn't stop there and continued heading for the figure. This figure sensed the danger and unleashed its most powerful light. Unfortunately, this was futile as well. Powerful resistance didn't amount to anything. Boom! The seal landed and created a massive inferno. It flew straight through the chest of the figure, leaving a monstrous gap. No! War King and his allies screamed with despair and fear, completely overwhelmed. Xueqi's seal didn't only defeat their ultimate move but also the most respected existence in their mind, their progenitor. Everyone became empty-headed at this moment and fixated at this scene. The figure fell slowly before scattering into light particles that eventually dispersed. Not a single trace was left of this being. Myriad world. Xueqi wasn't surprised at the outcome at all after using this move. He looked at the pulsing seal in his palm and smiled. The light gradually subsided and the seal grew fainter before also disappearing. In essence, it wasn't quite a seal. Li Qie simply squeezed numerous worlds together into this form. Myriad World was one of the 9 grand scriptures. Its previous name was Space. When Li Qie flipped over a new page, it became a new entity named Myriad World by him. This allowed him to utilize the powers of the various worlds. Everything was within his grasp. Because of this, the moment he pushed his palms together, 3,000 worlds, an eternity, and endless grand Tao accumulated inside his 10 fingers and took the form of a suppressive seal with ultimate power. How could the image of a progenitor stop such a devastating blow? No, this can't be. The people of 9 secrets could finally stand up after the dispersion of the progenitorial aura. Alas, some of them immediately dropped down to the ground again while murmuring to themselves. This matter was too much to accept. Since youth, their progenitor was their everything, their heaven, a supreme and invincible existence. Nothing loomed above their progenitor in their mind. But now, Li Qie instantly pierced through the image's chest and easily annihilated it. It was akin to him actually defeating their progenitor. Their greatest idol has collapsed just like that, so they couldn't handle the emotional impact. No, some started crying. Of course, they also cried when they saw their progenitor, but the tears this time were different. The first type came from their emotions, mainly pride. Now, it stemmed from despair and helplessness. All of 9 secrets realized the terror behind Li Qie's power. The 5 great powers? Supreme ancestors? Sacred cabinet? All were mere ants before the king. People looked up at Li Qie, carving the image of this man into their mind. The man that has defeated their progenitor. Even the imperious and tyrannical Lucidity King paled in comparison before the might of the new king. Your Majesty. Many prostrated on the ground at his sight even though he didn't exert any direct pressure over them. Experts were on their knees. The ancestors and eternals lowered their proud head. Those below him didn't dare to breathe loudly while quivering with fear. People forgot all about the great powers and supreme ancestors. Even Lucidity King and their progenitor felt powerless before this man hovering in the sky. Chapter 2559. The destruction of the progenitorial image still left everyone in despair. Many couldn't get up as if their strength has been sapped completely. War King and his allies felt the same way. Their legs gave in as they dropped to the ground, powerless and paralyzed. They stared at Li Qie looming above, unable to lift a single finger. Even Wild Bull and the others were paled. They have experienced his power before, and knew that he would win regardless of War King's ultimate move. However, to personally witness the takedown of a progenitorial image was an entirely different story. They became frozen just like everyone else while feeling an invisible grip on their throat. Their prior assessment that he was at the progenitor level. But this assessment wasn't as shocking as seeing him in action. You can't be much stronger than this. Ill Lord murmured. Li Qie turned his gaze towards the defeated combatants on the ground. Your ultimate move isn't that great. The Ashen group opened their mouth but no words could come out. They have suffered a complete defeat with no chance of rising again. Death was coming for them. Destruction for their sections. Everyone watched with bated breath, waiting to see how Li Qie would deal with them. I'll send you off now. Li Qie chuckled and pointed one finger at them. The group has already given up on struggling. They closed their eyes since resistance was futile. Plus, they have already expended all of their energy on the ultimate move and had nothing left. Pop. The group turned into mists of blood with no chance to scream. The mists eventually scattered to the wind. These powerful beings have fallen and didn't put up much of a fight. Myriad Formation Kingdom and Calm Lotus Monastery became quiet just like the rest of the system. Its inhabitants became speechless, overwhelmed with dread. Even the winds subsided, not wanting to bother the great existence. This is the end. This contest for authority was just a game. Li Qie smiled. The match has been decided. No one would dare to oppose him from now on. The throne was his for the taking once more. How boring. He stretched before slowly landing down to Great Desolate Mountain. Everyone was still on their knees to show their submission, not daring to disturb him. Your Majesty. Lu Chuqing happily said and rushed forward into his embrace. She prayed every day while he was inside the prison and was the happiest person to see his return. Anxiety no longer haunted her. You're back, she whispered intimately while weeping. She was afraid of not seeing him again. that the prison would trap him for an eternity. Her tears wetted both her eyebrows and his shirt. Silly girl, no place in this world can trap me. He patted her soft hair and smiled. I really thought you couldn't come back. She put on a smile. I had to because you were waiting for me here, he said. She immediately turned red, looking like an innocent girl in love. Hey! She cried out in surprise because he lifted her up and began to carry her into the stone hall. Your Majesty, embarrassment overtook her. People are watching, so what? He domineeringly said and continued on his way. She buried her head deep in his chest, flustered, and didn't dare to look at anyone else. Once she looked up again, they were already inside. What are we doing? She became bashful because his hand was touching her buttocks while her legs wrapped around his waist. She wanted to jump off but his grip was too tight. You tell me. He smiled while lifting her exquisitely sculpted chin. But the sun is still up. She didn't dare to meet his gaze. Her body trembled along with her voice. And he gave her a kiss. She found strength leaving her body, causing her to limp into his chest. A hush fell over the system after the end of the battle. People were still prostrating in 9 linked mountains and only got up a long time after Xueqi was gone. One person stood up and looked at the sky. Looks like the king will have another coronation soon. His senior immediately reprimanded him with a slap to the back of the head. Nonsense. The land has always been under the rule of the king, so there's no need for another coronation. Those fools simply overestimated themselves with the rebellion. Yes, every sect will submit to His Majesty. An ancestor solemnly stated his loyalty. Even a fool could see how suicidal it was to go against the king right now. From now on, the 5 powers and war saint dynasty no longer exist, only the king. A different ancestor said with reverence. He shuddered after publicly voicing this opinion upon facing the reality of things. Because of the king, the other powers became insignificant. No one else would have any say in his administration. He became the most supreme existence in the system with full authority that surpasses Lucidity King's reign. He could do whatever he wanted now with impunity. Chapter 2560. Xueqi woke up very early on the second day and saw Bingqi Hanyu kneeling in waiting. What? Xueqi said while looking at her. She kept her head low on the floor while begging. The elders of the clan were foolish to oppose you, Your Majesty, and have committed a grave sin. I have failed you as well, so please punish me. You haven't done anything wrong. Xueqi gently waved his sleeve. She maintained her pose. The elder's sin is worthy of clan destruction. Insignificant I may be, I wish to accept the punishment instead. So you're beseeching for your clan's sake. He glanced at her and chuckled. I only hope to lower the punishment by a little, she said softly. Xueqi said flatly, out of consideration for you, I won't destroy your clan. However, a punishment is still justified. Expurgation will happen. Thank you, Your Majesty. She rejoiced, still staying on the ground. She was ready for the worst during this whole process, thinking that her clan would face total destruction and that she herself would be punished. Who would have thought that Xueqi would forgive them? Your Majesty, I will spend the rest of my life to repay your kindness. She cried emotionally. Yes. Stand up. Just do your best now. Xueqi nodded. She hurriedly got up to prepare to wash his face and various other tasks, completely acting as a maid. After Xueqi finished washing, South Peak Woodcutter came for an audience. You're right on time after hiding for the last several days. Xueqi smiled while glancing at him. Ah! The woodcutter forced a smile and smoked his pipe. Your Majesty's invincible aura suppressed the 9 heavens. My cultivation is nothing, so all I could do was hide in fear. There was no way I could come out to see you. All right, enough flattery, state your intent. Xueqi didn't mind. The woodcutter rubbed his palms and said, Your Majesty, you are the first to leave the heavenly prison alive, an unprecedented feat in this world. My knowledge is shallow, so I would like to hear your experience inside if possible. Just get straight to the point instead of darting around the issue. Xueqi said flatly. You just want to hear more about immortality. You are so wise, Your Majesty. I would like to broaden my horizons and fix my inaccurate beliefs by listening to your guidance. The old man coughed. Enough flowery talks. Xueqi shook his head. Very well, since you acted with propriety, I shall reward you. I'm sure you have been researching the prison for a lifetime just like Lucidity King. Please don't laugh at my futile attempt to live longer. The old man smiled wryly. He spent his days absorbing the murderous energy of the prison and cultivating the Grand Tao, wanting to learn more about immortality and the mysteries of the prison. Of course, someone strong like him had the rights to learn about immortality. Everyone searched for it, from true emperors to progenitors. Everlasting life was too tempting. I'll make an exception and let you have a look. Li Qie took out the black soil. This is. The old man became startled and accepted the soil with both hands in a respectful manner for careful observation. This is the immortality item you have been searching for. Li Qie smiled. The old man was meticulous and treated this soil as the most precious and peerless thing in the world. This divinity. How can such divinity exist in this world? He murmured. You tell me. Li Qie replied. Maybe it doesn't belong to the mortal world. The erudite old man still didn't know where this soil came from. All of this doesn't matter. Li Qie said. One could even say that in a sense, even immortality itself doesn't matter, at least to the grand scheme of things. I don't quite understand, Your Majesty, the woodcutter said. What will happen in the future if immortality doesn't matter? He was shaken due to his knowledge and insight. It shows that someone has brought this thing here. Li Qie's eyes became profound. It doesn't belong to this world or any other, at least under the blue dome, yet it still appeared. 3 immortal worlds aren't necessarily unbreakable. Nothing is. Is there another safe place then? The woodcutter shuddered, thinking about the worst. I would say yes in the past, but who knows about the present? There is a perfect saying for this situation. A toppled nest will result in broken eggs. 3 immortal worlds have enjoyed peace for too long, considered to be indestructible. We'll see about this in the future. Li Qie said. If this is the case, then where should we go? The old man asked in a daze. Li Qie chuckled. A cynical way to put it is that one should just wait for death since no one can escape it anyway, just a matter of time. The woodcutter didn't know how to respond since this was indeed the case. And you, Your Majesty? He calmed down and asked after a long while. Li Qie gazed towards the distant, piercing through time and space. Me. He eventually looked back and smiled. What else can I do but fight? War has always been a companion of mine, so it doesn't matter who the enemy is, a battle they shall have. Continuously struggling. The woodcutter suddenly felt respect towards Li Qie. Your Majesty, you are a role model for all of us. Your immovable Tao heart is beyond all of us. Not again. Li Qie waved his sleeve once more. Of course, the woodcutter wasn't flattering Li Qie this time. The praise came from the heart. He attentively looked at the soil again and noticed something. This presence, I believe it has shown up at Stone Harmony System before. Oh. Li Qie smiled. The woodcutter quickly added. A presence like this erupted during my vacation to Stone Harmony in the past. It came and went quickly, so my search attempt yielded nothing, as if it was just a random occurrence. Nevertheless, it left a deep impression of me, so I can still remember it right now. No, it makes sense. That's how it should be. Unfortunately, it does indicate the gravity of the situation. Li Qie's expression became serious. It is a blessing to see such a divine item in this lifetime. Thank you, Your Majesty. The woodcutter returned the soil with both hands. Li Qie pinched a tiny piece and said, Here's a little gift for your propriety. Even though it won't grant you immortality, it should be ample lifespan. Surprise turned into joy for the old man. He knew just how precious this black soil was, so he got on the ground. Thank you, Your Majesty. He accepted the tiny piece and carefully put it away. 9 secrets will require your help in the future. Do your best. Li Qie said. Are you leaving? The woodcutter didn't expect this to come so soon. This kingdom isn't mine, so it's not worthy of my stay. Li Qie said. It won't be easy to take care of it though. I understand. The woodcutter bowed. If Her Highness ever requires 9 linked mountains' help or mine, all she has to do is summon us. This was a vow of loyalty towards both Li Qie and Lu Chuqing. 1. The title for Stone Harmony is a hard one to translate without more context. It might be changed later. Chapter 2561. 9 linked mountains wasn't as famous as the 5 great powers, but it was unfathomable. Even Lucidity King acted with prudence when dealing with this sect. This promise of the woodcutter was a big deal. For millions of years, the sect has been acting in isolation, never stepping into the rest of the world. Go now. Li Qie accepted the promise and said. The old man bowed again before quietly leaving. Though he was powerful and same with his sect, he knew that their power was ephemeral like the moon in the water or the morning dew on the flowers. No matter how strong they may be, they were still only ants before Li Qie. He could destroy them with a single thought. Thus, it was their honor to pledge this oath of loyalty. They were the ones reaching up above their station. Li Qie didn't linger in Nine-Linked Mountains after the battle. He chose to return to Sky Rap City instead. The small group consisted of Il Lord and his peers along with Lu Chuqing and Bing Qi Hanyu. Despite the few numbers, the spectators were still shocked to see them. To have followers as powerful as Il Lords? No one else in the world could enjoy this entourage, not even Lucidity King back then. The group traveled at a fair speed, riding their carriages in the sky towards Sky Rap. However, wherever they went, the sects and clans along with all the inhabitants came out to show their respect. In fact, even before he got to a city, the disciples from various powers have already lined up to the left and right of the path. Greetings, Your Majesty. When his carriage appeared on the horizon, these disciples prostrated and shouted in unison. While the carriage was moving through the path, these disciples didn't dare to look up at Li Qie. They continued kneeling until the carriage disappeared. This happened multiple times along the path from Nine-Linked Mountains till Sky Rap. These cities and capitals were meticulous and attentive out of fear. They didn't wish to make the king unhappy lest he destroys their sections. It was a magnificent and domineering spectacle, befitting a tyrant like him. In the present, he didn't need to say anything and could still threaten everyone, forcing them down on the ground. Greetings, Your Majesty. Once his carriage stopped outside of Sky Rap, the city was filled with kneeling citizens. The troops from the Imperial Guards and the other legions have taken off their armors, their undershirt drenched with sweat. Today seemed like a nightmare to them, perhaps their final day in this world. All the legions have participated in the rebellion previously and sieged the city, wanting Tang Hexiang to take the reign. Who would have thought that this king they have chased away would return triumphantly today? The only thing they could do right now was kneeling on the ground, awaiting judgment. None of them dared to think about rebellion or risking it all. The Central Legion has been made an example. Supreme ancestors have died without a burial. They were nothing in comparison. Resisting would only end with their death, a complete massacre. It was better to admit their crimes and wait for the punishment. Perhaps the king would show mercy and spare their lives. Perhaps a few generals would be executed, but at least the majority of the soldiers would be spared. Li Qie didn't bother to look at the massive crowd, still acting as nonchalant as ever. He stared at the splendorous gate and smiled. Not bad cleaning up the imperial city so quickly, even the broken walls are fixed. The crowd shuddered after hearing this. The ones who attacked the city back then were nervously trembling. Numerous walls collapsed on that day and the city fell into chaos which people took advantage of. They stole treasures and anything worthwhile in the city, and even the imperial palace. Today, the walls looked perfect. The palace remained dazzling as always. All of the stolen items have been returned. He didn't need to give an order. Everyone was scared out of their mind and hastily fixed everything at the capital. The frightened thieves also gave everything back. The entire system lived under a state of nervousness since His Majesty's wrath could end with carnage and destruction. That's why when he brought up the rebellion, the ones present felt their soul leaving their body. Heads might roll on the ground, but they were afraid of dragging their families and sects into this mess. Of course, Li Qie didn't pursue these trivial crimes. It was only a casual comment. The group entered the palace. It looked the same as before, majestic and luxurious. All of the servants and maids were waiting as well. In fact, the place was filled with gold and jade, even more extravagant than back during Lucidity King's reign. Li Qie only smiled and paid no mind. The return of the king should be a cause for celebration in the entire system, especially in Sky Rap. The streets should be decorated with lanterns and colored banners, but strangely enough, all the cities seemed especially serene. No one dared to act on their own volition without his orders, not even to celebrate. That's why instead of a joyous banquet and drowning in wine and meat, the citizens felt as if they were treading on thin ice. After several days of his return, the dismissed Zhang Jiadi also came back. Your Majesty. Jodi immediately prostrated after seeing Li Qie. Your servant was worthless and couldn't stay around to serve you. Please punish me. Long time no see, you may rise. I pardon you. Li Qie chuckled. Jodi remained on his knees. You got something to say? Li Qie didn't bother asking where he went. His leisure demeanor seemed to say that he already knew everything. Your servant came back this time for 2 reasons. First is to humbly beg for forgiveness. The second is to ask for permission to retire. Retire? Li Qie smiled. Your Majesty, I was incapable and shameless, unable to stay with you to the end. That's why I'm asking for permission to retire. If this isn't possible, please demote me back to being a foot soldier. Jodi quietly said. Incapable and shameless? Incorrect. Li Qie said, you have shown great loyalty staying with me until the last day, a meritorious and commendable act. You are both an accomplished and loyal official, so those words do not describe you. Chapter 2562. Zhang Jodi remained on his knees with his head nearly touching the ground despite hearing the encouragement. You've made up your mind? Li Qie asked with a smile. Your Majesty, I'm too useless to contribute even by staying. Please grant me permission. Jodi said, clearly having made up his mind. Li Qie eventually nodded. Very well, I won't force you to stay if you wish to leave. You may stay wherever you please for your retirement. Thank you, Your Majesty. Jodi raised up and bowed exactly 3 times in a solemn manner. Go now. You may also take any treasure you fancy in the palace. Li Qie waved his sleeve while looking at the guy. Your Majesty, I am moved to tears because of your magnanimity. I won't need anything else. Jodi respectfully said. Very well, as you please. Li Qie nodded, accepting his wishes. Take care, Your Majesty. Jodi bowed once more before leaving. In theory, Jodi should be sticking around. After all, he has proved his absolute loyalty and now, the king had total authority. If Jodi were to stay, he would rise in ranks without any opposition. Alas, he chose to retire instead. Giving up this good opportunity was quite unbelievable. However, Li Qie wasn't caught off guard and didn't try to convince the old man otherwise. Take care. Li Qie nodded and said. Jodi's lips slightly twitched from hesitation as if he wanted to say something but didn't know how to put it. Your Majesty, I saw Silver Secret Legion during my departure. They were guarding right outside the system, but I don't know if they're still there. He finally decided to speak. Li Qie smiled and said, Silver Secret Legion, huh? I almost forgot since it's so long ago. That's fine, silver or gold secret, whatever, can't reach the apex. Jodi's response was stuck in his throat. All he could say was, please be careful, Your Majesty. Your safety relates to the well-being and prosperity of the entire system. You sound like you know something. Li Qie wasn't afraid at all on his throne. Jodi fell into silence and couldn't reply. Like Li Qie had said, he was a loyal man. Your Majesty, just please, be on guard. Sometimes we can be caught off guard by people who shouldn't exist. Turn around and suddenly, there's a dead man standing behind you. I'm aware, I won't make it difficult for you, just go. Li Qie nodded. Take care. Jodi sighed because he couldn't get involved. Revealing this was the best he could do because of his loyalty. Li Qie stared outside after he left with a faint smile on his face. While Li Qie was back at the Imperial City, another event was happening in a different spot in Imperial lineage. The Mu clan, one of the 3 behemoths. In a heavily guarded location, a very powerful ancestor from the Mu greeted an unexpected guest. I was curious about why the birds were chirping so early this morning. So it's brother's son. Which wind brings you here to my place? What a surprise. The ancestor happily smiled after seeing the guest. Brother Mu, you're too polite. The guest was a retiree from 9 Secrets, Sun Lungying. He still wore the same gray outfit, looking just like a shadow. Our condolences for Lucidity King's passing. The ancestor said, although our 2 houses were at odds, Lucidity King was still a peerless talent worthy of respect. Unfortunately, for a variety of reasons, I couldn't personally come to 9 Secrets and offer my respect. His Majesty in the Yellow River will appreciate your kind words. Lin Jiang was as cold as always. His expression and thoughts were impossible to read. After hearing about his death, I thought he would pass the throne to you because you have followed him for 3 generations with numerous contributions. Plus, you're the only one who can handle the responsibility. Who would have thought he would pass it to an unknown junior? What a shame and such unfairness towards you. Lucidity King made a mistake. The ancestor criticized. Thank you, brother son, but let's not talk about the past. I am here today to ask you for help. Lungying showed no emotion. You are one of the top Eternals in the present day. You make me feel inadequate in comparison. The ancestor smiled. Not to mention you are in charge of Silver Secret, more than enough to sweep through the world and always be victorious. An old man like me can't offer much help. Don't be so quick to refuse, Brother Mu. I won't ask you to help for nothing. Plus, the Mu wouldn't help an outsider for no reason anyway, right? Lungying said directly. I'm sure whatever you have in mind is amazing, but certainly not easy either, so if you can't do yourself, we won't be that helpful either. The ancestor said. Is that so? Brother Mu, are you not interested even when all of 9 secrets are up for the taking? Lungying stared at him and asked. You're joking, Brother Sunday. The ancestor smiled. Though I haven't been outside, I've heard that Silver Secret has sealed the external pathways, rendering it virtually impossible for outsiders to come in. Am I not here right now before you as a guest? Lungying said. That's an interesting comment, but I know you are completely loyal to Lucidity King. No one would question this, so I have a hard time believing that you would have any ideas towards 9 secrets. I am indeed loyal to His Majesty. Lungying said, however, he has passed away, so there is nothing worth remembering in the system. I know that you wouldn't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you can topple 9 secrets, your name will go down in the historical annals as well as your clan's text along with the old sages of the Mu. That is indeed tempting, but I'm afraid I will still have no say no. The ancestor shook his head with a smile. He stared straight at Lungying and said, Yes, your system has been sealed, but I've heard that the new king is unbeatable. He killed War King and supreme ancestors such as Bing Chi Juezhen. He paused for a bit. That's why I don't think our clan wants to get involved in this mess. I'm taking back my earlier statement. Lucidity King clearly knew that this youth was exceptional before passing the throne to him. Lungying replied, I can't and won't deny the new king's power. He surprised everyone by killing those guys. That's why I said we can't help even if we wanted to. The ancestor said, we both know how strong those ancestors were. Even if I go all out, I would only get a draw against War King, or to be generous, maybe I'm a little bit stronger. Your king's power exceeded everyone's expectations, and our clan doesn't need to provoke such a powerful foe. I'm sorry, we won't be able to help you, Brother Sunday. We do feel indignant that you didn't get rewarded for your loyalty to 9 secrets. I accept your sincerity, Brother Mu. Lungying smiled. But it looks like fear is paralyzing you just like in the past when you were up versus Lucidity King. Your hesitation and lack of decisiveness made you miss many great opportunities. Brother Sun, your psychological taunting is useless against me. I'm no longer a hot-headed youth who get riles up by these comments. Please leave. The ancestor smiled and said. Chapter 2563. This ancestor of the Mu has had enough of this conversation. The relationship between the 3 great behemoths was very delicate. One always wanted to rise above the others but afraid that the third would take advantage of the situation. Because of this, they were both friends and enemies while maintaining this stalemate. No large-scale conflicts have started just yet, only minor skirmishes. The Mu naturally thought about taking actions against 9 secrets after receiving news of Lucidity King's death. However, the new king had full control over that system now, and they didn't want to get involved. Mobilizing against 9 secrets might be doing exactly what the Li clan wanted. The Li would benefit the most from a fight between the Mu and 9 secrets. Lungying didn't leave even after being asked to leave. He sipped his tea and said, Don't chase me away so fast, Brother Mu, let me finish. Brother Sun, no need if you wish to continue on persuading me. The ancestor said, We will not participate in this mess, so please drop this idea. Of course, if you are just here to drink and chat with me, then you're welcome to stay. I'm thankful for your hospitality, Brother Mu. Lungying drank his tea again before speaking. I've heard that your clan has been searching for someone recently. You're asking the wrong person, Brother Sunday. I haven't paid attention to mundane matters for a long time. I don't know if the juniors are looking for people. Is that so? Lung Ying was relaxed. After a while he added, if my ears are still working, I heard that the Mu is searching for a youth with the title of fiercest. Am I wrong? Who did you heard it from? The Mu ancestor's eyes turned cold. Keep in mind that when such a powerful eternal showed this expression, so many people would tremble in fear. Lung Ying took his time. Paper can't wrap fire and no walls can block all winds. I just want to remind you about a particular promise your clan has made with Jade Break True Emperor. It wouldn't be good if the Emperor were to find out about your violation. Given the Emperor's temperament, he might start a war between the Mu and the Li. Lung Ying cleared his throat and continued, if I'm not mistaken, Jade Break True Emperor broke into your clan with the protection of Gui Fei. No one could stop them back then. Are you threatening us, brother Sun? The ancestor uttered coldly. Brother Mu, you misunderstood. I am only reminding you so that history doesn't repeat itself. Lung Ying remained calm, still enjoying his tea. Thank you then, brother Sunday. The ancestor snorted. No need to thank me so quickly. I still have a gift for you. I'm sure you will like it. Lung Ying said. I'm listening. The ancestor scowled, clearly dissatisfied with Lung Ying. Brother Mu, the truth is that our new king is fiercest, the person you are looking for. Lung Ying revealed. Brother Sun, that's not funny. The ancestor was stunned for a moment before turning cold again. Brother Mu, you think I am messing with you? Lung Ying stayed calm. The ancestor stared at him to read his expression for a while before replying. Even if you wish to use a borrowed knife, don't make it too obvious. Amazing coincidences can happen in this world. Haven't you heard of the proverb, there is no story without coincidences? Lung Ying took another sip of tea. Still hard to believe. The ancestor coldly said. But am I not here before you in person? You think I would employ such a naive trick for a borrowed knife? Your clan will help me after hearing a lie? That's impossible. Lung Ying said. The ancestor agreed. Lung Ying was no idiot that would use something so childish. I am not a good person and have done many bad things in life. My hands are stained with blood. Lung Ying continued. But brother Mu, am I not a trustworthy person? My promise is definitely worth something, right? You are a man of your word. The ancestor had to admit. Son Lung Ying was always stingy with his words, treating them as precious as gold. That's why he always stayed true to his statements and keep his promise. That's why I don't need to trick your clan about this. I would only be humiliating myself and acting like a clown by doing so. Lung Ying said. I'm still in disbelief. The ancestor said. Go ahead and confirm it. I'm sure your clan can dig up information about someone. Lung Ying said. We will. The ancestor accepted. It won't be a problem. And, I know your clan wants revenge for Mu Xiaochen, so can we talk now? Lung Ying said. What do you want? The ancestor replied. Nothing, just what belongs to me. With your clan's help, of course. Lung Ying responded. I'm sure Lucidity King had his reasons for passing the throne down to that youth. The ancestor chuckled. That's all in the past. I only want to take back 9 secrets, not dwell on bygones. Lung Ying said. He's clearly an extremely powerful eternal to be able to seize the throne like that. The ancestor said. Brother Sun, you need to know that you're facing the master of 9 secrets. You will become the enemy of an entire system. Quite unwise. I also have the help of your clan. I'm sure you want nothing more than to kill him. Lung Ying coldly said. I won't deny that, but we don't need to help you either, Brother Sunday. The ancestor slowly said. I'm confident that people won't say no as long as the conditions are right. Our system is large and can satisfy any of your demands. Just say the word. Lung Ying offered. The ancestor's eyes narrowed while staring at Lung Ying. The guy was right. No one would say no as long as their demands were met. 9 Secret System had plenty of Taoist scriptures and riches. If their clan had access to take whatever they wanted. Yes, this tempting condition was too much to say no. The ancestor's heart naturally started beating faster. That's very generous indeed, Brother Sunda. The ancestor said. It's justified when asking someone for help. I'm sure you will want to be friends and cooperate with me. Lung Ying said. You are willing to open up your system? Don't change your mind at that point. The ancestor said. Don't worry, Brother Mu. I, Son Lung Ying, am a man of my word. Plus, I only want what belongs to me and don't care about the rest, so your clan can ask for anything. Lung Ying said. The ancestor started contemplating. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone, revenge on top of 9 secrets being open to them. You don't need to answer now. Lung Ying added. Wait until your clan knows what it wants before making your request. I'm easy to work with. Very well, I won't be reserved then. The ancestor said. That's how it should be. Lung Ying said. However, brother Sun, this fiercest guy could come up from below on top of dominating your system. I guess I don't need to say more about his abilities. The tone from the ancestor became serious. Lung Ying looked him in the eyes in response. Yes, he is immensely powerful, but that's also with the help of our system. Once he leaves, he'll weaken by a bit. Of course, if we can lead him to your clan, I'm sure our side will have the absolute advantage. He'll be a moth drawn to the flame. 1. The proverb here requires knowing the background and meaning to work. The literal translation would have been, can't write without this coincidence. So the background is that the author was trying to describe a fight between a folklore hero and a tiger. Unfortunately, he wasn't happy with what he got. Not animated enough, lacking soul. During his struggle, a loud commotion came outside of his study room. He got up and looked out the door to see a drunkard fighting against a dog. They were exchanging punches and bites evenly until the drunkard eventually did a sidestep and got on top of the dog's back, rendering it helpless. He had an epiphany as if he was seeing the hero fighting against the tiger. He ran back inside and started writing. He then told his wife, who responded with the proverb. Chapter 2564. On the 3rd day of his return, a servant came in and reported, Your Majesty, Qin Jianyao of Calm Lotus is waiting for her punishment outside. A bit interesting. Li Qie smiled, not surprised in the slightest. A group of people kneeled outside the palace. Some had gray hair, clearly ancestor-level characters. A few were Eternals as well. None dared to breathe loudly. Those who cared enough to take a careful look would notice that they were all from Calm Lotus Monastery. The one kneeling up front was the beautiful Qin Jianyao. She quietly prostrated with her head lowered. Calm Lotus was one of the 5 great powers, perhaps the strongest among them. It had 2 secret words, allowing it to be evenly matched against War Saint Dynasty for a long period of time. These ancestors were all famous, successfully deterring the world before. Alas, all they could do now was wait for punishment from the new king. The spectators didn't dare to say anything and could only watch in silence. After what seems like an eternity, someone shouted, His Majesty is here. The crowd glanced over and saw Li Qie slowly walking closer. Although he wore a regular robe instead of a dragon one, he still looked as supreme as ever. Your Majesty. Everyone got on their knees. Your Majesty. Qin Jianyao bowed her head. The ancestors did the same thing, not daring to look up. Li Qie looked at her and said insipidly, Little girl, you moved quite fast. Your Majesty, I am here to plead guilty. She remained composed yet respectful, devoid of fear and anxiety. Li Qie simply nodded in response. Our Calm Lotus Monastery failed to see the flow of things and betrayed you, Your Majesty. Rebellion is a great sin. Jianyao said, I know that we can't escape the inevitable punishment, so today, the ancestors and I are here to face the consequences. The ancestors remained still, awaiting his decision. They were all prideful, especially the experienced Eternals. They weren't afraid of death and could face it without any problem. However, they couldn't watch their sect being destroyed. A while, their supreme ancestor wanted the immortal rope and had earned their support. Today, the king would definitely destroy their sect. They didn't wish to become sinners, the reason for the end of their sect. How could they face their ancestors and sages in the afterlife? That's why they were here today with Qin Jianyao, ready to accept their fate. I see the sincerity. Unfortunately, death is warranted. Li Qie said. We understand. She didn't become afraid. The elders and I are ready for death, hoping that our lives will wash away our great crimes. Please show mercy and spare the youths in our sect. They are only normal cultivators who didn't get involved in the decision-making process. We are the only ones at fault, the ones deserving death. She said. She had tried to convince the ancestors to not oppose Li Qie, but the supreme ancestor and fellow elders didn't listen to her. She was even imprisoned for disobedience. However, in this crucial moment, she still took responsibility and gathered the ancestors here in order to trade their lives for the well-being of Calm Lotus. She knew that it was only a matter of time before Li Qie attacks their sect. The only thing she could do was try and find a way to save the young disciples, even if it meant throwing her life away. Spare their lives, huh? Li Qie didn't seem to be moved. Yes, please show mercy, Your Majesty. Zhen Yao continued. We are willing to give up our territories and treasuries as well so that our disciples can be spared. They are weak like ants and won't stand in the way of your conquest at all. Everyone held their breath. Giving up all of these things meant that Calm Lotus would cease to exist. One of the strongest lineages in 9 secrets was going to disappear in this manner? This result made people take a deep breath. Alas, they knew that there was no other choice. Zhen Yao picked the wisest course to earn the king's forgiveness. At the very least, the young ones would be able to escape this disaster. Their sect would continue on with this branch. Stubbornly resisting would only incite the king's fury. Blood would flow like the rivers then. All of Calm Lotus would turn to ashes and all of their disciples would be killed. Their sect would lose their legacy from then on. The offenders will obviously die, but the innocent shall be pardoned. Li Qie smiled and said, You haven't disobeyed me, so no punishment. The calm Zhen Yao finally became surprised. Yes, you have your flaws but are still smart enough to see the grand scheme of things. Li Qie waved his sleeve. No punishment for you, but the rest of the ancestors shall pay. Calm Lotus Monastery will be made an example as well. Zhen Yao came prepared for death in order to save the young ones, not expecting to be spared by Li Qie at the last second. I am willing to die as an atonement for my sect's mistake. Zhen Yao bowed her head with sincerity. Li Qie dismissed her comment. No crime, no death. As for the rest of you, there's no avoiding this. End yourselves. Zhen Yao didn't know what to say and could only look back at the kneeling ancestors. Among them were her seniors, even her master. They watched her grow up and treated her like family. Today, they were going to the Yellow River one step ahead of her. Child, we count on you to take care of Calm Lotus in the future. One ancestor nodded seriously at Zhen Yao and said, We are paying for our crime now, take care. He groaned afterward as blood dripped down the corner of his lips. His body fell straight to the ground. After seeing the first to go, the other ancestors took action and killed themselves by severing their veins and destroying their true fate. One corpse fell after another until no one was left but Zhen Yao. These beings used to be the strongest masters in 9 secrets. All of them chose to die today in order to save their sect. This was already the best outcome for Calm Lotus. Their youths managed to survive, and Qin Zhen Yao was the most important member. There was still hope yet. Her eyes glistened with tears but she didn't vocally cry. Go, I won't destroy your sect but other punishments will be carried out. Li Qie said. Thank you, Your Majesty. She kowtowed again before gathering the corpses of her ancestors. Ill Lord. Li Qie said. Young noble, do you have an order for me? Ill Lord appeared and bowed before Li Qie. Go with Golden Dragon and the others to sweep through. The 5 legions and Myriad Formation Kingdom or whatever. I almost forgot about this. Li Qie ordered. Affirmative. The other 4 masters stood behind Ill Lord and shouted in unison. The spectators outside the palace gasped, realizing that carnage was about to ensue in 9 secrets. Chapter 2565. Ill Lord's group started a bloodbath in one night. They broke through to the Imperial Palace of Myriad Formation Kingdom and destroyed its great formations and hidden cards. Next, its ancestors and legions became victims. The palace collapsed in entirety and the ruling clan was killed off. This signaled the end of Myriad Formation until the king sends a new ruler in place. The destruction of Myriad Formation in just one night caused quite a stir in the system. Alas, Ill Lord's victory wasn't surprising either. The old man understood the system too well since he came from this place. The great formations were formidable but not enough to stop these 5 masters. War Saint Dynasty also experienced a similar cleansing with the end of the Sacred Cabinet. The members were massacred and their treasures were taken by the king. Next, Ill Lord's group took over the 5 legions. The majority of the generals were killed, allowing the group to have perfect control. Next, the Bing Qi and Calm Lotus also received punishment and cleansing. Fortunately for the Bing Qi, Hanyu managed to save them, or they would have turned to ashes just like Myriad Formation Kingdom. Calm Lotus also suffered heavy punishments, but it was able to protect their lifeblood thanks to Qin Jianyao. In just one night, these great powers and the 5 legions had to face the music. So many were killed as 9 secrets experienced a monumental change. It was about to enter the era of the new king. Other sects were scared out of their mind, from the bottom level to the upper echelon, afraid that the king would point his sword towards them as well. Among the 5 great powers, only Godstep Sect and Waterfront Pavilion were lucky enough to escape any punishment. Needless to say about the latter, everyone knew how the king dotes on Lu Chuqing. That's why Waterfront looked even more prestigious than before. In the past, it wasn't comparable to Calm Lotus, but now, its status rose above the other lineages. As for Godstep, it chose to stay away from the political struggle. It closed their doors and stayed away from the secular world so the disaster didn't spread to them. This was thanks to the insightful vision of Wind God, or they wouldn't have been so lucky. Godstep was certainly the weakest of the 5, but being a lucky survivor also propelled its current status. How fortunate! Wind God received news about the various massacres. He got cold sweats after hearing about the destruction of Myriad Formation Kingdom. If he didn't take Li Qie to Godstep, perhaps his sect would be annihilated as well from mingling together with Myriad Formation Kingdom. What a shame! He concluded while shaking his head at his disciples and splendorous saintess Lu Bing. One mistake affecting your entire life. His Majesty has soared above the 9 heavens, so the Queen also became illustrious. Wind God was full of regrets. It was such a good opportunity when Li Qie was staying at his sect. If the saintess had tried to get along with him, she would have the same status as Lu Chuqing right now. The saintess looked dejected with her head hanging low. She looked down on Li Qie back then, thinking that he was only a useless king. But now, he was an untouchable existence that she could only look up at. She also used to be on the same level as Lu Chuqing. Both of them had a marriage agreement with Li Qie, but because of her pride, she wanted to break off the engagement. Now, Chuqing was worshipped by all of 9 secrets on top of having the 9 highly coveted words, the only one in all of 9 secrets enjoying this glory. She, on the other hand, remained a princess of Godstep, not comparable to the queen of the system. She sighed in dejection. Her short-sighted foolishness left her in this situation. Nevertheless, their sect was still lucky because they managed to survive this disaster. Wind God turned towards Zhang Jianchuan. He might not be the most talented in the sect, but he certainly had the most potential in the future. The sect's prosperity relied on him. The system became serene again after the bloodbath. Li Qie didn't care for mundane matters and left everything to Lu Chuqing. This was her first exposure to administrative duty, so she lacked confidence. Nevertheless, she eventually accepted the task after receiving encouragement from Li Qie. He purposely groomed her since 9 secrets was only a temporary stop to him. He would leave soon enough and would return this land. Thus, he chose Lu Chuqing as the next successor. After taking care of mundane matters, he focused on searching for the Grand Tao. Chuqing was a gentle ruler compared to Li Qie's brutality. 9 secret system became peaceful and lively again. The frightened sects moved on with their lives. Everyone felt that the new queen was indeed virtuous and kind, worthy of her position. Farther away in Imperial was a declining system named Stone Harmony. A big event had just happened here. It was once extremely powerful. During its peak, it managed to reign the entire world. The Mu and Li paled in comparison back then. One could say that it had united imperial lineage, simply unstoppable. Strange enough, the system started declining without facing any external threat. More and more people started to migrate and left the desolate land behind. After declining to a certain extent, a system's Tao source would change as well. When it deteriorated and became unable to support the land, the entire thing would collapse. It would fall from imperial lineage down to myriad lineage. Insane Court was an example. It was an immortal system at its peak and eventually fell all the way down to myriad lineage. So now, Stone Harmony was abandoned with no powerful sect to speak of. Not to mention powerful entities similar to Calm Lotus or Bing Qi. One couldn't even find a first-rate sect there. In fact, Stone Harmony would still be a terrible system down in myriad lineage, on the verge of destruction. The strange part was that after millions of years, this system continued to stay in imperial lineage. There was no sign of it falling down to the lower realm. People couldn't come up with an explanation for this unique phenomenon. Later on, one progenitor observed the system. This great being concluded that its Tao source was still as vibrant as ever. That's why the reason why it could linger in Imperial. This only further confused everyone. If the Tao source was still powerful, then why did the system decline so rapidly? Chapter 2566. The night in Stone Harmony was peaceful due to a lack of cultivators present because of its decline. White Orchid City had 30,000 inhabitants or so. Of course, this could only be considered a tiny location for many systems. Even a village could have this many people. Unfortunately, only 1 or 2 cities could match White Orchid in Stone Harmony. The night was quiet here as well. It looked serene like a blossoming orchid. Many residents were already deep in sleep, enjoying their sweet dreams. Boom! A loud explosion woke everyone up. What's going on? Someone shouted while more explosions ensued. No, the city is sinking. People found that it wasn't only themselves nor their houses that were sinking, the entire area was collapsing. A large pit came out of nowhere and all of White Orchid started descending down the bottomless depth. It was too late to react for those who have just woken up. All they could do was panic and shout. Clank! The strongest cultivator in White Orchid unsheathed his sword and rushed to the sky, wanting to escape. Boom! An invisible hand immediately snapped his sword in half. Large tentacles drilled out of the ground and coil around the man, pulling him into the pit. No! His scream of horror gradually tapered off. A bang eventually resounded as if the city has finally made it to the bottom of the depth. The ground shook for a bit. Only a bottomless pit was left behind where the city used to be, resembling the bloody jaw of a primordial beast. No one knew what happened to White Orchid. Its inhabitants disappeared just like that. An aura suddenly emerged with the city's disappearance. Few in the system could sense it, let alone outsiders. However, Li Qie, who was cultivating in his palace, immediately opened his eyes. In this split second, they exuded a frightening ray crossing through the realms and illuminated Stone Harmony. South Peak Woodcutter became alarmed a bit later after Li Qie. He looked over and murmured, "This aura. Very familiar, I wonder what happened?" Meanwhile, Li Qie came out of his palace and continued his peering search towards the depth of the world. Young noble. Ill Lord who was guarding the area became surprised. Li Qie told Lu Chuqing's group, "I'm going to Stone Harmony Dao system and leaving this place to you. I'll come back when I'm finished." What happened? Chuqing became worried because of his sudden departure. He gently stroked her hair while staring at the night sky. "I don't know right now, but I'll find out soon. It's not a good thing, that's for sure. But just stay here, no need to worry." Chuqing obediently nodded. "Young noble, we will make sure Her Highness is safe." Ill Lord's group bowed towards Li Qie. He nodded. Few in Imperial were actually strong enough to invade 9 secrets with them around. He took one step and crossed through space, disappearing into the starry sky. The woodcutter was also interested in this aura, but after noticing that Li Qie had left his palace, he simply gave up. If His Majesty is going himself, he can definitely figure out what's going on. The woodcutter smiled and shook his head before blowing out a ring of smoke. Li Qie traveled through one system after another with peerless speed and finally made it to Stone Harmony system. He took a deep breath to sense the aura of this place. At this moment, he could tell that this vast land has been abandoned. The mountains and rivers were tattered. Both the great peaks and mighty oceans have lost their spirit energy. A world on the verge of death. It wouldn't take long before this place turns into a desert. The entire system would collapse. However, he also noticed a vigorous life force within the withered aura. This strand of life force was powerful and rich, seemingly wrapping around a robust life form. Something's wrong. His eyes became serious after noticing this power. His expression soured. He landed on the system and buried his hand into the mud. He closed his eyes to feel the land and the beat of the system. The same outcome happened. A sensation of withering and desolation. The grand Tao of this place resembled feeble spiderwebs, virtually undetectable. However, he penetrated all the way deep to the core, the Tao source of the land. He sensed a majestic power, one as vast as an ocean. It meant that the system still had grand Tao deep underground. However, something seemed to be enveloping and hiding this power. As a result, the Tao source couldn't provide for the Tao land and the inhabitants. This Tao source was still the same as before. This was the reason why the one progenitor said stone harmony couldn't fall to myriad lineage. A bit interesting. Li Qie's gaze pierced through the ground again. After a while, he started walking towards the horizon. One step took him an incomparably far distance. It didn't take long before he appeared above White Orchid City. Of course, only a bottomless abyss remained. Only darkness existed as far as the eye can see. He squatted down by the edge and touched the ground for a bit before grimacing. This wasn't a natural phenomenon. Something powerful akin to a devil had taken the entire city down underground. He smiled and jumped down the abyss. Anyone else would be scared out of their mind at the disappearance of an entire city, let alone looking at this terrifying pit. This wasn't the case for Li Qie. He was as nonchalant as ever. After reaching a certain depth, he landed on a section of rock sticking out of the side. He grabbed a handful of mud before letting it scatter downward. He managed to sense the rare and weak aura within this mud. It was unique yet all too familiar with Li Qie. The same aura existed on the Three Immortals tree and the black soil. No wonder why that woodcutter said this aura was familiar. Such a lucky coincidence. Li Qie smiled with a serious gaze. The old man is really treating me as an errand boy. Does he want me to run across 3 immortals? Hiring me is not cheap. Will you be able to pay? He was referring to someone else, not the woodcutter. Chapter 2567. Buzz. A portal suddenly appeared in the sky above the bottomless pit. A person's space traveled into this area. She slightly grimaced after noticing the disappearance of White Orchid. Anyone else would certainly be frightened, realizing the looming danger. Escaping should be the first reaction. However, the girl was quite bold and began to descend down the pit. She quickly made it to Li Qie's position and found his existence surprising. She thought she was the first one to get here, not expecting someone even earlier. She carefully looked at Li Qie, wanting to get a good read on him. Meanwhile, he naturally did the same. Of course, his stare was much more invasive and rude, at least in the eyes of others. Her beauty deterred others from looking straight at her, overwhelmed with both admiration and respect. Her features were exquisitely sculpted like a work of art. One would be hard-pressed to notice any flaw. Her eyes were as bright as the stars at night, shining like the luster of gems. Eyebrows resembling the far mountains with a unique charm to them, instilling a deep impression to any spectator. This was a transcending beauty. Jian Yao had a similar aura, but she gave the feeling of being otherworldly. On the other hand, this girl was real. She looked like a piece of jade deep in a valley. Precious and flawless, an ultimate treasure. She wore a sapphire blue dress with a white moon embroidery. The bottom spread out like a peacock tail but not in a gaudy manner, for it was full of elegance. Her aura commanded attention even more than her beauty, since she looked like a dominating ruler. This particular aura, in theory, should be out of place, but it wasn't the case here. This girl looked ready to fight whenever and wherever. One should describe her as being decisive and determined. She purposely hid her aura, yet each of her actions still looked as dominating as ever. This was indicative of her strength. A duality of conflicting traits that didn't seem out of place, just enough to demand respect and fear. The two of them gauged each other. She found Li Qie to be an ordinary man wearing a cheap robe. Someone like him could just disappear in a crowd. Upon closer inspection, she found him to be unfathomable, especially his eyes containing an entire galaxy. Dao brother, my name is Yuzhen, may I ask for yours? Her voice was clear and pleasant. She became curious. Where did this unfathomable youth come from during her isolated cultivation? She should know every master in imperial lineage, but she had no impression of him despite racking her brains. Li Qie. He smiled. Ah, we're from the same branch then. My last name is also Li. She smiled faintly, enough to swoon any man. It's a type of faith. Li Qie casually responded, not paying too much attention. His attitude perplexed her even more because few in Imperial didn't recognize her name. After finding out, they would feel various emotions such as fear, admiration, reverence. This was the first time she saw this reaction after stating her name. Dao brother, do you know what evil is at play here? She composed herself and asked. He shook his head. Hard to say right now since it's too early to conclude. Of course, this has been at work for a while now. We'll see some clues soon. You mean that there is a sinister plan behind this? She became surprised. Not to that level. It's just a case of a turtle dove taking over the nest of a magpie, that's all. Li Qie said. Really? She said. So that progenitor was right? The Tao source of stone harmony is still as rich as before. If that's not the case, then why hasn't the system fall to myriad yet? Li Qie said. So you are saying something is taking over stone harmony? Where is it then? There should be clues if it is taking advantage of the Tao source. She humbly asked. Li Qie looked down below. I can't tell right now. The progenitor of this land spent great effort to use a technique for foundational building. This system down here is quite profound with countless channels. It's too early to lock onto this thing. After coming here, I felt a majestic force underground, seemingly blockaded and hidden by another entity, so I can't pinpoint its direction. She tilted her head and frowned. That's correct, the Tao source here is perfectly fine. Someone else is simply taking it for themselves. Li Qie smiled. I see. She replied. Rumor has it that the prosperous system started declining in just one night. Something fell from the sky like a meteor. People believe that this ominous sign was the start of the decline. Not necessarily, let's not believe in superstition in the world of cultivation. But if this rumor is true, there will be an answer behind it all. He shook his head. She nodded in agreement and looked down. The bottom was still as quiet and black as before. Are you interested in going down there? How about the two of us together? She invited. Why not? He intended on doing so in the first place, so he accepted. The two of them slowly descended, shoulder to shoulder. During the process, she couldn't help stealing glances at him. The man was simply unfathomable. May I ask where you are from? She asked. I'm just a passerby in Imperial. Where I'm from doesn't matter that much. He chuckled. You must be from myriad lineage. Li Yuzhen became surprised and impressed at the same time. Your goal must be immortal lineage. I feel inadequate in comparison. You are very smart. A smart girl is always very lovely. He nodded. This girl was world-renowned. Normally, she heard plenty of praises and flattery, but all of them combined felt shallow. Li Qie's casual remark was much more pleasant and meaningful. I should learn from you, Tao brother. I always want to go to immortal lineage. Alas, my cultivation is still weak right now, so I do not dare to be reckless. Keep in mind that she was the strongest among the young generation in Imperial. People would be dumbfounded to hear this humble comment from her. There will always be a chance for someone like you to soar to immortal. He had a high evaluation of her. Thank you, Tao brother, I hope so too. She smiled. One could never get tired of this smile. May I ask when you are leaving for immortal lineage? If we have free time later, I would like to ask you a question or two about certain issues that elude me. She sincerely said. Outsiders would find this unbelievable. In the present day, maybe only 3 or so characters were qualified to teach Li Yuzhen. Chapter 2568. Why not? He chuckled and briefly answered. Li Yuzhen looked at him and said, Tao brother, I can't figure out your grand Tao. It is as if I'm looking at the reflection of the moon on a river, or trying to look at the flowers through the early morning mist. It feels intangible and surreal. May I ask what art you cultivate? She wasn't trying to pry information out of him. This was sheer curiosity, since Li Qie appears normal yet was unbelievably mysterious. It seemed as if he wasn't actually within the 3 worlds and had escaped the 5 elements. That's why he seemed rather immaterial. She wasn't an arrogant person, but she certainly believed in her own abilities. Alas, she has never met someone like him before. In her opinion, no other youth in Imperial could match her. However, this Li Qie came out of nowhere, so she rightfully became curious. It is a unique grand Tao, the only of its kind in history that will open an entirely new epoch and cultivation method, he said without a care. She responded with a skeptical look. Many would consider this to be the ramble of a madman. 3 Immortals world has produced numerous progenitors and Tao systems. These progenitors wouldn't dare to make this claim. Not even the brilliant Gao Yang. But now, Li Qie boasted without any hesitation. She certainly didn't look down on him, but his big tone still stunned her all the same, leaving her speechless. After a while, she regained her wits and asked, a new cultivation system? What is it like? She became interested in his cultivation system, leaving aside her skepticism of his claim. You'll find out when that day comes. He smiled mysteriously. Not just 3 immortals but all worlds will turn to a new page. Alas, who knows if it will be a time of darkness or light? That's up to the individual world. What do you mean? The knowledgeable girl still found this perplexing. He chuckled in response and didn't elaborate. His expression remained normal and natural. She was smart enough to not pry. People at their level had the right amount of propriety. After a while, the two finally landed at the bottom of the pit. They looked around and saw nothing but darkness. Of course, darkness couldn't shield anything from their gaze, so they were aware of everything in their surroundings. Alas, they found nothing but loose mud on the ground. It's not here, such a big city nowhere to be found. This is unbelievable. Yuzhen became surprised. White Apricot was a vast city, but it wasn't here now after falling down. No inhabitants were around either. No ruins or a single eave tile. The entire place disappeared from thin air as if it had been swallowed whole by a monster. There should be a reason for this. Xueqi grabbed a handful of soil and carefully pinched it with his other hand. Specks streamed down his fingers. Where have the citizens gone? Yuzhen searched through the area with her divine intent, but there was nothing here except the two of them. Even deeper. Xueqi said. Something has come here and took them away. Is it still nearby? Her gaze swept around with lightning speed. There was no doubt that once she took action, the result would be quite impressive. Long gone now. He threw the remaining pile of mud on the ground and wiped his palms. The time is ripe, so it finally wants to take action. Dao brother, so there is really something evil at work here? She asked. I don't know if it is evil or not, but it certainly isn't a good thing after causing the collapse of this system. Xueqi chuckled. What is it? She inquired. Stone Harmony was prosperous back then with a true emperor around. Its power far exceeded the Mu and the Li. People said that unless it's a progenitor, defeating this system would have been difficult. I've never heard of a great battle or anything before its decline. This is beyond the imagination of regular people. He walked around and surveyed the area carefully. The only thing I'm sure of is that this thing is not from this world. Not from this world? A creature outside of 3 immortals? She became startled. What worlds are outside of 3 immortals? She paused for a moment before asking again. Of course, the cultivators of 3 immortals didn't know about the worlds outside of their own, such as the 9 worlds and 13 continents. Not that simple. Xueqi shook his head. Ordinary existence can't cross to this place. To be more exact, this thing should be from above 3 immortals. Above 3 immortals? Yuzhen's eyes became serious. I heard that above us is a place with immortality. No. Xueqi chuckled. Who knows the validity of that claim, this so-called world of immortality? All I know is that above 3 immortals is a place that can surpass the high heaven. High heaven. She looked up towards the sky vault. Since they were at the bottom of an abyss, her gaze pierced through thousands of miles before seeing the blue expanse. In fact, cultivators in this place had a very vague impression of the high heaven. They only believed that it was above the sky vault. Yes, you have no idea what it is because this place doesn't suffer from tribulations. Xueqi understood her reaction. Back in the 9 worlds and the 13 continents, each breakthrough would end with a heavenly tribulation full of lightning arcs. The survivors there knew exactly what the high heaven was. Some even cursed and referred to it as villainous heaven or other derogatory names. I have heard of tribulations before. When the wise sages want to reach a higher level, they might have to face these tribulations. Are you saying that the disappearance of this city is due to a tribulation? She said. The old villainous heaven isn't that bored. Xueqi shook his head. Plus, if it wants to send down even just a tiny tribulation, it wouldn't end with just this. What kind of tribulation would it be then? She knew nothing about this topic. An apocalypse. He casually answered. An apocalypse? She was still moved despite her immense strength. After a brief pause, she continued on. What is the power entailed in this apocalypse? Xueqi looked at her and answered. Someone like you is only an ant, same with the majority of progenitors. She took a deep breath. Most would first become embarrassed, then anger would be next. It sounded like an insult, but she took it seriously. She had confidence in her strength. Though she might not be the strongest, but if she was only an ant under that tribulation, just how strong must it be? That scene must be terrifying. Chapter 2569, Li Yuzhen glanced at the sky for a second before speaking. Will this apocalypse come here? She couldn't imagine the gravity of the situation at all. 3 Immortals' world is very lucky. He chuckled. Generations passed by on the river of time and it has escaped the terrifying years. This required perfect luck and the effort of the old sages. She quietly listened. Though she didn't have a full grasp of all the information, she was still shaken by this revelation. She found out about the worlds outside of 3 Immortals and the darkness plaguing them. So what's the reason behind these apocalypses from the high heaven? She asked. He only answered with a smile. He then stopped and squatted down, picking up pieces from the ground. They seemed to be sticky skin fragments as if a tentacle has fallen down from above. A bit interesting, how did this devious thing come here? It doesn't make sense. He stared intensely at it. Pop. A tiny tentacle emerged out of the piece of skin and tried to dig into Li Qia's body. Quite a nauseating sight. He smiled and ignited a plume of fire in his palm with an indigo shade. Buzz. The fire burned the pieces into ashes, scattering away. Next, he gazed at the sky once more in an investigative manner. It doesn't make sense. How did it come down? Looks like no place is safe anymore. He himself became startled and murmured. He recalled the skeleton found in the heavenly prison and contemplated. These events weren't that simple. An underlying current has started, issuing changes in the depths. This world just didn't know about it. Could you elaborate on the world above? She quietly asked. It's full of terrors beyond your imagination. He looked back and said seriously. She inquired, how so? The people there are incomparably strong? It's just one way to describe it, akin to how immortal is just another description. Do you know what immortals look like? He chuckled. Immortals. She has never seen one before. Who has actually seen a true immortal? Probably none in history. People simply didn't have a good idea about these beings. Why are you bringing up immortals right now? She had a bad feeling about this and stared at Li Qia. People have 2 reactions to the unknown, fear and curiosity. Li Qia looked at her and said, fear stems from invincibility and power while curiosity stems from ignorance. The latter also encompasses desire and hope. For example, some yearn for the light while others are afraid of darkness. She quietly contemplated. If you could be granted any wish, what would it be? He smilingly asked. Immortality. She answered without needing to think. This response was quite common. Many top experts chased after everlasting life. After all, obtaining this would solve many problems. Infinite time would allow people to do many things. What about after obtaining immortality? He continued. Now this question finally stumped her since she has never thought about it before. Immortality was unreachable. Only a dream. If the dream itself was impossible to obtain, why would anyone think about what comes after? She thought about it and couldn't answer the question. He began again. Immortality in the truest sense of the word doesn't exist in this world. To overcome this requires paying a great price. If you ever see a real immortal in the future, you need to start running as far away as the world allows. Why? She slightly grimaced, having a good idea of the bad implication. Because he's an immortal with everlasting life. Li Qia said with a profound gaze. Yuzhen shuddered since she grasped several things so far during this conversation. For many people, meeting an immortal would be a once-in-the-ages opportunity, the greatest of luck. No one would miss this chance to ask many questions. But now, Li Qia proposed to do the opposite. Run as far away as possible. Going against conventional wisdom sounded insane to others, but not to Li Yuzhen. He stopped, then looked around and said, this is only the beginning of a hunt, that's all. Dao brother, other cities might meet the same fate? She stopped as well. Yes. He nodded. Attacking White Orchid is akin to using a butcher's blade to kill a chicken. It will grow stronger and hungrier. Dao brother, could you find it so we can destroy it together? She took a deep breath and powerfully said. Though she didn't want to play the role of a savior all the time, she would never stand and watch when evil was happening in front of her eyes. It's not easy to chase after it. Li Qia shook his head. Let's leave this place first. He flew to the sky after saying this with Yuzhen right behind him. The 2 of them returned to the edge of the abyss. At this moment, more people were coming from the horizons. The sudden disappearance of White Orchid finally attracted other masters who rushed here to figure it out. Dao brother, unfortunately, I have some other tasks to deal with and will have to leave for now. See you another day. Yuzhen cupped her fist, aware that it was time to leave after seeing other people arriving on the scene. He nodded. See you later. Her figure flashed into nothingness. It wasn't hard for someone at her level to be untraceable. Li Qiye sensed the beat of the world and narrowed his gaze towards one particular direction. Looks like chaos is coming. Are the sages of 3 immortals ready? He stepped into the sky and rushed forward with a clear path in mind. He traveled through multiple mountains before stopping in a valley since he heard shoutings. An old man was imprisoned by tree demons in this valley. They raised their vine whips, preventing him from leaving. He tried multiple times to escape but couldn't, only gaining more bloody wounds in the process. His vitality gradually depleted, so he put up less of a fight. The tree demons pushed further in with a ferocious expression, ready to drink blood and consume flesh. He lost hope and lamented loudly. This is the end for me. Pop. Li Qiye interrupted his moment of despair by casually piercing through several tree demons with one finger strike. The rest became afraid and ran away. He regained his composure and became ecstatic after being saved. Thank you for saving me, young noble. He bowed his head after seeing his rescuer. Chapter 2570. I was just passing by, it's no big deal. Li Qiye said insipidly. Nevertheless, the old man still thought of Li Qiye as his savior and bowed again. My name is Wu Yuzheng. Though you do not wish for repayment, just say the words in the future and I will come running and do everything I. He couldn't finish because Li Qiye has already disappeared into the horizon. He didn't care nor want to care about the old man's gratitude. The old man gently sighed while looking at the sky, aware that he has met a master. The guy was capable of destroying those tree demons so easily. Such masters were hard to get close to. Li Qiye continued on with smooth footsteps. The pacing looked slow, but he was actually traveling through stone harmony at an incredible speed. Stone harmony used to reign over Imperial, so its territory was massive. Alas, one could see the clear illness plaguing the system. It had no inhabitants and very few cities. The natural sceneries had a bleak feeling to it. All in all, it resembled a dying old man or a candle flickering to the wind. Even the birds and fish had no vitality to them. In fact, the place used to be the complete opposite, bustling and full of people and animals. As time passed, the capable sects and powerful cultivators moved away from the declining system. The ones that couldn't do the same thing suffered destruction. As for the animals, the ones strong enough also left the system for other places. As the saying goes, the wise birds pick the right branch. Furthermore, the spirit medicines and natural resources also gradually disappeared. This resulted in a compounded effect, accelerating the decline of the system. Li Qiye traveled through half of the system. It was a quiet trip since he rarely saw other cultivators. The most common sites were villages in the remote mountains with 30 to 50 families or so. That's already considered lively for this area. Moreover, they were far and away from each other. No one would believe that this was a system of the imperial level. Its Dao land shouldn't last long at this rate. However, being part of this system was a blessing and a curse. The land might have been withering, but the Dao source remained, adding stability to the system. A collapsing system was a calamity for the inhabitants, almost like a world-ending event. The strong cultivators would have ran far away or prepared enough to survive. The weak could only watch the scene of destruction, only to be buried along with the rubble in the end. Of course, this trend of stagnation couldn't last forever. No matter how strong a progenitor might be, they couldn't create an everlasting Dao source. A system's prosperity relied on the effort of the sages for many generations. They continuously fed the system with their own strength. But now, due to a lack of population, there were fewer and fewer cultivators, let alone existences at the imperial or eternal level. The lack of generational nourishment would result in an inevitable collapse. Li Qiye wasn't emotional during his journey. He has seen the rise and fall of numerous sects in his life and has grown numb to this cycle. It's not just trying to fill its belly. Li Qiye had a good overview of the situation during this pursuit. His mighty divine intent has locked onto this land so nothing could escape his eyes. He knew that the disappearance of White Orchid was only the beginning. This tragedy could repeat and spread all over Imperial. He finally stopped as an ancient city emerged on the horizon. It must be wider than 10,000 miles, just like a monster resting on the land. However, it was naturally in a disorderly state. Many parts were abandoned, so the real thing became less than 1/10 of its former glory. Nevertheless, it was still the largest city in stone harmony at the present. The towering walls and buildings remained, though abandoned. One could catch a glimpse of their old golden days. This must have been the center of the entire world where powerful beings ruled and accepted tributes. Now, the only visitors were the wild grass and weeds. He stopped and perused the area, noticing steam and smoke from cooking in the distance. The next target is here. Without a doubt, this city would be just like White Orchid City, disappearing completely with only a great abyss left behind. Death is coming soon. Li Qie chuckled before entering the city. The name was Mingluo, the strongest and biggest city in stone harmony. It had the highest population of cultivators as well, around 200,000 to 300,000 people. It managed to survive to the present due to its riches and strong foundation in the past, unlike other fallen cities. The streets were still the same scale as before, extremely wide and long. People were coming and going. Shouts could be heard from the street merchants to the workers in the wine pavilions. After traveling through the wilderness for so long, people would be infected by the lively atmosphere found here. During the night, the city was brightly lit by lamps and lights. It had an intoxicating feeling, allowing people to see the temptation of the mundane world and life in general. This was different from the unreachable temples and mountains meant for the lonely cultivators. The place resembled the mortal world since there weren't that many cultivators and sects around. Mortals had a short lifespan, no different from ants. They couldn't see the entire world, so some weren't even aware of their system's gradual destruction. They were more than happy to live day by day with enough food and material possessions. Lifespan was the biggest difference between a mortal and a cultivator. The former was akin to the night-blooming cactus, short-lived yet beautiful. Li Qie was unaffected by the atmosphere here. He has seen the flourishing world of the mortals many times before and was just a passerby. This world wasn't suitable for him. It's nice being a mortal, happy and unaware of the incoming destruction. I suppose even ants have their own happiness. He looked at the carriages zooming through the streets and smiled. His Tao heart has been polished by tribulations and pain, so nothing could move him. There was no doubt that Mingluo City has been chosen as the second target. The entire place was going to disappear. He didn't come here to save the city and its inhabitants, only to carry out his own business. Its survival was none of his concern because he wasn't a savior and had no reason to do so. In fact, in his mind, destruction and survival were the same things for Mingluo. Even if it was lucky enough to make it through this disaster, it would still crumble in the future. It was only a matter of time. This was the cycle of time. Everlasting prosperity didn't exist. Destruction was inevitable. His destination was an abandoned location inside the city. Overgrown weeds were everywhere along with insects and snakes. This place was different from the wasteland outside. There were still structural remnants and outlines of temples. This wasn't the case here. It was flat since all the existing structures have collapsed. Chapter 2571. With keen observation, one would find that the architectures have been destroyed by quakes. From the broken remains, it was clear that numerous palaces and halls used to stand here. Perhaps this served as the central area of this city. Beggars were curling up by the broken walls, enjoying a sweet dream while basked by the moonlight. Li Qie chuckled and casually kicked them. Being woken up wasn't a pleasant experience. Rage would be the first reaction. However, the beggars were dazzled by the gold ingots in his hand. The end of days is coming here. So go ahead and have a good meal. At least you won't be starving as ghosts. Li Qie gave the ingots to them. For us. This was nothing to Li Qie, but for these beggars, the ingots were no different from a pile of golden treasures. That's right. Li Qie chuckled. Thank you, sir. The beggars almost cried from excitement and quickly gathered the ingots. This seemed like a dream to them. Some started pinching their thigh and found the pain to be a proof of reality. Tears finally started streaming down. He told them, go tell people that Mingluo is about to fall and that they should run as far away as possible. Maybe they can survive with enough luck. The beggars were surprised, but how could they refuse after taking someone's gold? They nodded. Don't worry, sir, we'll definitely let them know. Li Qie didn't care and entered the ruins. The first thing the beggars did was having a great feast, tasting all the delicacies they never got the chance to in the past. After filling their stomach with meat and wine, the beggars didn't forget about Xueqi and started spreading the message. Destruction is coming. This message spread through the streets and alleys and actually became a hot topic in the tea houses. Only very few actually paid it any mind. Of course, this had nothing to do with Xueqi since he has done his part. Their survival was up to fate. He sat down by a broken section of walls, enough to shield him from the winds and rains. He entered a state of meditation, seemingly sleeping. He has experienced both the life of a king and the style of a beggar in the past. Everything was just temporary like the clouds in the sky. After one night of Tao meditation, his body seemed to be taken roots and became one with the ruins. Strings emanated from his bottom and dug down to the ground. Being exposed to the elements didn't bother him in the slightest. Hey! He was interrupted when the sun started to rise. He opened his eyes and saw an exquisite pair of boots, made from the skin of a wind leopard with silver shoes and bamboo jades carved on the top. They emitted an affinity of the wind. This was clearly a treasure, allowing its user to run even faster, especially for escaping. He looked up and saw a girl standing in front of him. She was around 17 or 18 years of age, wearing a green dress and brimming with life. She was blessed with her looks, clear and soft skin and great features. Of course, she wasn't on the same level as Lu Chuqing or Qin Zhenyao. Compared to them, she would seem like a daughter from a humble family. It was still refreshing to see. Her full breasts indicated her maturity. The way she arched forward showed her competitive nature. My name is Xueqi, not He. He smiled at her. I don't care if you're Xueqi or Li Bei. She snorted in an arrogant manner. I, Lin Yixue, am not here to make friends. She was clearly inexperienced when dealing with people, already stating her real name. I don't want to be your friend either. Xueqi didn't move from his spot. She took another look at him. This man slept here last night, clearly lacking money. You gave gold to those beggars last night? She wondered how he could afford to give those ingots to those beggars. I believe so. He chuckled. Where did you get them? Are you a thief? She looked at him with skepticism. Be honest or I'll teach you a lesson. Ming Luo doesn't allow petty crimes, and with my sect around, troublemakers are only asking for it. She glared at him as if he was a thief. Once she confirmed her suspicion, she would definitely teach him a lesson. I can afford that much, he leisurely said. Really now? She obviously didn't believe him. Of course. You can go ask those beggars again, he patiently said. She didn't think he was lying due to his calm demeanor. Are you here for my money? He retorted. This desolate place is indeed a good place to rob people. He looked around after saying this. She turned red, trembling angrily before placing her hands on her waist. Who do you think I am? I am from Stone Clearing Sect and have plenty of treasures. You think I would care about your little wealth? Stop your slander. He smiled after seeing this. The girl clearly lacked life experiences, probably has never left this city before. Then why are you here? He continued. Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to me and want to take me back as your husband? She pointed at him with her trembling finger. You think I, Linxia, would like a hick such as yourself? Piss on the ground and have a look at your reflection first. I've done so before and found myself to be handsome beyond comparison and attractive beyond reasons. Want me to show you? Xueqi leisurely said. He decided to play with her since he was bored. You're so shameless. She turned red and took several steps back, afraid that he might actually pull down his pants. Just playing with you, little lady. He chuckled and waved his sleeve as if he were swatting a fly. If there's nothing else, run along now, don't bother me. This comment of his finally reminded her of her original intention. She took a deep breath to calm down and glared at him. I'm above this pettiness and will forgive you. How kind of you. He chuckled. You're not only pretty but nice as well. Definitely the #1 beauty in Ming Luo. What girl didn't like hearing such praises? She snorted while unconsciously raising her chin slightly upward. Though she didn't say anything, it was clear that she enjoyed the comment. Unfortunately, your head is empty though, just a decorative vase. Xueqi added the second part. Chapter 2572. She actually thought he was praising her until she heard the second part. What did you say? I dare you to say it again. She stomped the ground and glared at him ferociously, seemingly wanting to eat him alive. A girl like her certainly wasn't his match. Nothing. He shrugged and smirked. Humph, that's what I thought. She said while making a fist. I'll teach you a lesson if you keep on running your mouth. Okay, little girl, I'm not interested in you, go play somewhere else. He smiled. Bah! She made a face at him. Such shamelessness, I'm not interested in you either, don't even dream about it. Where is your mind wandering off to, little girl? You either have a rich imagination or are actually interested in me. He looked at her and teased. She didn't hold back. Nonsense. No one can like someone as annoying as you. She was actually angry because she was a famed beauty in Mingluo with plenty of suitors. But now, this unknown person was messing with her? I'm done speaking to you. She took a deep breath and scowled. I'm here to teach you a lesson. Teach me a lesson? Why? This is our first meeting, so we can't have any prior grievances. He shrugged. Because you spouted nonsense. Her expression became serious. You need to accept responsibility and pay the price for your words. Oh. What did I say that warrant paying a price? He wasn't nervous at all. You told those beggars to spread crazy messages. She glared at him. So that's what you're here for. Why do you think it is crazy? He smiled. What else can they be? You told those beggars to tell people about the destruction of the city, and that the citizens should run away, she coldly uttered. So it turned out that she has heard of them as well. She naturally became startled about this ominous prophecy that sprung up overnight all over the city. After a careful investigation, she found out the source and came here with a mission. I'm simply telling the truth. It's your problem that you don't believe it. He chuckled. The truth? Don't you mean mere fabrication? Our city is standing strong and bright, a beacon of prosperity, so what destruction are you speaking of? This is only to incite chaos. She retorted fiercely. That's only for now. He smiled. Speak, who sent you here, and for what purpose? Be truthful or face the consequence. She pushed it further. You come to question me while representing the city? He looked at her and said with interest. She was only a disciple and couldn't represent the entire city. She glared at him and proudly raised her chin. Everyone is responsible for keeping the peace at Mingluo. Just you wait, our system will rise again. Li Jie clapped as if he was watching a play. Well said, but that's only a pipe dream right now. She became unhappy right away and scowled. What are you saying? We used to be the strongest system in imperial lineage. My master once said that as long as we can protect the embers in Mingluo, our system will rise again. That's why we protect this place at all costs. It's good to have a dream. Li Jie nodded approvingly. He didn't tease her this time after seeing her determination despite her tender age. She continued, It's not too late to tell the truth. If my master or the city gets a hold of you, it won't go well. Spreading rumors that negatively affect the peace of the city is a serious crime. Little girl, this isn't a rumor. Li Jie chuckled. You better start running if you want to survive. Hope and dreams are useless when you're dead. This city will disappear soon enough. I'm warning you one last time. Stop spouting your nonsense. She glared at him while stomping on the ground, vexed. Why do you not believe me? He smiled. Humph. Our city has defensive walls and vigilant sentries. Moreover, the Luo and our stone clearing sect are working together. The city will definitely enjoy peace and prosperity, so how could it head towards destruction? She strongly disagreed. She had nothing against Li Jie. It's just that she grew up here and considered the city as her home. Moreover, her master has always taught her about keeping the city safe and revitalizing the system. This education instilled a deep sense of responsibility in her. That's why she couldn't sit still after hearing about the rumors and immediately came here to confront Li Jie. It's whatever, think what you want. He waved his sleeve and said dismissively. You. She didn't like his carefree attitude and gritted her teeth. Your lies are negatively affecting our city, so you need to take responsibility. Affecting your city? He chuckled. I thought you just talked about how unshakable it is. If that's the case, why would a few rumors do anything to it? Are you sure it's not just a castle in the sand that could be taken down with a single wave? She naturally couldn't keep up in a verbal fight. Her finger pointing at him trembled as she tried to retort. I've had enough of your fallacious arguments. Okay, let's not point fingers and accuse each other here. If your city doesn't take it seriously, that's just fine. They're nothing more than rumors. Li Qie was losing patience. The girl turned red and didn't know what to say. She came ready to confront him but didn't expect him to neutralize her questions so easily. It was akin to punching with full force but ending up hitting the air. No satisfaction could be found by doing this. You're just good at sophistry. She begrudgingly concluded. Why do you care so much about the rumors? No one will take them seriously. He looked at her and said. This indeed jolted her. Now that she thought about it, she got angry over nothing. Though it has spread all over the city, people considered it to be nothing more than a fun conversational topic. On the other hand, she took it so seriously and wanted Li Qie to take responsibility. Maybe, just maybe, deep down in your heart, you do believe that the city will face destruction one day. This fear makes you sensitive and afraid of the most insignificant rumors. Nonsense. The flushed girl had nothing else to say. Go now, stop bothering me. Li Qie waved his sleeve again and smiled. Anyway, no more spreading these rumors. If I hear them again, I'll really let you have it. She stomped on the ground and left. Chapter 2573. Li Qie watched her departing figure and said, Run, little girl, or you will die without a grave. All in all, he has seen worse destruction before. A tiny city like this couldn't even be considered a bubble in the river of time. Billions and billions have died yet there were no records of their death, so the destruction of Mingluo would also disappear like smoke. At most, some would talk about it for a bit before the event falls into obscurity. After all, several 100,000 people or more would die after the destruction of any sect. The loss of Mingluo didn't affect imperial lineage on the grand scheme of things. He was already doing more than necessary by spreading the rumors of its destruction. The girl was also amusing, so he spent more time to warn her. Humph. She turned back and scowled. Our city will never fall. Li Qie chuckled and slowly closed his eyes. She suddenly changed her mind after seeing his attitude and stared at him for a bit before asking, What made you think this way? He didn't answer, seemingly asleep. Hey! I'm talking to you, don't play dead. She glared at him with both hands on waist, unsatisfied at being ignored. He slowly opened his eyes once more. What will you do if destruction is imminent? She couldn't come up with the answer since this scenario wasn't plausible in her opinion. Of course I will die with my city. I will fight to the death against any invader. She resoundingly claimed. It's just a city, all you have to do is leave. He smiled. She immediately barked back. Impossible, Mingluo is my birthplace and home, I will protect it with my life. Everywhere is home as long as you're alive. No home if you're dead. He said. What do you know? Only Mingluo is our real home. Everywhere else is nothing but meaningless land. Our sky isn't that large. If our home exists we will. If it ceases to be, so will we. She asserted. He looked at her and said, Have you never thought about going somewhere else? To a stronger system? Why should I? We'll still only be ordinary disciples at a different system. Not like we'll become true emperors by switching. Plus, there are several 100,000 people here. Not all of them can leave. If we accomplish nothing by leaving, then it's better to stay at our home. She reasoned. He actually became silent as his eyes gazed at the horizon. Memories about people and things resurfaced. Like the indomitable battalion of the Silver Fox Legion, they obviously could go far and find new places to stay since they were certainly capable. Alas, they returned to their home, the place they loved so much. The girl was right as well. Their sky and potential weren't that great. The city was their everything. They didn't know about the riches and colors of the outside world. In Li Qie's eyes, Mingluo was only an insignificant city, but for them, it was their entire world, everything in their short lifespan. This is the joy of the weak. Just one city is enough. Li Qie became slightly moved. Humph, no more nonsense, got it? Our city will be just fine. She glared at him again before leaving. Unfortunately, she didn't have that much conviction in her voice. She unconsciously tried to cheer herself up and convince herself that destruction will never come. He closed his eyes again. His body gradually became ethereal, seemingly melting with the space around him. He eventually disappeared without a sight. Starting with the surrounding air, He fused with the Tao land itself of the entire system. When the sun rose, Li Qia's figure slowly emerged from a different dimension. He meditated for an entire day without moving. Pop. Space fluctuated when he opened his eyes as he finally returned. Come, I have prepared a nice net for you, no chance of escaping. He smiled with a profound gaze. Looks like this system really buried something amazing. No wonder why the creature would descend here. He had theories as to why this system didn't fall to myriad lineage. White Orchid City's disappearance only reinforced his idea. Now, he knew that there was something down there that he wanted. All of the recent events were related to this particular item. He got up and stretched before looking outside. All right, let's go for a walk. He entered the city once more. It was still as lively as ever. He casually walked around, wanting to be a part of the city. The citizens kept themselves busy with earning money to get by. Perhaps they didn't save much, just living day by day. Nevertheless, hard work was necessary to provide for their families. This was another difference between mortals and cultivators. Mortals struggled to survive while cultivators had dreams about soaring to the 9 firmaments. He sat there and observed the merchants. What would their reaction be if they were to know that in just a few days, this entire place would be destroyed? He smiled after thinking about this and made up his mind. Fine, it's convenient anyway. Lin Yixue has moved him since she made him recall the past. Of course, he didn't suddenly turn into a good person. Those in the past who have fought with him were mere memories deep in his mind, nothing more. He thought about them and their stories again after listening to the girl. Thus, he decided to save the city if it's possible and convenient. Perhaps this is fate. He gently sighed. If it wasn't for Yixue, he wouldn't have changed his decision. Chapter 2574. Li Qie enjoyed his time with a smile on his face while walking on the busy street. Everyone else seemed to be in a hurry, but he walked with a slow and leisurely pace. Benefactor. Suddenly, an old man shouted and got on his knees in front of him. Li Qie had no impression of the old man, who took his time showing respect before standing up. Young noble, you forgot me? You saved me from the tree demons in the valley. The old man hurriedly said. Li Qie remembered and nodded. I remember. Your name is Wu Yuzheng. Yes. The old man was ecstatic to hear this. I am Wu Yuzheng indeed. I will never forget your kind act. It's no big deal. Li Qie said flatly and continued on forward. Yuzheng followed his step with a happy expression. I didn't expect to see you here, young noble. You are a true master, so to be able to see you again is a blessing of 3 lifetimes. My sect, Stone Clearing, is located right here in Mingluo. If you don't mind, how about going there so I can show you my hospitality? Maybe later. Li Qie responded. May I ask what you're here for? I'm very familiar with this place, so if you ever need assistance, just say the words. Yuzheng said. Li Qie smiled and looked at the old man. If you really want to help, I actually have something you can do. What is it? I will not refuse, young noble. Yuzheng became spirited. Li Qie calmly said, It's not hard, but if you have enough influence, then tell the citizens of Mingluo to evacuate quickly. Yuzheng didn't expect this order from Li Qie. May I ask why? He couldn't come up with a reason. Because your city is about to be destroyed, run as far away as possible if you want to stay alive. Li Qie said. Yuzheng became stunned. This wasn't his first time hearing this. You again, Li. A sharp and clear voice resounded. A girl with a sweet fragrance blocked Li Qie's path. I warned you yesterday and here you are again, spreading this nonsense. You're really asking for it. She angrily threatened. It was none other than Lin Yixue. She just happened to hear his voice while shopping and couldn't help rushing over to yell at him, just a bit short of pointing straight at his face. Don't be disrespectful. The old man regained his wits and saw his disciple being so rude to his benefactor. He became frightened and started yelling. Master? Xia was startled as well, not expecting to see her master here. She didn't see him at the start because she was so hell-bent on Li Qie. Apologize to the young noble already. Yuzheng sternly said. Master, he's clearly spreading rumors everywhere with nefarious intents towards our city, Xia indignantly said. Absurd. The young noble is a hidden master who saved my life in Crescent Moon Valley. I would be food in the tree demon's stomach right now if it wasn't for him. She stood there, frozen, before taking another look at Li Qie. This guy was a hidden master? Her master told her about being saved by a youth once he returned. She thought that this youth would be transcending and flawless, the opposite of Li Qie. Nevertheless, she lowered her head and cupped her fists. My mistake for being rude, and thank you for saving my master, young noble. Xie and Yujing weren't only master and disciple, but also father and daughter. She was truly grateful. However, even if you are our benefactor, you can't spread these rumors to the detriment of our city. Her last line showed her unyieldingness. Brat, I must have been too doting on you. Yujing cupped his fists towards Li Qie and apologized. Young noble, I'm sorry about my ineffective education. I will be stricter on her in the future. It's fine. If it's really a rumor, no wise men will take it seriously. Li Qie looked at her and smiled before going forward. Yujing followed right behind him, the unwilling Xie as well. Where are you staying, young noble? I wish to visit and hear your guidance, Yujing hastily said. Here. Li Qie stopped before the old man could finish since he was back to the entrance of the ruins. Heaven Sound ruins. The old man was surprised but still walked inside. Li Qie got back to his spot and sat down, cross-legged. He was as calm and natural as always regardless of whether he was inside a palace or ruins. You are staying here? But it's outside. Yujing said. He assumed that Li Qie would be inside a broken palace or something, but after thinking about it again, hidden masters are always eccentric. Being outside is just fine. Li Qie replied. Excuse me then. Being exposed to the weather is also a type of cultivation for true masters. Yujing smiled awkwardly. Li Qie didn't respond and closed his eyes. Yujing looked around the desolate place and became emotional. This used to be the divine temple of Heaven Sound. During the golden age of our system, Heaven Sound used to give orders to the world here, but look at it now. Prosperity passed by like ephemeral clouds. Isn't Heaven Sound our original sect? Xie asked. Yujing nodded. Yes, stone clearing was only a side branch of Heaven Sound back then. The decline of Heaven Sect was swiftly followed by the decline of the system. Master, what was the reason behind its decline? You said that it was peerless during its reign. She said. No one knows. It used to have 3 true emperors at the same time, that's matchless. Yujing spoke with pride. They also turned into ashes in just one night. Li Qie casually said. Yujing stopped and looked at Li Qie with astonishment. You know about this secret history, young noble? It's no secret since the story is in many ancient scrolls. Any avid reader knows about it. Li Qie replied. I see. The old man couldn't do anything but nod his head. Yes, our sect's records state the same. Heaven Sound and Stone Harmony fall from grace in just one night. He sighed disappointedly. Really, master? This was Xie's first time hearing this. Who could actually take down Heaven Sound when there are 3 true emperors around? And in one night? It's a mystery. Yujing shook his head. Heaven Sound was ridiculously strong back then. It had plenty of Eternals, not just 3 emperors. How could they rule the world otherwise? Nevertheless, it still only took one night. She was in disbelief. Not to mention Eternals and true emperors, one would be hard-pressed to find an ascender in Mingluo. Yujing continued, this is the central location of Heaven Sound. Look carefully, do you see anything different? Not really. She tilted her head in contemplation. After all, there were plenty of ruins in Mingluo City since it wasn't as prosperous as before. The other ruins are because of abandonment, the architectures are still around. However, this place suffered something incredible. The impact crushed everything down to pebbles. That's why you don't really see any slightly broken building here. He explained. You're right. She took another look around and this was indeed the case. No intact building could be found. She didn't realize this little detail before despite growing up here. Chapter 2575. So what actually happened here? She looked around and recognized the unique appearance of this ruin. I don't know, and I don't think anyone else does either. Her master shook his head. Our sect has no records of it, only a few lines. All in just a single night, came the decimation of an invincible sect. It was a great and shocking battle. Li Qie said, "Of course, it didn't actually happen here. This place was wiped out from the mere shockwaves." "It's that terrifying?" Yujing took a deep breath. Various accounts state that this place was very important to Heaven's Sound. It has been blessed by numerous emperors and eternals on top of wielding the power of a progenitor. In fact, some believe that the Tao source is right here, so this place should be indestructible. What kind of power did this? The most shocking thing to him was that here shockwaves from a battle did this? Nothing surprising. Li Qie said, 3 emperors and numerous eternals themselves failed, let alone this location and mere blessings. Yujing shuddered in horror. He was only a grand true god wanting to become an ascender. A true emperor was an unreachable being in his mind. A thing strong enough to annihilate those beings shouldn't exist. Xia looked at him with skepticism. She seldom left the city and has only seen stone harmony. Now, Mingluo was the biggest city around. An ascender was already amazing enough to her. Needless to say about eternals and true emperors. Not even in her dream would she see the sight of these beings being murdered. It's because your world is too small. The real thing is vaster than your imagination. Same with the experts in it. Li Qie said. She turned red and gave him the side eye. Humph. So what if my knowledge is limited? You're speaking as if you're 100 times stronger than me. She thought that he could only be a bit stronger than her master because they were similar in age. Hearing the rather disdainful comment left her unhappy. Swear, you're being rude again. Her master glared at her. Just a tiny bit stronger than you. Li Qie didn't seem to mind. Humph. She snorted again but didn't dare to act out because her master was around. She had no choice but to swallow her anger. Young noble, when you mentioned the destruction of our city earlier, is it true? Yujing hesitated before asking. Absolutely certain. To which Li Qie responded. 3 to 5 days at the earliest, or 10 days or so at the latest. A disaster is imminent here. Xia immediately disagreed. Master, don't listen to him. Our city is just fine. It's as tough as steel, so what kind of disaster can be coming? Be quiet. He yelled at her because as the master of stone clearing he wasn't as simple-minded as the young girl. He asked with horror, I don't think we have provoked a master or a monster recently, so where is it coming from? Have you heard of White Orchid? It disappeared in one night. Li Qie said. White Orchid. Yojing's heart jumped while sensing something ominous. I've heard the news about it. He took a deep breath while his face turned pale. The news took a while to travel the distance between the two cities. Master, White Orchid isn't around anymore? She became startled, having found out just now. Yes, I only heard about it this morning. Yujing said, the geezers from Luo probably received the news recently too, but they didn't want to start a panic. Why is it gone? She believed her master and also became aghast. White Orchid was one of the largest cities in their system, so this disaster naturally struck a chord with her. No idea, the entire city is missing. Not a single survivor has been found. Only an abyss is left behind. It's as if it evaporated from existence. Yojing's expression was serious. The disappearance of a great city was indeed a shocking matter to their system. That's why your city isn't doing that well. It's next. Li Qie added. What? Yujing blurted out in astonishment. Xia loudly joined in. No way. We're at least 10 times larger than White Orchid. The experts of the system are all here, so who can destroy? Her confidence tapered off towards the end. She didn't believe him at all in the beginning, but the news of White Orchid filled her mind with anxiety. Just run far away from Mingluo. If you care about the citizens, then evacuate them. Consider it a good deed for karma. Li Qie said. It won't happen. Stop daydreaming, she instinctively denied out of fear. He ignored her and closed his eyes again. Is there no other way outside of evacuating? Yujing calmed down and asked for help. I'm afraid Mingluo will become a second White Orchid, so you tell me. Li Qie smiled. Yujing has never thought about leaving the city, so he stood there in a daze. He looked around and said, where else can we go? This is our foundation. There is no stone clearing without Mingluo. Mossmaster, you really believe him? She asked. Yujing looked at her and sighed. We can't run away from reality. We're the largest and most populated city in Stone Harmony, So it makes sense that whatever it is, it will aim for us after White Orchid. What should we do then? She didn't want to face this truth. That's why she kept on reprimanding Li Chia for spreading the rumor since it touched on her deep fear. Just run away. It's already lucky that you will stay alive. Li Chia said. I won't leave Ming Luo. I'll die with my home if I have to. She glared at him. Yujing returned from his daze and stared at Li Chia, suddenly realizing something. Young noble, you must be here because... Li Chia finished the sentence for him, waiting for the disaster and the evil entity. So you wish to save our city, young noble? Yujing became ecstatic. He saw Li Chia casually killing the tree demons with a single finger. He believed the guy must at least be an ascender, perhaps even an eternal. Maybe there was a chance for their city with his help. Who says I want to save it? Li Chia chuckled. I'm only chasing after the evil thing. The survival of Ming Luo has nothing to do with me. Chapter 2576. The master-disciple duo was surprised by Li Chia's response. They didn't think he would refuse so quickly and with such conviction. Young noble, you are a supreme master. Please show benevolence and save the citizens of our city. Wu Yujing cupped his fist and bowed. Li Chia nodded his head slightly. No need for that, it's not too late to evacuate. Why wait for someone else to save you? Plus, I don't care about the citizens here or there or wherever. This isn't my land, so it's not my problem. Yujing had no response. Are you just going to watch several 100,000 people die? Xia loudly questioned him. And what are they to me? Li Chia wasn't angry at her tone. You! She glared and said indignantly. Aren't you a master? Is your heart made of stone and your blood runs cold? You're no master. You don't have the bearings of one. You're just a cruel villain. Don't be disrespectful. Yujing instantly yelled at her and apologized. Young noble, please forgive my disciple's indiscretion. Master, why are you apologizing to someone who turns a blind eye despite being capable? He's not worthy of respect, she felt wronged. Li Chia looked at her and smiled. Then you tell me why I should save them? They are strangers and I'm just a passerby. The world is vaster than you think with countless inhabitants. When a sect is destroyed, anywhere ranging from several hundred thousands or dozens of million people turn to ashes. Your city's death count would only be at the level of a third-rate sect's destruction, and this happens on a daily basis in 3 immortals. 10,000 or so of these sects fall every year, not to mention numerous other problems and disasters. So, as you can see, your city is only a grain of sand in the desert. If I try and save everyone who is in need of saving, I would never have the time to do anything else. What about you? Do you think you're merciful and kind enough to save everyone? How many have actually done so in history? Xueqi couldn't come up with a quick response. She wasn't aware of the cruelty and dangers in the outside world. Yujing sighed as well. Unlike his disciple, he understood that if Li Chia actually has the capability to save the city, his doing so would be out of mercy and kindness, but the opposite was logical as well. Why should he save Ming Luo City? Plus, the citizens here might not even appreciate his action. Some would think that it was his duty, that it was expected as a matter of course. Li Chia continued while looking at her. No one will save you or those around you. You need to do it yourself. Hoping for a savior is irresponsible and showing laziness towards your Tao. Plus, even if someone wants to play the role of a savior, then where do they start when so many are in trouble? Who is worthy of being saved? Who will make the rules and selection criteria? Thus, a savior will not save a particular city or race. They will only watch over the world itself and defend it when necessary, focusing on the grand scheme of things instead of saving individuals. She slowly digested the meanings behind his words. In the beginning, she thought that Li Chia was being cruel for turning a blind eye. But now, her thinking slightly changed. You are right, young noble. Yujing gently sighed and cupped his fist towards Li Chia. They couldn't force him to do anything. After all, each great master was eccentric and their ideals impossible to grasp. Their conversation came to a halt because 2 newcomers have entered the ruins. 2 youths. One walking in front and one lingering in the back. The first had expensive clothes, a multi-feathered robe with phoenix engravings. The feathers came from special birds and emitted spirituality. He wore a shiny golden crest, looking quite impressive. Each of his actions showed arrogance and pride as he looked down on the world. The youth in the back was the opposite. His clothes were shabby in comparison, but his demeanor showed that he was a crafty one. The well-dressed one carried a jade plate. After entering the ruins, this plate started glowing and shaking. He then told the one behind, "This place." "Very well, don't worry, young noble Mu. I will order people to tidy up the area." The one behind hurried said with nothing but reverence. The other youth nodded and put away his jade plate. The two of them then noticed Li Qia's group of three. The crafty youth came over and cupped his fist towards Yujing. "So it's you, Senior Wu, nice to see you." "Same to you, virtuous nephew Su." "This young noble is?" Yujing returned the gesture and asked about the well-dressed youth. He heard the name Moob earlier and felt his heart skip a beat. The well-dressed one also walked over with a smile on his face. "Ingjian, introduce us." His eyes were fixated on Lin Yixue, full of desires. Yixue naturally sensed this gaze and slightly shifted over behind Yujing. "This is young noble Mu, a student of Pure Sword True Emperor's first disciple." Su Ingjian started the introduction. "Young noble Mu, this is the sect master of stone clearing and Miss Lin." Mu Chungjie's cultivation wasn't great, but he was a favorite of his master. Moreover, in a small location like Mingluo, someone like Chungjie was considered a big shot. Plus, the Luo also had deep ties with the Mu. Yujing was stirred after finding out the youth's identity. He didn't dare to show slight and immediately cupped his fist. "So it is young noble Mu, it's an honor to meet you." "You're too kind." Chungjie nodded proudly, his eyes were still on Lin Xie the entire time. "Ingjian, I've only got here and don't know anyone. If Miss Lin is from the city, how about having her as my guide?" Well, Ingjian didn't know how to answer this direct request. Yujing naturally read the situation perfectly well. He instantly responded, "I know this city very well, may I be your guide? An old man like you is no fun." Chungjie became even more straightforward and waved his sleeve. "Miss, how about it? Take me around Mingluo and when you visit my clan later, I'll be your guide then." This was both a threat and a tempting offer. After all, the Mu was an unreachable behemoth compared to this tiny city. Chapter 2577. Remember, a sect like stone clearing could be found anywhere in imperial lineage. Plus, stone harmony has declined, so it didn't have any powerful lineage. The strongest one right now was the Luo faction of Mingluo City, Su Ingjian's sect. All in all, one couldn't rely on any backer in stone harmony because everyone was weak. On the other hand, the Mu was among the top 3 behemoths in imperial lineage. Being able to climb up to this behemoth was an honor for a sect like stone clearing. Moreover, Mu Chungjie was Pure Sword True Emperor's grand disciple. His future was quite bright, so currying his favor was a good opportunity. That's why Chungjie could be so unbridled. In his mind, taking a woman from this tiny place was no big deal. As long as he stated his identity and added some good words, so many female disciples would jump into his lap. The same would apply for this girl ahead. He couldn't help wanting to do things because she looked so innocent and soft. "No thank you." She refused right away. Yujing had a serious expression. This wasn't going to be good for their sect. Offending the Mu meant sure death since this clan could crush them like ants. The swift refusal vexed Chungjie. His expression turned ugly. This village girl dares to refuse the grand disciple of an emperor. Being able to enter our clan is a supreme honor. His expression sank. Yujing quickly mediated. "Young noble Mu, she's young and naive, please don't be offended." He didn't wish to antagonize the Mu. That's not a clan they could afford to mess with. "Old man, be smart and stand aside." Chungjie didn't look at the old man since his eyes were still on Yixue. He threatened. "Girl, I want you to be my woman tonight, it's not too late to follow me." Such overbearing haughtiness made Ingjian lament his luck. Alas, there was nothing he could do outside of serving this young master. Pah! Xia had nothing but contempt for this youth and hid behind Yujing. "Foolish woman." Chungjie had enough of the humiliation and his eyes turned cold. "Obediently follow me now lest I become angry. At that point, it'll be too late even if your seniors want to hand you over." "You!" Xia became furious. "Why is there a dog barking here?" A leisure voice suddenly interrupted. It was naturally Li Qie speaking, his eyes still closed. The two youths turned towards him since they didn't notice him before. He looked too ordinary, so Ingjian thought that he was only a regular disciple from stone clearing. Ignorant fool. Don't stick your nose in my business. Chungjie didn't give a damn about Li Qie due to his normal appearance. He revealed a murderous intent and threatened, "Break your arms and legs now, then apologize or I will kill your entire clan." He no longer held back his brutality because there wasn't a single sect in this system that could stop him. Not to mention his grandmaster. Just his master alone could destroy the entire place. That's why if he wanted a woman here, he will have her on top of killing everyone standing in his way. Slap. Li Qie still seemed to be sleeping while uttering one word. Pop. Blood gushed out of the youth's mouth along with broken teeth. His mouth changed shape as a result. Young noble Mu. Ingjian was shocked to see this. Chungjie composed himself but still had a twisted grimace. He shouted, "Little animal, you dare to hit me? I'm gonna cut you to pieces." Clank. He summoned a pair of gloves made from shiny pieces of metallic scales. Boom. He furiously smashed downward like using two hammers, aiming straight for Li Qie's head. This carried enough force to break a mountain. The enraged youth wanted nothing more than to smash the guy into a pulp, so he went all out, mustering the majority of his true energy. Only by smashing the guy's head into mashed potato would he be able to satiate this fury. Alas, the result was unexpected. Ingjian thought Li Qie's skull was about to be broken. However, Li Qie easily stopped the dual smash with a single finger. And Li Qie didn't bother looking at the youth. He added more force to his fingertip. Crack. The gloves shattered. Keep in mind that this treasure was personally crafted by Chungjie's master using precious metals. Extremely tough. Unfortunately, they broke like dried branches right now. Ah! Even his hands crumbled with blood staining the broken pieces of the gloves. They were pulverized completely. Brat, do you know who I am? Chungjie tried to run but couldn't. There seemed to be an invisible hand grasping him tightly. Do ants have names? Li Qie calmly said. My grandmaster is pure sword true emperor. The strongest being in Imperial. My Mu clan is the strongest lineage in Imperial. He boisterously revealed his backing. He believed that the title of his grandmaster alone could scare anyone in this godforsaken city. I have heard of them. Li Qie smiled, his eyes still closed. Then what are you waiting for? I command you to release me. Hurt a hair of mine and the Mu will not spare you. You can run to the farthest ocean and my grandmaster will kill you all the same. He bellowed. Young noble, spare him this once. Yu Jing quietly begged. Just imagining the army of the Mu coming to this place made him shudder. The true emperor is invincible under the heaven and can kill anyone regardless of the distance. Please show mercy. Ingjian added, horrified. He wouldn't be able to answer the superiors since he was Chungjie's guide. All are ants. I'm planning to take a trip to that clan and flatten them anyway, so this is just fine. Li Qie said. The group became stunned. The Mu and the great emperor were untouchable existences in their mind, but Li Qie only viewed them as ants? Isn't that insanely arrogant? Little animal, just this sentence alone of yours is punishable with the extermination of your 9 clans, Chungjie screamed. Pop. Li Qie slightly flicked his finger and what's left of the youth scattered away with the wind. So noisy, he said after rendering the youth down to blood. The group was horrified and stumbled backward. Chapter 2578. Both Wu Yujing and Su Ingjian felt their hair standing on end, frozen on the spot with their mouth agape. Even Lin Yixue was scared out of her mind. This was her first time seeing a person so easily rendered into a mist of blood. All three were speechless while watching the mist of blood scatter to the wind. Yujing and Ingjian blanched at the result, fearing for the future. The youth was a member of the Mu, and not just a regular disciple. He was the grand disciple of a true emperor, so his status wasn't shabby in the clan. But now, he has been killed in Mingluo City. Just imagine the consequence if the Mu were to find out. They would certainly investigate a death when it's a regular disciple. As for the grand disciple of the emperor, their fury might result in the destruction of Mingluo. Either the clan itself or the emperor alone could annihilate the city without any problem. You really killed him, Ingjian stuttered. He hoped that this was only a bad dream because he led Chungjie here. How could he respond to the guy's master and the Mu? Yep. Li Qie nonchalantly said. Don't you know that he's a pure sword true emperor's grand disciple, a favored member of the clan? Ingjian was louder and impolite at the start before realizing his impropriety. He staggered backward and started speaking softer towards the end. Li Qie could easily kill Qingjie and he wasn't necessarily stronger than Qingjie, so Li Qie could also do the same to him. Fortunately enough, Li Qie seemed to ignore his indiscretion. Young noble, I'm afraid trouble is coming. I heard the Mu is very protective of their own, they won't drop this. The emperor himself might get involved. Yu Jing said, aghast at the fact that they have provoked an emperor. Just one true emperor. Don't waste your breath talking about this, I'll just need to kill him when he's here. Li Qie said. Yu Jing and Ingjian were astounded. Li Qie said, kill him in such a casual manner when he was talking about an emperor. You have done it now, this is the end of Ming Luo. Ingjian murmured. Scram. Li Qie ordered insipidly without looking at the youth. Ingjian shuddered in fear and immediately ran away, not daring to utter a retort. Yu Jing sighed after calming down. This whole thing seemed like a nightmare. He had never experienced so much anxiety before. Go now. Li Qie didn't bother looking at the two before waving his sleeve. Leave the city now. This is a troubled place that can go down at any moment. Yu Jing knew that someone of Li Qie's power wouldn't need to lie to him. If he said that Ming Luo is going down, it's going down. Thank you for your help, young noble. I'm ashamed that I can't offer my assistance due to my shallow cultivation. The only thing I can do is forever be grateful for your kindness. Yu Jing got on the ground and said. Li Qie accepted the grand gesture, his eyes still closed. The master-disciple duo began to leave. Xueqi couldn't help staring at Li Qie and opening her mouth. Alas, she didn't know what to say. In the beginning, she thought that he was a normal cultivator due to his appearance. After leaving the ruins, her master sighed and said, Xueqi, go tell your parents and clan members to gather their valuables and start evacuating the Willing. We'll be leaving Mingluo City. We're really leaving, master? She stopped walking. Yes. Yu Jing put on a serious expression. As fast as possible. We need to be out of here in 3 days at the latest. Our sect's disciples and their family members, as well as any willing citizens, will be leaving. But this is our home. We have been here for generations, master. Are we really abandoning it? She couldn't accept this. I know. Yu Jing said helplessly. Everyone in the sect has grown up here, but we have no choice right now. Master, is there really no other way? She knew each blade of leaf and tree in this place. Suddenly leaving her home was too much to handle. None. Yu Jing said, a disaster is coming and the city will be just like White Orchid. Only a dark pit will be here. Xueqi stood petrified. Leaving the safest and most prosperous place in her mind wasn't easy. Where should we go then, master? She eventually asked. Despite her unwillingness, she had to follow her fellow sect members. Yu Jing didn't have a clue because Ming Luo was the top city in Stone Harmony. There were several other cities beside White Orchid, but they were on a smaller scale compared to Ming Luo. Moreover, some of them were very far away. Leaving the system wasn't quite possible. Not to mention whether other systems would take them in or not. Just getting there was the real challenge. Their cultivation was too shallow and couldn't fly across the long distance. A portal was required, but their entire system had no such thing. There might be portals left in the ruins. Alas, they were too weak to activate them. One possibility was having another system activate these pathways for a fee. The question was, could they afford the payment? Perhaps the entire stone clearing sect could muster up the sum for him alone. However, bringing anyone else was impossible due to the fees. Yu Jing thought of one particular place, the area he went in for medicines. It was remote and safe in the mountains on top of being very large. I know a place. We'll move there for now until the storm is over. Then we'll decide whether to rebuild or do something else. He comforted Xie and more importantly, himself. Okay, let's go. Xie didn't wallow in despair since there were many things to be done. Yuer, leave Stone Harmony if you have the chance later. I'm sure our sect can muster the travel fee for you. Yu Jing said while looking at the disciple he loves like a daughter. Why do you want me to leave? She asked. It's over for Stone Harmony. People only await death here. Your talents aren't bad, so you will have a chance to prove yourself and shine. The sect can actually gather enough money for one person. She didn't know how to respond. Chapter 2579. Li Qie waited in the ruins for the incoming darkness. He knew that this underground entity wouldn't be slumbering for long. It will appear again at the next target, Mingluo City. He patiently sat despite the rains and winds since they didn't affect him in the slightest. 3 days passed by just like that. A series of urgent footsteps resounded along with ragged breathing, prompting him to open his eyes. A while after, a figure rushed in, stumbling back and forth before falling in front of him. Save our sect, the quivering girl begged, lacking the strength to even get up. It was Lin Xie, bloodied and wounded. She has clearly been part of a tough battle. He gently sighed and placed his hand above her head, pouring Grand Dao power into her. She suddenly became spirited and full of life like the return of spring. Her wounds instantly healed without needing ointments and medicines. "Young noble, please help stone clearing," she hastily beseeched since he was her last hope. What happened? He remained emotionless. "Luo faction surrounded our sect, wanting to kill us all," she anxiously said. Li Qie raised his brow in response. Master wanted to leave Ming Luo and was ready to bring the citizens along. Some have heard about the news and agreed to leave with us, but Luo faction suddenly surrounded our sect and accused us of spreading disruptive rumors. Her voice trailed off towards the end because she had also accused him of doing so before, fully aware of the irony. So it turned out that Yu Jing didn't only gather his disciples, he also tried to convince the inhabitants in the city to leave. Stone clearing was one of the strongest sects in Stone Harmony. If Luo faction was considered to be number 1, then stone clearing could be among the top 5, perhaps even the top 3. Wu Yujing himself was one of the few grand true god in Stone Harmony. He had a prestigious status in Ming Luo, loved and respected by the people. That's why when he said a disaster was coming on top of evacuating his sect, many other inhabitants agreed to follow. Everything happened smoothly until Luo faction decided to interfere, wanting to take down stone clearing. Their reason was very simple: that stone clearing wanted to disturb the peace and orders of Ming Luo. This was affecting the very foundation of the city. There was obviously another reason. As the saying goes, one mountain can't accommodate 2 tigers. This faction already harbored similar ideas in the past. However, stone clearing was here before Luo faction and had the trust of the citizens. Wu Yujing was also very powerful. That's why Luo faction didn't dare to do anything in order to avoid killing 1,000 enemies while losing 800 men. This event gave them the perfect opportunity. Plus, stone clearing didn't have their defenses ready either. They were weaker in the first place on top of being caught off guard. Hastily rushing into battle left them at a great disadvantage. Yujing and his fellow disciples fought while retreating at the same time. Eventually, they were forced inside their most resilient fort. Meanwhile, the Luo completely surrounded the area, ready for a siege. Yujing felt despair because of the failed evacuation on top of this unexpected attack. He suddenly thought of Li Qie during this hopeless moment. Because of this, they tried to break through several times and Lin Xie finally made it out to run here. Li Qie looked at her after hearing the full story, unmoved. "Please save our sect," she sobbed after seeing his expression since he was the only one who could save them. Li Qie gently sighed after seeing her tears and nodded. "Let's go." "Really?" She became ecstatic and found herself in the air already, carried by Li Qie. Ming Luo might seem like a large city to normal people, but Li Qie only needed one step to appear on the battlefield. There were several thousand disciples in black surrounding the fort. Their uniforms emitted a black luster under the sun. Their weapons had a cold glow as well, full of murderous intent. Any spectator would shudder at this sight. These were the elites of Luo faction. They were truly going all out in order to destroy stone clearing. How can stone clearing get out of this? A neutral cultivator quietly said. "I see Yang Tingyu personally presiding over this. He's the only one who can suppress Sect Master Wu. But, really, Sect Master Wu is really strong for surviving Tingyu's imperial arts." Another replied. "Shu, call him Faction Lord Yang, not by his name." His friend immediately reminded him. "Faction Lord Yang will be able to unify Stone Harmony soon." An older cultivator said, "He's still a disciple of Pure Sword True Emperor, so young yet already the strongest in the system. It makes sense for him to lead Stone Harmony. He's only a disciple in name." Another old cultivator unhappily snorted. So what? He's still a disciple. The former responded, just that status alone is enough to threaten all of stone harmony. Who dares to oppose him? The other had no response. Yang Tingyu was the current sect master of Luo faction, also the greatest genius in the system. Perhaps its strongest expert as a grand true god. Remember, grand true gods were the strongest existences in stone harmony. Only 5 or so were in this area. The others were old men on the verge of death, but Tingyu was still young and vigorous. Most importantly, he was a true emperor's disciple, albeit in name only. During an outing in the past, the emperor took a favor and taught him a thing or two. Though he didn't pass down any merit law, Tingyu could still be considered a disciple in name. The emperor himself implicitly agreed with this. This achievement alone was enough for Tingyu to brag about for a lifetime in stone harmony. After all, a true emperor was untouchable. Being able to meet one was a glorious matter, but Tingyu actually took it a step further. That's why despite his young age, he was on a path to become the leader of stone harmony. People praised him above his actual abilities. The guy was also very ambitious and wanted to unify the system. Destroying stone clearing was a very important step in his conquest. Chapter 2580. The inhabitants of Mingluo held their breath during the containment. Ordinary mortals were powerless to get involved in a feud between cultivators. Though stone clearing had a good reputation and their sect master was beloved by the people, no cultivators dared to speak up for them right now, let alone joining in. Luo faction prospered in the present, especially after Yang Tingyu became its leader. Everyone could see that this guy had boundless potential, definitely able to become an ascender, perhaps even an eternal. He was the real deal. Due to these circumstances, who would want to become his enemies or offend him? Everyone could see that unification under him was only a matter of time. The black-armored soldiers have surrounded the fort in entirety and stone clearing was making its last struggle. A defeat was inevitable. Stone clearing is going to be history. An older cultivator became emotional and took a deep breath. It wasn't only out of pity because they could be the next victims after stone clearing. Alas, there was nothing they could do to stop Yang Tingyu's pace. Wu Yuzheng was extremely worried and continued to look towards the ruins. Though they managed to break Lin Yixue out, he wasn't confident in Li Qie coming for help, not even in the slightest. After all, they didn't know Li Qie, so why should he help their sect? A master like him was completely unpredictable with conventional wisdom. He was wounded after fighting against Yang Tingyu's domineering imperial arts. The only reason he managed to survive was due to his ample energy. He knew that they wouldn't be able to resist the faction for long after several more attacks. If Li Qie didn't appear then, destruction was imminent. Master, will that person come? A disciple next to him asked. His peers were shuddering while looking at the combatants sieging them. They have tried several times to break through but only ended up with heavy casualties. He should. Yuzheng murmured, trying to raise morale for both his disciples and himself. In this blink of an eye, 2 people descended from the sky and landed in front of the fort, standing before the sieging army. Yuzheng immediately noticed this and shouted with jubilation, "He's here! Thank goodness we're saved now." Tears filled his eyes since he was ready for the worst, but at the very last moment, a savior has appeared. The appearance of these 2 naturally caused a stir. Isn't that the girl who ran away earlier? Why is she back? Does she have a death wish? A spectator became surprised. Another paid attention to Li Qie. Who is that guy? Reinforcement? That's useless because no one in our system is stronger than Yang Tingyu and his faction. Clank. Many black-armored soldiers turned and aimed their sharp spears at Li Qie, full of bloodthirst. It's you! Su Yingjian was astounded to see this person and staggered backward. Be on guard. The soldiers obeyed and surrounded Li Qie, ready to kill. Yingjian regretted being unable to stop Yixue from escaping earlier. He didn't think she would be able to invite this man. Who is this brat? Yingjian's serious reaction took the crowd off guard. Everyone shook their heads since they didn't recognize Li Qie, let alone know who he is. He didn't look like a master at all. Humph! A thunderous snort resounded. The soldiers made way as a group came forward. This group consisted of many experts from Luo faction. Yang Tin Dash. No, faction Lord Yang is here. The spectators put on a respectful act. Yang Tingyu looked quite gallant with an exceptional presence. He wore a big robe while his cloak fluttered in the wind, definitely looking like an impressive lord. "You're the master in the ruins?" he coldly asked while glaring at Li Qie. Li Qie chuckled and shook his head. "My name is Li Qie. People refer to me as Fiercest, remember this well." Li Qie, Fiercest? The crowd exchanged glances of confusion. No one has heard of this person before. The guy was boasting about being the fiercest? That's a very arrogant title. Tingyu stared intensely at Li Qie before speaking. "We're not enemies. The Mu clan will deal with your murder of that child. Today, it is an internal matter of our system. Outsiders shouldn't get involved. So please stand aside. Don't interfere with our feud." This respectful response surprised people again. Why was Tingyu so courteous towards this ordinary person? Remember, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Tingyu is standing at the apex in stone harmony. However, he was right about one thing. In Three Immortals, outsiders really shouldn't interfere with internal affairs or the feuds between members of one system. It was a known taboo. Sects might be killing each other, but they were still considered as part of the same system. They didn't need others to get involved. "Oh, that's your problem, but I'm here now. Be smart and scram, or I'll make blood flows like rivers." Jaws dropped to the ground and eyes started seeing stars. People couldn't calm down. Does he not know who he is facing? That's the #1 master in our stone harmony. One spectator blurted. "Who the hell is he? Boasting like that against Yang Tingyu?" An older cultivator said. "You." Yang Tingyu's expression soured while taking one step backward from shock. His eyes became fierce. "You are too arrogant. This is stone harmony. I know. I won't repeat myself again, scram." Li Qie interrupted with a hand wave. Yang Tingyu turned red since he has never experienced such disdain before in stone harmony. While outside the system, everyone knew that he was an emperor's disciple, so even the experts treated him with courtesy. Now, such public disdain forced him to make a move, or his reputation and prestige would be gone with the wind. It would deter his ambitious path towards unification. He decided to bark back. "You're pushing it. Our Luo faction has never been afraid of anyone before. Anyone who dares to act all that in stone harmony will become ours and the entire system's enemy." "Sword." Li Qie ignored the guy and raised his hand. The shocked Xueqi regained her wits and brought her sword over. Li Qie casually unsheathed the sword without looking over and said, "Flee now, or it will be too late once I make my move. Get ready for battle." The alarmed Ing Jian commanded the soldiers. Chapter 2581. Clank. The soldiers stopped surrounding the fort and focused on Li Qie instead. The shiny spear tips aimed straight at him. There was no doubt that this was the most elite force in stone harmony. They were battle-hardened and personally trained by Yang Tingyu. "Master, will he be all right?" A disciple inside the fort became worried and asked Wu Yujing. "Don't meddle, since that might annoy the young noble." Yujing shook his head, thinking that the eccentric masters didn't like others interfering with their business. He could finally breathe easy now since Li Qie was here. Their sect was saved. "It's about to start," the spectator said softly. A soft voice sounded. "Can Li Qie stop the Black Steel elites? They're definitely unstoppable in our system." Even if he can, Yang Tingyu is waiting to make his move on the side. He'll be killed once Tingyu uses his imperial moves. He's the only one with them here. Those imperial arts are indeed unbeatable. A few have witnessed the moves with their own eyes and became intimidated. They saw him suppressing Wu Yujing with them, causing the guy to vomit blood. Li Qie chuckled at the enemies and said, "Picking the hard way instead of the easy way." Yang Tingyu shouted, "I'll show you the fate of those who dare to look down on our Luo fact dash." Before the guy could finish, Li Qie casually swung his sword as if he was playing with fallen leaves. "Go dash!" Ing Jian shouted before coming to a halt. Pluff! Several thousand heads started to fly up in the air at the same time from a single sword sweep. Their eyes were wide open as they watched the pillars of blood gush out of their neck, resulting in a rain of blood. They tried to scream after seeing their falling body, but no sound could come out. Rumble! Several thousand corpses fell on their back, resulting in an amazing scene almost like a blossoming lotus flower. Blood flowed and came together through the gaps, heading for lower elevation just like rivers. The astounded crowd couldn't believe this scene. Just a second ago, these soldiers were in their prime state, ready to deliver the fatal blow. Alas, just one casual cut from Li Qie decapitated them before they could react. Black steel was considered the strongest legion in Stone Harmony, but it has become history after today. A single slash has annihilated an entire force. Ugh! The pale Lin Yixue couldn't help but vomit everything, even the bile in her stomach. Her legs felt weak, so she nearly dropped to the ground. As a cultivator, she has seen murders before, but nothing to this extent. One raised sword and thousands of heads fell down. Many spectators started vomiting as well. The soldiers in the fort were scared out of their mind and felt strength leaving their body. A tiny place like Stone Harmony has never experienced such a grand carnage before. That's horrifying. One frightened soul murmured. This would traumatize the crowd for the rest of their lives. Earlier, some were chastising Li Qie for being arrogant, but they shut their mouth now. Why do people never believe me? Li Qie blew away the blood on his sword and returned it to the sheath held by Yixue. I always tell the truth. If I say blood will flow like rivers, it will. The crowd staggered backward, shuddering at his sight. He looked like a god of death to them now, one horrifying beyond imagination. Do you believe me now? He looked at Tang Tingyu. The guy composed himself and felt an overwhelming dread. Li Qie's gaze made him stumble backward. Make your move. I'm not a bully. Li Qie stood there with both hands behind his back. The crowd was utterly convinced by Li Qie, no longer thinking that he was too arrogant. They wondered if the #1 expert of Stone Harmony could actually take him on. You think you're unbeatable? No, my master is a true emperor, capable of plucking the stars and stomping the sun. Yang Tingyu coldly said. He couldn't be any more blatant, that Li Qie was strong, but his master was even stronger and could take him down. The crowd took a deep breath. One person recalled his identity. Right, he's still the disciple of an emperor. They stared at Li Qie instead. The emperor was one thing, but he also had a behemoth in the Mu clan behind him. Though Tingyu was only a disciple in name, he was still the emperor's disciple. The emperor himself had acknowledged this. These beings rarely took in disciples, so they wouldn't ignore the murder of one. If Li Qie were to kill Tingyu, the emperor would definitely get involved. This person was strong, but how was he compared to Pure Sword True Emperor? Start. Li Qie demanded. Tingyu didn't expect for his threat to not work. Bringing up Pure Sword True Emperor wasn't enough to scare his opponent. Fine, to the death today. He gritted his teeth and no longer gave a damn. He really had no other choice since he couldn't escape. Fighting was the only option. Boom! He raised both hands to the air as flames engulfed his body. A majestic aura shot upward. Screech! A totem in the form of a fire phoenix appeared behind him. It soared to the sky with a blazing trail. This particular creature emitted the aura of a true emperor. Chapter 2582. The fire phoenix ravaged the sky with its flame. An imperial aura and divine glow emerged magnificently. A technique from an imperial art. A spectator roared. Can he win now? An older cultivator also became shocked. This was the only imperial technique in Stone Harmony. The decline of the system heralded the end for many sections. Amazing techniques and weapons disappeared from the world as a result. Later on, it had a single imperial law left in the possession of its strongest sect, Luo faction. However, few could actually cultivate it successfully. Yang Tingyu was one of them, also the youngest to have accomplished this. This art allowed him to defeat many foes. That's why he earned the title of being #1 in Stone Harmony. Yang Tingyu was a grand true god, but in terms of raw internal power, he was inferior to Wu Yujing. Alas, Yujing didn't have an imperial art, so he lost immediately the moment Tingyu used his. Screech! The phoenix flapped its wings and sent out waves of fire. Go! Yang Tingyu roared and issued endless flame as well. He and the phoenix became one before flying straight for Li Qie. His flame incinerated the world, boiling the ocean and burning the sun and moon. This annihilative force wanted to completely swallow Li Qie. The domineering scene left people speechless. They believed that his art was unbeatable and could burn any master to ashes regardless of how powerful they were. Watch it! Yixue was shaken and quickly warned him. However, Li Qie didn't bat an eye and simply raised his foot before stomping down. Boom! Despite the surging flame filling the sky and his wondrous momentum, Tingyu was still suppressed by the stomp all the same as if he was an ant. His abilities and methods were rendered ineffective. Screech! The phoenix wanted to soar again, so its flame became even more radiant and hot. This was its final struggle. Unfortunately, even a real phoenix wouldn't be able to escape his stomp, let alone one made out of fire. He slightly increased the strength and the phoenix instantly turned into smoke. The great bird was no different than a tiny spark of fire, so easily extinguished. At the same time, young Tingyu's chest was crushed while issuing horrific cracking noises. He naturally spat out blood. Ah! He screamed in agony. Time seemed to be frozen. Everyone's mouth was open big enough to fit in a goose egg. An imperial art was peerless in the mind of these disciples, the very best of merit laws. In the past, whenever young Tingyu resorted to this art, it meant assured victory. However, this all changed today. His art was nullified completely, and he was just as weak as anyone else below Li Qia's foot. The crowd couldn't utter a single word after seeing this. No one else in the system could have withstood this move since it was the strongest merit law utilized by the strongest master of their system. Li Qia's murderous slash was already frightening enough, displaying his brutality in full. Now his stomp has crushed this imperial law. This took away the hope of the spectators and crushed the system's pride into ashes just like that phoenix earlier. The members of Stone Harmony felt unprecedented despair, a feeling of powerlessness. They looked up at Li Qia's average frame and saw a giant wearing the sky and stomping on the earth. They were nothing in comparison, so they dropped to the ground, becoming empty-headed. Just think about it. Even the strongest merit law was nothing to him. Their own merit laws and Tao became even more insignificant in comparison. What was the point of cultivating then? They couldn't rise above being an ant. The brutal slash earlier was already traumatizing, but this stomp would wake them up in the middle of the night for years to come. The entire city became quiet. The spectators didn't dare to breathe loudly. Alas, some couldn't help but tremble. Told you, but you didn't listen. Li Qia looked at him and said, "Some people won't cry till they see the coffins. Kill me then. I'm a bitch if I let out even a little groan." Tingyu yelled. He was indeed courageous and didn't bother begging for mercy after losing. "No, killing you won't increase my infamy. I'll let you walk away with your life." Li Qia smiled. This naturally shocked the crowd. Some thought that he was joking. Li Qia raised his foot and kicked Tingyu to the side. The man was bloodied and stared at Li Qia in disbelief. He was ready to die but didn't expect to be spared. "Do you know why I'm not killing you?" Li Qia glanced at him and said, "Since you're pure sword true emperor's disciple, go tell him that Fiercest, the person who killed his little brother, is right here waiting for him. I'm too lazy to go to the Mu clan, so this will save me a trip. Tell them to all come with their neck ready for decapitation." Tingyu and the rest became horrified. This was a blatant and domineering challenge to both an invincible emperor and the monstrous Mu clan. Chapter 2583. Stone Harmony was a downtrodden place, but people here have still heard of the title Pure Sword along with the Mu clan. In their eyes, the emperor was an untouchable existence above the firmament, completely invincible. As for the Mu, they have been famous for generations and dominated imperial, virtually peerless. It could easily destroy any sect, regardless of the system they're in. But now, Li Qia declared his intention of taking down these two beings without thinking twice. This was domineering beyond words. In the past, people would laugh at him for being arrogant, but now, they have seen his power. That's why they were shaking with fear, for this was a being above their station. Young Tingyu became pale before this monster. Only an emperor or an eternal could stop him. "Fine, I will send your message." Tingyu gritted his teeth and left without lingering around. Li Qia chuckled and returned to his ruins, not bothering to check on Stone Clearing sect. Unbelievable. Some sat on the ground while the more cowardly has already peed in their pants. Since when does our city have such a monstrous person? They felt as if there was a primordial beast slumber in the ruins now. It would smash someone to a pulp if bothered. They glanced at each other, not knowing when Li Qia came to Ming Luo. Is he a supreme genius from our system? One youth fantasized. A senior immediately chastised him with a slap to the back of the head. "Are you still sleeping? Our withered system can't produce this level of genius, not even if we exchange every bit of resources." "Yes, Our system can't handle someone like that. The rest smiled wryly. Meanwhile, the disciples from Stone Clearing finally calmed down. A few that were paralyzed on the ground finally got up. It's finally over, we're saved. They should be excited right now after the utter defeat of Luo faction and Yongting Yu. But this wasn't the case. Only fear remained even after Li Qie was long gone. Even their teeth were still chattering. If they were to catch the tiniest glimpse of him right now, they would immediately get on their knees, lacking the courage to even look at him. This being was too supreme and oppressive. Lin Yixue took a while before calming down as well. She returned to Wu Youjing's side. Your effort has borne fruit since you managed to invite the young noble to save the sect. Youjing heaved a sigh of relief to see that she was fine. She smiled back, still a bit discombobulated from current events. Just a few days ago, she was rather impolite towards Li Qie, even going as far as threatening to teach him a lesson. She was full of confidence about beating him up if he continued to spread the rumors. But now, she realized that she was only a sheep prancing in front of a primordial beast. It could easily consume her and she wouldn't satiate its appetite in the slightest. She found herself to be very ignorant and amusing back then, no different from a clown. Li Qie was very merciful by not flicking her to death. Moreover, he even saved Stone Clearing, displaying his benevolence and generosity. She contemplated the immensity of the outside world. These supreme beings were too far away and how impossible it was to catch up. Swear. Youjing raised his voice, bringing her back from her reflection. Master. She looked at him. Gather your things because we need to leave now. Youjing told her. We're still leaving, Master? She looked a bit confused. Yes, we can't stay here even if that disaster doesn't come. Youjing stared towards the horizon. Why? Yixue didn't understand. It won't be long before the great army of the Mu comes here, personally led by the true emperor. They won't let anyone challenge their authority. He gently sighed. Our city will turn into a battlefield then. Just one little exchange and it might become ashes. No, even the entire system might suffer this fate. He became dejected, but there was nothing else he could do. What he needed to focus on was an evacuation for both his disciples and the regular citizens. She quietly nodded and gathered her stuff. As they were leaving, she couldn't help staring towards the ruins. From now on, she might not be able to meet that man again since they were from two different worlds. In the end, she sighed and followed her seniors out of Mingluo City. After this battle, people in Mingluo avoided the ruins as much as they could. They stay far away from the entrance even if they needed to pass by it. Luo faction fell in one night. The Black Legion consisted of their elites, acting as the pillars and the strongest fighting force. Losing it was a great blow. Yang Tingyu's departure left them in a chaotic state, like a snake without its head. Many disciples thought that Li Qie was coming for them as well, so they started to flee during the night. Because of this, no one interfered with the evacuation effort from Stone Clearing. Due to Youjing's reputation, many inhabitants agreed to follow him. They knew that a disaster was approaching, so they gathered their stuff to leave the city. Of course, some chose to stay since the city was their home. They needed it to survive or at least wanted to protect it. It was better to die here than some other places. Some cultivators were running as well, albeit in fewer numbers compared to the mortals. Why are you in such a hurry? A disaster might not come, but even if it does, we can still run then. Others disagreed. Nonsense, putting that disastrous rumor aside, the Mu is coming too. When that army comes, it's over for Mingluo. A runner snorted. All in all, it didn't take long before the city had less than one half of its original population. It became quieter than before. It's over for Mingluo. A few older cultivators knew about the potential complications but chose not to leave. Why aren't you running away then? Someone asked them. Where to? One old man among the group responded. Not just this city but all of Stone Harmony will be affected by the great battle when the Mu army gets here. Since we'll die anyway, we might as well stick around and catch a glimpse of a battle at the Imperial level. That's not a bad way to go. His peers found this to be a reasonable take. Chapter 2584. As people evacuated from the city came a period of quietness. From the start, everyone assumed that this would last for a while, but the liveliness has returned on the second day. Rumble! A portal appeared after a spatial fluctuation right above the city. The sky darkened due to a great ship leaving the portal. Next, multiple people jumped off the ship. What's going on? This surprised the city inhabitants. Outsiders, experts from another system. An old expert murmured, "The army of the Mu?" Spectators took a deep breath. Fortunately, it wasn't the army of the Mu, contrary to everyone's expectation. These experts took a look around Mingluo after landing down. They were civilized and didn't chase away the people here. After an inspection, they left and took camp in the ruins outside the city limits. Where are they from? This question naturally popped up. How rare, such a powerful system visiting us. Is something big really happening? The older experts were still afraid. Stone Harmony rarely had visitors now, and for personal reasons. Big groups seldom entered this system since it was inferior to a third-rate sect. The Withering World didn't produce any precious urban material, so the rest of Imperial had zero interest in it. Even the merchants wouldn't come here since the poor members of the system couldn't afford to buy anything. Not to mention making a profit, they would only be throwing away the money invested into the traveling fees. Thus, this powerful group brought about a wave of astonishment and curiosity. This was simply the beginning. A while after this group, one could hear buzzing noise again above the sky. Multiple portals emerged and out came various groups, legions, sect expedition, or a party of 3 to 5. There were around 100,000 or so outsiders arriving in just a short time, perhaps even outnumbering the city inhabitants. These experts came from the big systems and have disrupted the short-lived tranquility on top of scaring the natives. Normally, these natives knew each other very well, but now, the streets were filled with strangers powerful enough to destroy the city in a rage. Fear was the correct reaction. It wasn't all bad though. The inns were instantly filled and businesses had a great time because of the outsiders' generosity. Some big sects even chose to pay a handsome sum so that the native sects would give up their place. Of course, it was all relative. What considered to be sky-high payment to the natives wasn't much in the grand scheme of things. This influx of experts from all over the world didn't end. More and more continued to come to Mingluo City. I don't get it. Is a heavenly treasure appearing? Anxiety remained for the natives. In their mind, their system was a place where even the birds didn't want to shit. The outsiders had nothing but contempt for Stone Harmony. Coming to this system would only dirty their shoes, akin to city people visiting a pigsty out in the village for the first time. But now, it was as if a gold mine has been found here. Thus, many native cultivators thought that a great treasury must have appeared in their city. Well, maybe we do have a lot of ancestors. Remember when our system reigned the world? Numerous treasures have gathered here. Someone quietly said. In fact, many shared this thought. There had to be a reason why these outsiders choose to come here. Because of this, a few hopeful natives actually began digging in their own house or familiar areas to test their luck. Meanwhile, Li Qie ignored the rowdiness outside. He continued to meditate, as still as a statue. Some outsiders entered his ruins as well, but they only took a look before leaving without caring about Li Qie. In their eyes, he was only a normal cultivator not worthy of their attention. He simply smiled and shook his head at them. So greedy, like a snake wanting to swallow an elephant. They won't even know how they'll die when the time comes. The more people, the more prey for it to fill its stomach. He naturally knew why they were coming. The news of White Orchid has attracted the attention of numerous systems. The powerful ones have guessed a thing or two, so they hurriedly made their way here. Stone Harmony was too weak to stop invaders, so they could come to Mingluo without facing any opposition. They could do whatever they wanted in this weak system and would leave after the party. It didn't matter if the entire place would turn to ashes or not. Li Qie didn't care enough about these outsiders as long as they don't provoke him. They would be courting death otherwise. Today, 2 people returned to see Li Qie. Why are you 2 here? I told you to run as far away as possible. Li Qie opened his eyes to look at the 2 kneeling on the ground. They were no other than Wu Yujing and Lin Yixue. We couldn't thank you on that day, so here we are to show our gratitude. The 2 respectfully bowed. Li Qie accepted and waved his sleeve. Stand up. The 2 obeyed and got up. Li Qie left right after saving their sect, so they never got the chance to thank him until now. I'm sure you 2 didn't come here just to bow. Li Qie looked at them. Yujing smiled wryly and told the truth. This place is still our home. Our legacy is here, so I'm just back to take a look. After taking everyone to a safe location, he couldn't abandon Ming Luo due to the history here. He returned in order to protect it because he was old and didn't have much longer to live anyway. At the very least, he wouldn't feel any regret by dying in this manner. Thus, after preparing everything, he decided to return. Lin Yixue also wouldn't take no for an answer. He had no choice but to take the stubborn girl back as well. Chapter 2585. Let the past be the past. The ancestral legacy can't be defended. As long as you're capable, rebuilding is always a possibility and not a bad choice. Li Qie advised. Yu Jing smiled awkwardly. Young noble, please don't laugh, but we have no abilities to speak of and can't replicate the task of our ancestors. I'm only wishing for enough luck that our estate will survive the disaster. He sighed and continued with a bitter smile. I won't live for much longer now and will return to the soil. While I still have some breaths remaining, I might as well try my best for future descendants and die without regrets. Plus, dying at home is all I can ask for. More often than not, it was a luxury for a displaced man to die and be buried in their homeland. Li Qie didn't respond. But this child is so stubborn. The more I say no, the more she wants to return, only to die. Yu Jing looked over at Yixue and helplessly said, Master. She stared at the ground instead. This is my home too, I want to stay. I'm not afraid of death if it's here. Silly girl. You are still young with numerous opportunities in the future. Yu Jing shook his head. The girl remained quiet. She was someone who would never change her mind after making a decision. Mingluo City is no longer yours. Li Qie said flatly. Forget about defending your inheritance because if people want to take it, they can annihilate you with a single finger. Yu Jing knew that Li Qie was telling the truth, so he had no response. In fact, he was startled earlier, thinking that he came to the wrong place. Mingluo has become so lively all of a sudden with numerous members of the big systems. These experts consisted of true gods at the very least with no lack of ascenders. He felt his scalp tingling as a result. It wasn't hard for them to take over his sect. Those powerful ascenders could kill him with ease. Stay here for now instead of suiciding outside. Li Qie commanded. The two had a surprised expression, not expecting him to actually take them in. After all, he has already shown enough mercy by saving their sect earlier. They were nothing but strangers. Thank you, young noble. The two bowed again. Yixue was especially ecstatic and stole glances at him, albeit with reservation. Just being able to stay in the city was more than enough for her despite the rains and winds in this place. Of course, they decided to build a tiny wooden house instead, a temporary abode for the three. Having a roof didn't matter to Li Qie. If he wanted to, he could have modified the terrain to establish a great palace. Yixue was happy to have this wooden house and did a perfect job cleaning the place. She even decorated it with some flowers to make it presentable. Young noble, why are these great powers here? Yu Jing asked inside the house, unable to restrain his curiosity. He found Li Qie rather easy to get along with despite his brutality in battle. Are the rumors about treasures true? He heard these rumors while coming back and even saw cultivators excavating in his sect's territory. Do you think there is a hidden treasure grove here? Li Qie smiled. Well, Yu Jing contemplated before answering. Even if the city had any, it would have been taken away generations ago. Stone harmony has been declining for a long time. Cultivators in the past have excavated this entire place. Anything worthwhile had been taken long ago. Nothing is left for them. This was a reason why the top merit laws and weapons of stone harmony all disappeared. When the big sects wanted to leave this system, they either took these items along or auctioned them away. The only thing left behind for future generations was the withered land. A few things aren't that easy to take away. Li Qie smiled. The Tao source? Yu Jing knew more than others because he was a top expert in this place. We still have a Tao source? Yixue was surprised since she thought that it had disappeared long ago. Yes. Yu Jing nodded and said seriously, the Tao source is still here, we just don't know where it is. I and several true gods have discussed this matter before. If there's no Tao source, the system would have crumbled long ago to myriad lineage, yet it is still here. This shows that the Tao source is still around. It's a shame we can't find it. It's not the Tao source, just heavily related. Li Qie nodded. Are you here for this thing too, young noble? Yu Jing blurted before rephrasing. No, you're here for the evil thing underground. Li Qie had talked about chasing an evil entity here, so it was disrespectful implying that he was here for treasures. It's no secret, I am indeed here for both. Li Qie said. Yujing smiled wryly with an awkward expression. Is it a supreme treasure? Yixue stole a glance at him. Depends, it could also cause a disaster. That's why your system declined in just one night despite having an intact Dao source. Li Qie replied. The evil thing is here for it too? Yujing was shaken. No, that can't be. It was probably here a long time ago and was probably the cause of our decline. Now it's back again for this thing? He had researched this before, so he immediately understood after receiving some hints from Li Qie. That's one way to put it. Li Qie nodded. Yujing continued. Will you be able to eliminate it, young noble? It'll be a problem if I can't, not only to Stone Harmony but the rest of Imperial. A big problem. Li Qie said. It's that scary? Yujing felt a chill. It doesn't belong to this world. Li Qie spoke while staring towards the horizon. But if you can get rid of it, doesn't that mean that our Dao source will be restored? Yujing suddenly realized something and became ecstatic inside. This was great news for their system. Yes, your system will soar again with majestic grand Dao returning. A new breath of life and great prosperity. Li Qie stated. Really? The elated old man got on the ground. Young noble, if you take care of this evil thing, you'll be the greatest benefactor in the history of Stone Harmony. The system will worship you for ages to come. Don't be so quick to thank me. If this doesn't go well, just one wrong move will turn your system to ashes. Li Qie sat in his chair and said. Yujing felt as if someone had just poured cold water on his head. Nevertheless, he remained spirited while still bowing. But at least there is hope. Stone Harmony can't escape destruction while going down this path anyway. You are very optimistic. Li Qie chuckled. Chapter 2586. The influx of cultivators to Stone Harmony continued on a daily basis. The number of outsiders now far exceeded the natives. The arriving sects were more powerful and famous than the previous, such as 100-Leaf School, Soaring Dragon System, Dancing Crane Sect, Agility System. These renowned powers made the atmosphere quite tense, resulting in minor skirmishes. Despite the sea of newcomers, they still ignored Li Qie's ruins for now and didn't come to bother him. Alas, his peace didn't last long. On this day, a deafening explosion resounded. A gigantic gate opened in the sky, allowing a great warship to slowly fly out. Its size was unbelievable and had the shape of a weaving shuttle with 2 wings by the back. It looked just like a city. Behind it came smaller warships acting as protectors. This sky unit was monstrous, capable of destroying any sect or kingdom. Moreover, it had more than just one large warship. Several more came out later, also accompanied by several smaller types. Hidden Gold Grotto's Armada. Everyone looked up at the incoming warships. An expert naturally recognized them. Hidden Gold Grotto is coming too? These experts trembled. This was one of the strongest lineages in Imperial, only weaker than the 3 behemoths. It has been ruling Left Bank system for generations now. Its power left others in shambles. A total of 10 warships emerged and took up a special formation with dozens of smaller ones scattered about. This was enough firepower to take down any foe. The 10 Vajras of Hidden Gold. One ancestor's expression soured. Why is the whole armada here? Do they want to destroy all of Stone Harmony? The crowd naturally became frightened by the warships in the sky. This sect was quite famous along with their ancestors. It had 10 Vajras and 4 esteemed monarchs that have dominated in the past. The Vajras came personally with their strongest warships, quite a terrifying spectacle. Some even thought that if all of the ships fired at once, it could penetrate and destroy the entire system right away. What do they want? Fear permeated the atmosphere. Maybe they want everything here and will challenge the rest? One ancestor wondered. Whoosh! A smaller ship slowly descended into Mingluo City amidst the chaos. It flew straight for the ruins and hovered above. It opened up and shuttles came out. They looked like 30-feet-high pillars pinning on the ground. The top cracked and shot out a ray of light. These rays of light came together and seemed to be creating a boundary. This process continued for a bit with more shuttles being released. They shot out the rays and eventually encompassed the entire ruins. Li Qie was naturally inside this boundary. What are they doing? People asked about the intent and the connecting rays. They're establishing their territory. Everyone needs to stay out or face the consequence. Someone who knew this sect's style answered. Isn't that too overbearing? They're taking up such a large area. A cultivator couldn't help but protest. Overbearing. An older expert sneered. You haven't seen them being overbearing yet. They're not afraid of anyone outside of the three behemoths. Look, they're about to take action and chase all the spectators out. Buzz. The small ship above the ruins opened its door and disciples leaped out. Everyone, leave this place at once. It is under Hidden Gold's jurisdiction. Stay without permission and face the consequences. These disciples began chasing people away. Heaven Sound Ruins was very large. Outside of the spectators, many were strolling around but they were pushed out now. A few were annoyed and protested. This isn't your left bank system, so how can you monopolize the place? One disciple from Hidden Gold pointed his spear and sneered. So? What are you going to do about it? The cultivator wanted to retort but his friend immediately pulled him out of the ruins. Calm down, nothing good will come by fighting Hidden Gold, it's suicidal. The friend said, they have always been imperious like this. At this time, the disciples of Hidden Gold have arrived right outside of Li Qie's wooden house. Young noble, people are coming to chase us out. Yujing was frightened to see the group and rushed back inside. He saw the great warships in the sky. Since he has never left Stone Harmony, this was his first time witnessing something so amazing, a real legion of a strong system. Just one small ship alone could destroy all of Mingluo and every other sect in the system. Let them come. Li Qie calmly sat there. The group got in front of the house. Loud banging came before Yujing could come out to talk. The house was blown flying by the group, the same with the items and furniture inside. What are you doing? Xueqi became angry since she spent a lot of time decorating this house. This was their home after returning, so she didn't take it well. Of course, she was slightly afraid as well. The captain of the group glared at the group and threatened. This place is under the watch of Hidden Gold now. Scram or face the consequences. Yujing looked at Li Qie. He wasn't bold enough to antagonize this powerful sect by himself. Chapter 2587. Li Qie slowly turned towards the captain and said, and if we refuse? No. The captain's eyes turned fierce with murderous intent. He raised his voice. Capture the girl, kill the men. Hidden Gold Grotto was indeed tyrannical, ready to kill after one word of disagreement, not allowing the other party to explain. That brat is going to get it. He's suicidal for going against Hidden Gold. The cultivators who left the ruins shook their head. Haha, I like cute girls like you the most. Men, kill the other two. One member smiled deviously and pulled up his sleeves before reaching for Lin Yixue. Young noble. She was frightened and hid behind Li Qie right away. Brat, die. A different member snorted and swung his sword for Li Qie's head. Pluff. Heads started flying. Every member of the group got decapitated outside of the captain. Their blood gushed everywhere. It was a pitiful and confusing way to go. They didn't know how Li Qie did it at all before dying with their eyes wide open. Brat, you. The captain staggered backward. He couldn't finish his sentence before Li Qie held him by the throat. No one saw how Li Qie's exact movements. Tell me, what's the consequences of not leaving? Li Qie asked with disdain. You. The captain couldn't speak or breathe. The consequence is your death and the extermination of your 9 clans. A cold voice answered instead. The small ship's door opened again with an old man standing there. General Qi. Save me, the captain did his best to shout. Thump, thump, thump. Another group led by the old man landed. He glared coldly at Li Qie. That's Vanguard Qi Jiu. A murderous brute. Numerous spectators recognized him. Junior. Release him or you'll suffer a fate worse than death. Qi Jiu coldly said. Release him? Okay. Li Qie chuckled and released his grip. Poof. The captain violently exploded into a mist of blood without the chance to scream. Qi Jiu's expression became extremely unsightly after Li Qie killed his subordinate before everyone. Kill him. He ordered with bloodthirst. Rumble. The other group attacked at the same time with their explosive treasures. More ants. Li Qie didn't bat an eye and flicked one finger. Boom! All of the treasures instantly crumbled. The rest of the members turned into blood before they knew what was going on. Qi Jiu didn't expect this ordinary-looking man to be so powerful. He quickly returned to the ship. With a buzzing noise, the ship lit up and shot out a pulsing current. It started hitting the ground below the ship before moving towards Li Qie while leaving a deep trail. This pulse was terrifying, seemingly capable of piercing through everything. It's over for the brat. These warships are famous for being powerful. The cultivators outside concluded. Pop. His body didn't explode contrary to everyone's expectations. The pulse struck him but couldn't hurt a single hair of his. Li Qie chuckled and spread then closed his palm. Crack. This little gesture resulted in the warship being deformed and crushed. Ah! Screams came from inside. Qi Jiu wanted to escape but couldn't, so he was mangled within. Blood seeped out of the cracks and finally, only a ball of metals was left of the ship. The guy has also turned into a meat paste. The spectators were naturally stunned. They stared at Li Qie in a daze. Who is this guy? Fierce people really do like to talk with their fists instead of their mouth. Someone said with admiration. I can't believe it. An older expert blurted out, straight annihilation after a single disagreement, even more ferocious than Hidden Gold Grotto. He crushed that warship without using any technique. What a monster. I haven't seen this type in a long time, to actually go against the grotto? Another admirer said. He can be fierce all he wants but nothing good will come out of this for him. One expert commented. Buzz. The warships in the sky lit up again. A total of 10 smaller ones broke up from the formation and flew towards Li Qie while being ablaze. They want revenge. This attracted the spectators and many inside the city. Everyone started watching. Have a taste of the grotto's revenge. So many fierce masters treated others with disdain until they faced the wrath of the grotto. They then learned the meaning of the word, obedience. A master said. Who is he? Does he not know the infamy of hidden gold? They go as far as exterminating the 9 clans of those who oppose them. One ancestor became startled. Boom, boom, boom. The radiant ships shot out pulsing currents straight for Li Qie. Numerous holes were added to the ruins. Finally, the full firepower of the ships concentrated on him. These pulses together looked extremely bright and were scorching hot. The sun paled in comparison as the ground started to sizzle. Damn, even an ascender can't handle these pulses. Many became afraid. However, these pulses amounted to nothing. Impossible. The captains on the ships were shocked. These pulses could kill gods but not this man. That tickles. Li Qie said, then clapped his hands at the air, seemingly wanting to kill a mosquito. Bam! A terrifying event happened. The small ships attacking him were pushed together and completely flattened, taking the shape of a plate. Calling them small was only a relative term compared to the 10 primary ones. They were actually bigger than a mansion. Real monsters in the eyes of regular people. Tiny drops of blood dripped out onto the ground from the gaps of the metal plates. The plates eventually dropped and rolled on the ground for a bit before stopping completely. The pulverized fleshy bits of the men inside stuck to the metal hulls, creating a flat meat bun. Jaws dropped to the ground. No one expected that he could take care of these ships with a single clap. That's an intimidating way to kill. Chapter 2588. The destruction of these world-renowned warships left everyone in a daze. Even the smaller type was fashioned with extremely precious divine metals. Eternals or even true emperors personally cast them. The creation process was arduous and meticulous. Each of these ships has been blessed by the aforementioned powerful beings before. They contained extraordinary power, similar to an imperial or eternal weapon. These ships have participated in many famous expeditions across Imperial and earned numerous merits. They were the harbingers of doom for one sect after another. This group only suffered minor losses in the past. Thus, losing 1 or 2 ships was a big deal, but today, Li Qie destroyed a dozen or so already. Who is this guy? Many ancestors were at a loss for words after seeing this. Li Qie was too unfamiliar with this crowd. People had no idea about his identity. I heard he called himself Fiercest or Li Qie, but who knows where he's from. An outsider heard news about Li Qie from the natives here. Fiercest. This was their first time hearing this title too. Almost like a newcomer. He's a new genius? Someone said, that's incredible, the future generation will surpass us in time. First, there's Jade Break True Emperor and Pure Sword True Emperor. Now there's Fiercest too. Buzz. The armada suddenly turned directions, aiming all of their cannons straight at Li Qie to deliver a fatal blow. Perhaps there were more than 200 ships here and too many cannons to count. The crowd naturally became afraid. Full firepower. One person whispered. They have used it once together and crippled a system. It never recovered afterward. That's too much. Do they want to sink Mingluo City? Older experts became startled. We better get far away because a real fight will end with the city being penetrated completely. One experienced master yelled before rushing out of the city. In fact, chaos ensued right after the cannons aimed at Li Qie. A horde started leaving the city, afraid of the consequences. State your name. Hidden Gold Grotto does not kill nameless juniors. A general appeared on top of one ship and shouted at Li Qie. Never heard of Hidden Gold Grotto. Li Qie stood there and leisurely responded. This general slightly grimaced while the crowd exchanged glances. This brat is so haughty, talking like that to the grotto? One spectator said. Who hasn't heard of Hidden Grotto in imperial lineage? In fact, people would shudder after hearing its name because of its domineering style. So you want it the hard way, huh? The general's eyes turned cold as he threatened. I don't care what your background is. Don't blame anyone for dying today since you're asking for it. Do your worst while you still have a chance. Li Qie waved his sleeve dismissively. Move up, full power, don't leave a bone behind. The general commanded with murderous intent. Buzz. The smaller ships left the formation and went to the front, acting as a wall. They loudly moved around and formed their own battle array before becoming bright. The wings in the back began to line up so these ships seemed to be connected. Buzz. Space trembled as a result of the successful connection. When everyone took in the whole picture, they found that the ships have surrounded Li Qie. They looked like a golden net trapping Li Qie's area. Their lights continued to spread until a golden sphere emerged around him. He was at the very center, so there was no blind spot at all for the cannons. They have locked on completely and would open fire the moment he shows any opening, completely burying him with barrages. It's starting. A spectator murmured while looking at the ships. Around 100 or so were surrounding him. Buzz. At the same time, the 10 great ships emitted a blinding light. The 10 monarchs are joining too? Someone gasped at this sight. That's enough to cripple a system. Isn't this too much for a junior? One expert became surprised. Fire! An order resounded. All the small ships fired at once. Boom! Boom! The entire city quaked as a result while shots drowned out the sky. The citizens lay down on the ground, paled. This was the most terrifying display of firepower they have ever seen. It looked like a raging inferno from hell pouring down on the city. Rumble! Continuous detonations hurt the eardrums. These flames coming from more than 1,000 cannons directly engulfed Li Qie. The space around him began to crack and melt. That's why everyone could feel the searing temperature and become parched. The city itself seemed to be melting. The inhabitants had a hard time withstanding the increasing heat wave. Is he dead? An Eternal might not be able to withstand that firepower. One person murmured while looking at the ocean of flames. He's fine. A master could see through the barrages and shout in astonishment. Really? Everyone became startled and focused their gaze towards the center. Chapter 2589. Li Qie didn't flinch once while inside the sphere of fire due to a protective glow nullifying every single shot. Barrages continued to no avail, only managing to destroy the area around him. In fact, people got the feeling that this was a rebirth via fire. The firepower not only failed to hurt him but also seemed to be increasing his strength by refining his constitution. That's unreal. Everyone became stunned. Who the hell is this guy? How can he stop this massive attack so easily? Even the ancestors were astounded. Fire! The barrage stopped for a second before another command was heard. The small ships lit up in a blinding manner again and maximized their output. In this split second, all of them shot out a materialized ray with enough force to cut through time and space. These rays tore the area asunder while surging towards Xueqi as the common target. There was a lack of explosions and fire versus the previous barrage. However, these rays were far more terrifying. Each ship has gathered all of its energy onto its respective beam, allowing the ray to sever anything. Powerful weapons and tough metals weren't enough as a defensive measure. Buzz! Temperature crazily surged like 100,000 concentrated suns. Because of this, everything started to melt. The Tao laws, worldly forces, and spatio-temporal affinities weren't spared either. Everything became blurred, whether it be the blue azure or the earth below. That's terrifying. The horrified crowd was startled, thinking that they were next. I don't think he can survive this time around because that ray is unreal. Eternals going all out still can't stop it. One expert stated. One ancestor activated his heavenly gaze for a better look before shouting in horror. Oh Lord! What? His body is incinerated. Even the true fate is done for? Many came over to ask, thinking that the sight of Xueqi's death was too gruesome. He's perfectly fine, it's so strange. The ancestor took a deep breath and said. Other ancestors who were true gods also opened their gazes. Sure enough, Xueqi stood in the hottest area in a leisurely manner. Though these rays could burn and meld everything, they didn't do a damn thing to him outside of lighting him up. One could see a light emanating from him to stop the fast-shooting rays. These ancestors naturally became scared. Is this brat still human? So young yet possesses such a terrifying power already. One of them shuddered. How does he compare to Jade Break and Pure Sword True Emperor? Someone couldn't help but ask. I don't think they're comparable. An old true god shook his head. The emperors are battle-hardened with brilliant talents and power among the young generation, but this so-called fiercest is already amazing, being able to do this much. How boring. Xueqi yawned while being struck by these rays. Using the Tao to control machines is a good method, but it is not being masterly done here, far inferior compared to the machine race. He smiled. Okay, don't block my view anymore, scrap metals. With that, he slowly raised both hands. Buzz! The melted space seemed to be torn asunder like the chaotic opening of a new world. Next came the light of dawn to signal the start of all things below the blue sky. The 100 ships or so suddenly lost control and floated up and down. Gravity and weight have been affected. Not good. The generals realized that they couldn't control their ships. Xueqi circled his hands and the area turned into a gigantic maelstrom. One could actually hear splashing sounds like the ups and downs in an ocean. Rumble. The ships naturally spun with the vortex at an increasing pace. Finally, they became part of this maelstrom. Quite a majestic scene. Boom. Boom. After this formational shift, the cannons on the smaller ships suddenly aimed towards the 10 big ones and began firing at full force. The big ships were caught unprepared and trembled from the attacks. Some hulls were directly penetrated. They immediately retaliated with their own cannons. With just one barrage, more than 10 small ships were destroyed. We're on the same side. We're on the same side. The disciples and generals on the surviving smaller ships shouted in horror, unlike their fallen brothers who couldn't even scream in time. Buzz! The 10 main ships exuded a blinding light that eventually culminated in the form of a barrier. Deafening explosions resounded as a result. The barrier effectively nullified the continuous barrage from the smaller ships. Boom! 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 Though the smaller ships went all out against the 10 main ones, the barrier was simply too strong. Of course, it was shaking back and forth along with the area. Meanwhile, the crowd was in awe at how Xueqi managed to seize control of the smaller ships. One ancestor took a deep breath and said, absolute control over space. Once he starts doing that, everyone within that domain will have to follow his whim. Go now! Xueqi chuckled and pushed his hands forward. Boom! The rest of the smaller ships condensed in the vortex and flew forward like a massive continent, aiming for the bigger ones. Chapter 2590. The incoming ships heading for the 10 main ones shocked the crowd. They were just killing their own allies. Boom! These small ships gathered together and resembled a massive continent of steel carrying an unstoppable momentum. It had great speed just like a meteor with enough force to destroy the world. Not good. The generals and disciples on these ships yelled out but they could do naught but watch. Rumble. The worst part was that these ships were still firing while surging for the main ones. Moreover, the firepower only increased as if they have added more ammunition. The barrier of the great ships became unstable, on the verge of collapsing. It surely wouldn't be able to stop the incoming fleet. Fire! The 10 main ships had no choice but to give this order and fired in unison. Boom! The firepower of these 10 ships was more than 10 times stronger versus the smaller ones. Thus, the shots decimated space. The entire area shook back and forth like the end of days. We're on the same side. The troops on the smaller ships saw this and became aghast. One small ship after another exploded. It didn't take long before more than half of the fleet was destroyed. The soldiers there turned to ashes. These main ships had no other choice. Collison was imminent if they didn't do so. Not only would the barrier break down, but these smaller ships would also smash into them as well. The only thing they could do was destroy as much as possible in order to conserve strength. Any damage to these main ships would reduce their might considerably. Boom! In the end, the rest of the small ships smashed into the barrier. Boom! The barrier completely crumbled, the same with the ships. The remnants pieces flew and scattered everywhere among the sea of fire. The only thing could be heard right now was the unceasing burning. The crowd was speechless with their eyes wide open, mouth agape. Li Qie patted his hands and critiqued. So useless, can't even make it to the main ships before becoming scrap metals. The smaller fleet was done for. More than 100 has completely been destroyed. The vicinity of Mingluo was filled with debris for thousands of miles, still burning. Just imagine the magnificent devastation. There were enough of them to cover the airspace above Mingluo. The natives here have never seen anything so shocking before, so they became frightened. In fact, even the ancestors from the great powers in Imperial felt the same way. They didn't expect this fleet to be defeated so swiftly. That's one way to declare war against Hidden Gold Grotto, one expert exclaimed. Declare war? You mean wanting to fight to the death? Those Guardian warships were 1/3 of Hidden Gold Grotto's fighting force, and now they're gone. It's not just a slap, this is an irreconcilable feud. One ancestor said with a serious expression. Right, it'll be a feud to the death. The experts in Imperial realized that mediation wasn't possible. This was still a great loss for the prosperous sect. It would be a miracle if they were to drop this issue. Who is he? Why is he so merciless and domineering? He's pretty similar to Jadebreak True Emperor. One expert recalled. Jadebreak True Emperor wasn't this cruel either. The Emperor was murderous and prone to committing massacres but still didn't have such a hot temperament, fighting so quickly after one disagreement. Another one stated. Jadebreak True Emperor was really something back then, breaking into the Mu clan and made that clan howl with anguish and agony, pushing towards the verge of destruction. In the end, they made many concessions or the Emperor would have kept going. One knowledgeable ancestor said, so we have another one just like the Emperor right now. It's amazing how the next generation will always improve. Old men like us will need to retire eventually. Now that I think about it, the title Fiercest is actually very fitting. Others glanced at each other. Defeating a fleet in one breath? That's more than domineering enough. Someone like him was perfect for the word fiercest. How strange. How come I've never heard of this Li Qie before? It's as if he appeared out of nowhere. Maybe he's from a big clan? Someone murmured. Everyone became curious about his background. How could such a powerful being be unknown before? Keep in mind that in Imperial, the capable youths are very powerful, such as Jadebreak or Pure Sword True Emperor. Even the masters from the previous generation felt suffocated by these two and became overshadowed. Maybe he's from the lower world. An ancient ancestor spoke with a solemn expression. Lower world? You mean Myriad? A response came with wide eyes and disbelief. How could Myriad have such a powerful man? So young too. Nothing is impossible. It's not like all of Myriad are weak. Numerous masters have come from there. Some were enough to be remembered for the ages, even surpassing those from Imperial. The ancient ancestor said. There should have been some commotion if he came from Myriad, right? People should have noticed. A clan member said. Not necessarily. Older lineages down there have secret passageways. After all, many of them were originally from our world or even immortal. They still have some resources left. The ancestor replied. Maybe, Or maybe he's just a secretly groomed genius from a system in our world. There are plenty of hidden dragons and crouching tigers here. Someone didn't want to accept that a being from Myriad could be stronger than their own. This wasn't surprising at all. Imperial has always been proud, referring to Myriad as a lower world. They considered the people there as inferior. It doesn't matter since this is still going to be a big deal. Hidden Gold will go all out to destroy him, or they'll lose all face. Another jumped in. Yes, they have been wanting to be among the top 3 and doing a great job at it. However, being trampled by someone now will kill their dreams, so they have no choice but to deal with Xueqi. They want everyone in Imperial to know that their position is unshakable, and that no one can challenge them since they possess enough power to be a behemoth. An expert analyzed Hidden Gold's intent. Many nodded in agreement after hearing this. Chapter 2591. The swift end of the Guardian fleet not only surprised the spectators but also the disciples from Hidden Gold Grotto. Their armada has swept through the realms in an unstoppable manner. Numerous kingdoms and sects fell to their firepower. Normally, whenever their armada appeared in the sky by the outskirt of a sect, it meant imminent destruction. That's why these sects would voluntarily surrender before a fight, aware that not only would their sect be destroyed, the land would be damned for eras to come as well. As a result, just the appearance of the armada was enough to win without actually fighting. However, their strongest fleet right now has been instantly destroyed. That's why their disciples were so startled. After regaining their wits, fear overtook other emotions. Who is this brat? Why is he so brutal and strong, actually daring to go against them? Buzz! A light arc appeared above one main ship. A figure emerged with a golden glow, resembling a supreme god above all beings. Iron Vajra, one of the 10. An expert immediately recognized him. So maybe all 10 Vajras are really here. And here I thought it was their ships. People took a deep breath. Is this necessary? Why is Hidden Gold Grotto going all out? What are they here for? Someone became confused. The 4 treasure monarchs and 10 Vajras represented the pillars of the grotto. More often than not, these Vajras wouldn't personally lead the expeditions. Just having 3 or 5 meant that it was a big event. But now, all 10 could be here to the astonishment of the crowd. Few events in Imperial warranted this level of prudence. Then what are you here for? Someone gave the questioner the side eye. A few people smiled wryly while the man himself answered, "It's no secret, everyone knows there is an immortal stone hiding here. That's what we're all here for." The crowd exchanged glances. Not all of them chose to divulge their goals. Who are you? Iron Vajra on top of the warship glared at Xueqi. His eyes pulsed with a terrifying flame. He was intimidating and awe-inspiring enough without becoming angry. People shuddered after seeing his eyes. The weak felt their legs giving in. These 10 Vajras were very famous in Imperial and have killed numerous masters during their conquests. Countless sects have fallen because of them. Their hands were stained with blood. Just a passerby. Xueqi said, "My grotto has no grievances with you, yet you have killed 1,000,000 of our disciples." Iron Vajra opened his eyes and revealed his oppressive fury. The ground trembled as a result of his shout. "Oh," Xueqi lazily said, "there was no grievance, but they didn't have eyes, breaking my wooden house and annoying me, so I killed them all. Is that a good enough reason for you?" The crowd was stunned to hear this response. At the start, they didn't know why this fight started and assumed Xueqi was vying for the treasures as well. But now, Xueqi did it over a wooden house? No one would believe that he did this to an armada over something so trivial. A massacre because of a wooden house. One spectator murmured in a daze. That must be one expensive wooden house then, trading for a full fleet. Yeah, the most precious house in history. One older expert said sarcastically. Haha, this is a good thing. Hidden Gold Grotto has always been imperious and ruthless. They came and ruined someone's house for no reason. Not even the 3 behemoths would act in this unreasonable manner. They finally met their match. Another expert gloated. This Vajra almost vomited blood. And here he thought Xueqi had some pre-existing hatred against them. Who would have thought that he did it over a single house? His heart was bleeding. Not to mention the value of those ships, it also required a long period of training for both the soldiers and generals. 1/3 of their firepower was gone now. You are insane. massacring 1 million over nothing. Iron Vajra shouted. If you wanted reparation for your wooden house, we could have given you a golden city. But now, we won't let our disciples die in vain. He speaks as if he's so moral. One listener couldn't help but say, the 10 Vajras have killed tens of millions. Taking down this fleet alone doesn't put Xueqi over their kill count. Haha, this is a case of the strong being above the laws. An older cultivator chortled then quietly said, if Xueqi was weak, not to mention a wooden house, his clan could be massacred as well, and Hidden Gold Grotto would think nothing of it, only akin to crushing a few worms. But now, they speak as if they have been wronged and are on the side of justice. The crowd snorted and scowled in response. Recently, the 10 Vajras have destroyed too many lineages and made the system hate them. I'm not interested in a golden city. Xueqi waved his sleeve. I just wanted you to know that if I'm in a bad mood, I will still annihilate you, your family, and your entire system even if you have only looked at me the wrong way. The crowd became slack-jawed by this tyrannical statement. True to his title, one person said with admiration. Fiercest was the right title for his style. You! Iron Vajra became furious. This was the first time someone spoke to him like this. Others would tremble in fear after hearing their titles. Destroying a system over a single stare? Damn. An elder smiled wryly at the previous comment. There's always someone fiercer. Schadenfreude was a common response for the crowd. Everyone watched attentively, waiting for a big battle since it would be very enjoyable. The 10 Vajras versus fiercest. Chapter 2592. Iron Vajra became infuriated since his group has never been shown such disdain during their conquest. He eventually laughed sarcastically and said, I see. We have traveled the 4 oceans and reigned supreme. This is the first time someone dares to talk about destroying us. That's quite a boast. Xueqi said, people didn't talk about destroying you in the past because you were too weak, not enough to get into their sight, so they didn't want to stoop down to your level. You! Iron Vajra became red, not expecting this particular retort. The crowd naturally enjoyed this. These 10 have always been arrogant and haughty, but they have, unfortunately, met their match today. Junior, never go to the extreme since there is no redo once you court death. At that point, it doesn't matter where you are from or what backing you have. No one will be able to save you from falling down the abyss. Iron Vajra chillingly said. No. Xueqi shook his head. I don't need any protection and I enjoy going to the extreme. So what if I destroy your sect? It's no different from crushing an ant and not worthy of engaging in introspection. Iron Vajra was furious from losing the verbal game since Xueqi always managed to come up with a retort. Ignorant fool, I'll send you to hell then. Another cold voice came about while Iron Vajra trembled with rage. A different figure appeared above another main ship, looking just like a golden Buddha. Gold Vajra. A spectator revealed. This was another famous ancestor of Hidden Gold Grotto. Xueqi didn't care for them. Iron, gold, whatever, all scrap metals. You got anyone else? Bronze, silver, stone, whatever, all come out now to save me some time dealing with you one by one. The crowd smiled wryly after hearing this. This fiercest character would not drop the imperious act while looking down on everyone, including the 10 Vajras. Gold Vajra's expression also became unsightly with a murderous glint in his eyes. Buzz! The main ships lit up one by one as more figures appeared. There was no doubt that all 10 Vajras were present. Boom! A terrible aura took the world like an oncoming tempest. When they made a circle, their torrential aura ravaged the world, tearing it apart. These 10 rarely took action together. There aren't that many in Imperial justifying this level of response. A spectator said. It's scary indeed. I heard Lucidity King exercised prudence when dealing with these 10 back then too. One ancestor quietly said. It's tough dealing with all 10. The 10 stood there like divine mountains, virtually impossible to get across. People couldn't help but look up with respect. One of them stared at Xueqi and said with an awe-inspiring tone. Confidence is a good thing, but too much of it results in foolishness. Xueqi shook his head. I'm not here to chit-chat. Let's get started since you 10 want to loom above all others. Having said that, he suddenly flashed into disappearance. The 10 Vajras were surprised. The one who spoke earlier shouted. Such impudence, down with you. Mantras spewed out of his mouth and formed a whip lashing straight down. Bam! This whip made out of laws could destroy the mountains and rivers. You're the one going down. Li Qiye appeared right in front of this Vajra and reached forward to grab the whip. He turned his hand and wrapped the whip around his wrist several times before pulling with force. He was too fast and the Vajra couldn't react in time before being thrown away. Boom! He flew through several peaks and slammed on the ground. Iron Vajra roared and summoned two symbols. He clapped and a sound wave resembling a tsunami rushed forward in an apocalyptic manner. However, Li Qiye easily teleported to his location and used 2 fingers to hold the symbols together, preventing further sound waves. Iron Vajra's face grew red but he couldn't move the symbols at all. It was as if roots have grown from Li Qiye into his treasures. You can have it back. Li Qiye flicked his finger. Boom! Iron Vajra couldn't block and was blown into the horizon while vomiting a mouthful of blood. Die! Gold Vajra joined the fray and summoned a Buddhist knife with a yellow color. Saber energy filled the air before wrapping around Li Qiye like a tornado. Scram! Li Qiye didn't bother looking back and simply released a palm strike. The knife shattered and its master became bloodied while flying through the air. The other Vajas were shocked. Li Qiye shifted his position to the closest Vajra. This person instantly reacted but it was too late because Li Qiye's speed was extraordinary. He kneed the guy right on his chin, resulting in bone-breaking noises and another trip through the air. The blue sky had shades of red. Take him down. The rest of the Vajras all joined in. One of them formed a supreme Buddhist seal. It carried a destructive Buddhist affinity while pressing down. A fake monk claiming to be Buddha. Li Qiye chuckled and pointed straight at the incoming seal. Ah! The finger ray penetrated this seal and left a bloody hole on this Vajra's chest. Stop! One more Vajra reached out, capable of grasping the moon and stars. His gigantic palm looked like a great prison sealing everything. Child's play. Li Qiye retaliated by grabbing and twisting this Vajra's fingers. All 5 became broken and bloodied, prompting the guy to scream. In the meantime, one more Vajra was right behind Li Qiye for an ambush. He was met with a vertical kick right in the chest, ending with him falling to the ground and leaving a large pit. Boom! In the next split second, Li Qiye slapped and destroyed a treasure pagoda of another Vajra. He was as fast as lightning and subdued one Vajra after another. Screams and blood filled the air. Finally, the remaining Vajra leaped into the air only to find Li Qiye right above him. The latter delivered a merciless stomp to the back. Boom! This last Vajra fell straight down on a mountain. It started to crumble from the peak down to the foot before collapsing altogether. This was a clean sweep in such a little amount of time. These Vajras fell to the ground like boulders. Their blood stained the sky while their screams lingered, accented by the sound of bones breaking. The only one left standing was Li Qiye. His sleeves fluttered in the air as he stood there nonchalantly. He didn't look like he has been in a fight at all, more like a relaxed gardener fixing up his flowers. He made these 10 Vajras seem like ants in comparison. Chapter 2593. The 10 Vajras were mere dispersing clouds and falling leaves while Li Qiye was a violent gale. Just one blast and nothing would be left. People didn't see how Li Qiye did it, only the Vajras falling and breaking holes on the hills and grounds. The area became quiet. The spectators were speechless as they looked up at Li Qiye with admiration. Nevertheless, fear and disbelief also permeated the area due to the devastation and blood. The 10 Vajras were top dogs in imperial lineage, so their swift defeat took the crowd like a storm. Pinch me real fast so I know I'm not dreaming. One expert regained his wits and asked. Ah! He screamed from the pain after his friend didn't hold back. He realized that this was indeed happening and blurted, I can't believe it, how could someone be so strong? He took care of the Vajras like taking out the trash. In fact, even the ancestors were frightened by this scene. They wouldn't have lost so badly if they didn't underestimate their enemy. One old ancestor said. Regardless of that, to be able to take these Eternals down so fast indicates his superiority. One expert took a deep breath. This feat required massive power, one rarely attained by the beings in all of Imperial. Another master after the 2 recent emperors. He shouldn't be inferior to Jadebreak and Pure Sword at all. A powerful ancestor nodded approvingly. Wait a bit and see, Buddhist palm scripture is the strongest technique from the 10. If he can block it, then he'll prove himself to be just as strong as the emperors. An ancestor from another clan said, "This arrogant brat came out of nowhere but has the power of a young emperor, a performed storm of trouble for those who provoke him. It's a good thing we're not one of them." A member of the group said while looking at Li Qie. Rumble. Explosions detonated with debris flying everywhere. Figures started jumping out of the pits. The Vajra survived, albeit with serious wounds. However, experts of their level could fight until the very last breath. They soared to the sky once more and surrounded Li Qie. They still had an oppressive aura and the toughness of a mountain. Alas, the previous confidence and prestige were no longer there due to their bloodied and tattered appearance. They glared angrily at him with murderous glint. They have once swept through the realms in an unstoppable manner. Numerous cultivators were intimidated after hearing their title, but now, Li Qie has done a number on their reputation. They needed to kill him now in order to firmly re-establish their prestige in Imperial. "Brat, you're quite talented, but we haven't shown our real abilities just yet." Iron Vajra shouted as his eyes exuded a blinding divinity. "Is that so? I'm waiting to see your real abilities then. Go ahead." Li Qie chuckled. "How bold, very well. Junior, I'm not trying to boast, but once our Buddhist palm comes out, only death awaits you." Okay, enough." Li Qie waved his sleeve and said, "I've heard plenty of boasting already. 10 Vajras? More like 10 shameless braggarts. Make your move already." The 10's chest puffed up and down from anger. Alas, this awkward situation couldn't be helped since he did sweep through them earlier. Winning was the only way to fix this humiliation. They glanced at each other before forming a mudra and chanting, "Maranai mi ba mao." Boom! One Buddhist gate appeared behind each of them and opened to pour out endless light. The 10 slowly retreated into the gates, disappearing from sight. The 10 gates then became even brighter with enough brilliance to drown the whole world just like a primordial flood. The boundless Buddhist light was all-encompassing and worked its salvation magic. Grains of light fell down. The world seemed to have a layer of golden sand, looking magical and profound. This light eventually went away and was replaced by a gigantic lotus, looking just like a floating city. Buddhist palm scripture. Someone murmured, "This is their strongest combination move with peerless power. Few in this world can break it." One ancestor emotionally said. It was a scripture found by a wise sage of Hidden Gold Grotto. The text was profound and powerful, resulting in a powerful merit law and an exquisite combination attack. Disciples from the sect in the past had a hard time exerting its true power until the generation of the 10 Vajras. They were able to successfully cultivate this combination attack. Some even believed that this particular move was the epitome of combination attacks. Its power is true. Jadebreak True Emperor also attacked Hidden Gold Grotto once and defeated the 10 Vajras. They had no choice but to resort to this move. One expert revealed. "How did it go?" People became curious. "I heard they successfully pushed the emperor out of the sect. Of course, the emperor still left easily." The expert said. "That's strong." Many gasped in response. This is from a long time ago when Jadebreak True Emperor was still young, far from being as strong as the present. Moreover, the battlefield was hidden gold, so they had the help of their system as well. Because of the terrain advantage, they were able to use the move to its fullest potential. But this isn't hidden gold today. The expert looked at the sky. "Sure, this place isn't hidden gold, but the technique is famous for being virtually indestructible. According to the rumors, at full force, it can stop one blow from an ancestral weapon. It will be very difficult for fiercest." An ancestor said. "Hidden Gold Grotto is strong indeed. Just the 10 Vajras are scary enough. Wouldn't the 4 treasure monarchs be even more impressive?" A junior shuddered, feeling his hair standing on end. This sect was indeed powerful enough to be a top lineage outside of the 3 behemoths. Chapter 2594. The scripture was famous for its abilities, so everyone held their breath while looking at the 10 Vajras performing this skill. Buzz! The large Buddhist lotus in the sky began to split, similar to the emergence of a kingdom. Each spreading petal seemed like a page of Buddhism history, eternal and supreme. Pop! The Buddhist kingdom had plenty of Buddhas and monks chanting inside. This affected the entire area. The sacred power permeated and made people want to prostrate. The full blossoming of the lotus revealed a pair of hands inside, posing vertically with the fingers slightly bent in the form of a mudra. The weak couldn't withstand its dignified holiness. This scripture is powerful indeed. The older experts could sense the proliferation of Buddhism and become emotional. Against this Buddhist power, I'm afraid people will feel their Tao heart wavering before even getting in a fight, and it will only get worse. Carelessness will result in certain defeat. One ancestor from a big sect said with astonishment. Hidden gold is from left bank system. It's not a Buddhist kingdom, so why does it have such a great scripture? How unbelievable. Someone who saw this the first time became startled. Rumor has it that an old sage from there found it. This eventually became one of their foundational merit laws. Future generations continued to improve it, turning it into a top art of their system. A cultivator with a love for history said. The fingers were moving to form various mudras before the hands did a full shift, causing the world to rotate as well. Pop. One finger among the 10 unleashed a finger strike. Time seemed to be coming to a halt, a phenomenon clearly sensed by the spectators. It was about 100 times slower than normal. Space resembled the water in a lake before this strike. It easily entered the spatial sphere before piercing through it, a gradual and soft process without causing a single ripple. This act was as gentle and comfortable as the spring breeze and as quiet as the spring rain. It struck Xueqi before one knows it. Boom! A massive blast resounded upon contact. Everyone saw a shocking scene. The area around Xueqi became a black hole. No, even the sky and the stars behind him instantly crumbled. An upper sphere spanning for 10 million miles turned into ruins. Stars exploded like fireworks into little fragments. This apocalyptic strike shocked the world and its inhabitants as they watched in horror. They eventually calmed down and took a better look at the black hole. Only spatial fragmentations were left. Xueqi was nowhere to be found. Could it be that only ashes were left of him? Damn, it lives up to its fame. No wonder why it could push away the domineering jadebreak back then. One ancestor sighed after seeing this. My gosh, that single strike could take down a kingdom. A youth felt his legs trembling. That's not surprising. His junior shook his head. Only the biggest events for hidden gold warranted the appearance of the 10 Vajras. During their reign in Left Bank, they have destroyed numerous sections. Only a few necessitated the involvement of these 10. When they work together using the scripture, destroying a sect with a single finger is no problem. The cultivators from Mingluo City shuddered. If that strike aimed for their city, it would penetrate the ground while leaving specks of dust in its path. Where's Fiercest? People searched but couldn't find him. He's probably dead. One master carefully surveyed the area. He seemed to have poof away. Fiercest couldn't withstand the destructive strike, so it looks like there is still a big gap between him and the 2 emperors. A famous master shook his head. That's it? And here I thought another genius was going to make a name for himself. Such an early death. One person felt a tinge of regrets. Humph. A snort seemed to be from the 10 Vajras, clearly content with their attack. What are you excited about? That finger strike is more like a scratch. A leisure voice answered the snort. Everyone looked over and saw Xueqi coming out from the ruins in space. He gently patted his robe to get the specks of dust away before slowly walking forward. It was as if that strike didn't hit him earlier. Really? The crowd was stunned to see him completely untouched. Not even a hair was missing. Kill him. The 10 Vajras instantly continued. The 10 fingers changed and created a large Buddhist seal. Boom! It descended like an apocalypse on top of carrying the force of the believers in the Buddhist world. Xueqi flicked his finger in retaliation towards the seal. The impact resembled the collision of 1,000 stars. Sparks and embers scattered and exploded in the sky, subjecting the area to the hot refinement of a terrible cauldron. However, the seal was unharmed as if nothing in the world could damage it. Not even divine artifacts. Indestructible diamond. A legendary phrase describing a state of invincibility. This looked to be an apt description right now. The legend is true. This scripture is unbreakable like an indestructible diamond. A spectator was amazed that the seal managed to be unharmed. Take him down. The Vajras roared and the 10 fingers came together to form 2 massive palms. They engulfed the world and came crashing down with enough force to annihilate everything. Spatio-temporal affinities, various grand Tao, and the myriad laws were instantly crushed. They slapped together with Li Qie at the center. Boom! The force of the palms barely skirted by the ground, yet the mountains collapsed. The destruction of the terrain was truly horrifying. Is it over now? People thought that Li Qie has been rendered into a pulp. All eyes were on the two palms. People sighed and became emotional, completely astounded by this destructive display. The 10 Vajras are something else with this scripture. This combination boosted their individual power more than 10 times. An older expert's expression changed. Prior to this, each Vajra was already pretty impressive. However, they haven't reached the level of world-destroying. Using this scripture allowed them to reach a new height of destruction. Chapter 2595. Everyone stood in a daze before the incoming palms. How many could actually withstand this force? Even the ancestors felt dread. Their sects wouldn't be able to do anything but turn to ashes. Is he a lump of flesh now? Everyone wanted to confirm Li Qie's death. Rumble! A series of explosions interrupted the speculations. Everyone saw the two palms being pushed apart. Look inside. A keen-eyed spectator instantly spotted Li Qie. The crowd saw him pushing out the palms with his bare hands. The process made the world quake. Rumble! Space fluctuated continuously. Everyone could sense this violent feedback. It was as if he wasn't only splitting up the palms but also the entire world. Amitabha! A chant resounded with surging Buddhist light. This endless power gathered on the palms, allowing it to push together again in order to put an end to Li Qie. Even if a real Buddha comes, he'll still kneel before me, not to mention fakers like you. Li Qie chuckled while his hands lit up. Boom! They suddenly became colossal, more than enough to grasp the world. Boom! Li Qie pushed out the Buddhist palms without any effort. He then grabbed and fully immobilized them. Not good. The Vajras became nervous since they couldn't perform the scripture anymore. These are Buddhist palms? What are they good for? Stir-frying some vegetables? I'll break a bit off and make some appetizers. Li Qie chuckled and twisted his hands. Crack! He actually broke the hands apart. Everyone was stunned because these invincible hands broke so cleanly as if they were fried dough twists. Does it taste good? Li Qie began his joke. It's good. He broke one finger. It's not good. He broke another with a smile. It's good and it's not good interchanged for a bit until he broke all 10. Ah! One Vajra fell from the sky after another. Blood gushed out from their body since Li Qie broke their true form despite their physical toughness. Bam! 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 They became meat paste after slamming into the ground. No one expected for all 10 to fall in this manner. These were fierce characters that have swept through the world before, but now, they were mangled and mutilated. Li Qie then casually threw the fingers away and wiped his hands as if they have been dirted. He said flatly, Buddhist palm scripture? More like fried dough scripture. The 10 Vajras are finished just like that? Killed by a junior? One old cultivator murmured. Okay then, that's enough power to rival Jade Break and Pure Sword True Emperor. Another ancestor took a deep breath. Everyone felt both fear and admiration towards this young man. He was strong enough to do whatever he wanted wherever. Buzz! The 10 warships in the sky suddenly lit up. The various lights gathered and formed ponds of brilliance. Shadows of the 10 Vajras appeared in the ponds. What's going on? The crowd didn't expect this. Splash! 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 The dead Vajras rushed out of the bright ponds. They were still as brilliant as before, looking like 10 supreme gods. How can this be? The dead coming back to life. A spectator shouted. Some started rubbing their eyes, thinking that they were only seeing things. They saw the 10 killed by Li Qie just now, so how did they come back to life? Junior, are you in awe? We can't be killed. The 10 surrounded Li Qie again while laughing. Li Qie looked at them and said, Nothing to it, babies from Luminous Gold Tribe are born with special metals in their mouth, while these warships are made from them. It just means that as long as these warships are around, you all will be around too, and vice versa. You! The 10 Vajras were shocked. Few people knew their actual background even though they have been around for so long. The legend is true. The luminous gold tribe isn't extinct. An old ancestor couldn't believe it. Luminous gold tribe? What is that? His junior asked. It used to be a great tribe in Left Bank but was exterminated after losing the political struggle. This tribe was versed in craftsmanship and could create many magical items. People were actually suspecting that Luminous Gold tribe was still around after seeing these warships. Looks like Hidden Gold Grotto has saved the descendants of this tribe, including the 10 Vajras. He looked at the ships, then the Vajras. No wonder why these warships are so strong. They have become one with the Vajras, storing these beings' souls. It meant that even if their bodies were destroyed, as long as these ships were around, they could be rebuilt again. In order to kill them completely, one must destroy the ships as well. Doing both is not easy at all. A person murmured while staring at the gigantic ships. So what if you know? You can only take us down in your dream. Iron Vajra shouted. This is just a special gift of your tribe, not true immortality. Li Chia leisurely said. Very well, since your group has destroyed my wooden house, I will build a palace out of your ships. Not a bad idea at all. Such arrogance. The other Vajras became furious. Though they weren't his match, being shown such disdain was still very uncomfortable. They channeled their energy and became radiant. This divinity swept through the realms as they fused together with their warships. Chapter 2596. Boom! The fusion between the Vajras and the main ships resulted in a blinding radiance, akin to the awakening of a divine artifact. The world trembled from the frightening and eruptive divinity. It spread from one domain to another with no bounds in mind and alarmed others in Imperial. These warships ceased to be mere warships and turned into an artifact cast from supreme metals with a rich accumulation of might and Tao. This was only the beginning. The ships eventually assembled into a gigantic being. One ship became the head. Another 2 became the legs and 2 more became the arms. This giant was of unbelievable size. All of Mingluo City became dark. In fact, the city was insignificant in comparison. Just one part of this steel giant was enough to blot out the city. The warships alone were massive and looked like floating continents. Thus, this assembly resulted in a great being, perhaps the largest creature in existence. The sun and moon floated above its head while the stars circled around. The vast oceans looked like puddles of water in comparison. It seemed to encompass the length of stone harmony itself. If it were to fall, the entire system would be smashed. People had a hard time seeing the entire giant with a single view. Only experts at a certain level could utilize their heavenly gaze for a full view. Of course, they took a deep breath after seeing its true size. What is this monster? This question popped up. This is insanity. TT can easily trample a kingdom or destroy a system when attacking from above. Another commenter shouted. We should get the hell out of here now before it's too late. Numerous experts began to fly out of Mingluo. The stronger experts chose to step into space in order to watch from safety. Everyone could see the giant's capabilities for destruction. Mingluo was only a speck of sand in comparison. Please protect us, ancestors. The natives of Mingluo began to quietly pray. They felt inferior to ants before this massive being, and wouldn't be able to survive a stomp. Wu Yuzheng and Lin Yixue felt their heart hanging on a string while clenching their fists. They were hoping that Li Chia could win and destroy this giant in the air. If this monstrosity were to fall down, it would spell the end of their weakened system. It couldn't withstand the sheer force. Even if it didn't turn to ashes right away, just having cracks and further damage made the system creeps closer towards its demise. Once this happened, the only way to escape this disaster was to leave the system. Just escaping from Mingluo wasn't enough. Their sect was far away from Mingluo, but it would be meaningless if this giant were to fall. That's why the two were praying for their home while being more nervous than anyone else. When some experts flew into space and got a better view of the giant, they became astounded. This was probably the biggest entity they have ever seen. Boom! A divine flame oozed out of this giant and blocked out everything. It accumulated behind its back and turned into a pair of wings made up of energy. Just one flap was enough to destroy numerous stars. Buzz! A divine halo appeared above its head. A sacred and oppressive pressure materialized, oppressing all of stone harmony. It didn't matter how far away they were from Mingluo, They were still subjected to this pressure and forced down on the ground, unable to get up. "Is this a deity?" someone blurted. The divine halo and wings of light made the giant look like a descending god from above. It was fine for an eternal or a powerful character to possess these images. After all, these visual phenomena were normal from possessing great abilities. But now, a body made out of steel also had these characteristics? It made the scene very unbelievable. One ancestor put on a serious expression. "According to the legend, this is an ancient art of immortal lineage, an archaic style of blacksmithing unavailable to Imperial." No wonder why Hidden Gold Grotto has been so imperious recently with the ambition of replacing the top 3. Boom! The giant stomped down towards Xueqi. Its soul looked like a great continent aiming to leave a massive crater in stone harmony. Even though the soul has yet to hit the ground, a frightening shockwave instantly struck the ground. Rumble! Mountains and rivers collapsed all around stone harmony. The great hills were divided before crumbling in full. Ah! Screams of horror echoed across the system. The only thing people could do was being paralyzed on the ground, devoid of the courage to even look up in the air. This was an apocalypse rendering them helpless. Boom! Dust covered the sky and engulfed Xueqi. In the next second, the world became quiet while the spectators tried to make sense of things. They took a deep breath while contemplating if their sect and system could withstand this disaster. The answer was unlikely. Wait, Fiercest stopped it. An eagle-eyed spectator saw through the dust and shouted. Everyone followed his gaze and became astounded by the spectacle. Chapter 2597. Destruction of stone harmony appeared imminent and Xueqi was done for, or so the crowd thought. However, time and sound came to a halt. No one dared to breathe loudly regardless of their strength after seeing this scene. They saw Xueqi easily stopping the gigantic foot with a single hand. Keep in mind, Xueqi was far smaller than its foot, let alone the entire entity. It looked like the entire sky was caving down. To paint an image, he was a mosquito trying to shoulder the sky, except 1,000,000 times or so smaller. Normally, people would find this hilarious, akin to a mantis trying to kick a carriage, a full overestimation of one's abilities. Alas, the size discrepancy didn't prevent him from stopping the stomp in such a relaxed manner. The crowd was completely shocked. Rah! The steel giant roared with a star-destroying intensity, causing continuous explosions. Its body quaked as it mustered more force down towards Xueqi. Rumble! Space was instantly crushed along with various Tao laws. Scram! Xueqi didn't bat an eye before the incoming devastation. He slightly lifted his hand and flipped his palm. Something unbelievable happened. The giant was instantly pushed off its feet by Xueqi's invincible power. It flew towards the starry horizon like a gargantuan planet. Boom! 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 Stars were victimized and instantly exploded, resulting in many colorful explosions. The stunned crowd didn't know what to think and just stood there in a daze. They had no words to describe this unreal physical force. He's as strong as a true dragon. It was astonishing to see how normal his arms were, not muscular in the slightest. He could lift up the entire world if there was a suitable handle. An ancestor said, strong enough to flip back a toppling firmament. Truly invincible. Only a few is at this level in Imperial. Everyone became impressed. Die! The steel giant roared and rushed back, capable of traveling through one domain after another in just a short time. The wings behind its back came together to form a divine sword spanning for 10,000,000 miles. Its pulsing glint illuminated the world. Boom! The slash instantly destroyed the stars along the path. Many Eternals wouldn't be able to stop it. Supreme divinity! The giant roared. Its body surged with great divinity. This slash looked like the judgment of the high heaven. The area became engulfed in a terrible tribulation of lightning. Everyone turned pale, knowing that direct contact would end stone harmony. Oh Lord, is this a tribulation in the legends? Someone screamed and started running. It's not a tribulation but rather a full-blown heavenly punishment. It carries the power of the high heaven, one that surpasses the Eternals. How did it muster this much force? One ancestor bellowed. The slash buried everything. Numerous rivers of stars evaporated as if they had never existed in the first place. It's your doom today. Li Qia's eyes became serious. He became resplendent and made a fist. Just this slight movement made the world tremble. Break! He leaped into the sky and punched upward. His fist was naturally minuscule compared to the great sword. It shouldn't be a match at all. Is he insane going bare-handed? Only an ancestral treasure can match this sword. An Eternal commented, feeling that Li Qia was being irrational. However, Li Qia's shiny punch represented annihilation, peerlessness, and unyielding tenacity. Blinding explosions detonated like the eruption of numerous suns up in space, temporarily blinding the capable spectators. Once they regained their vision, they saw the punch crushing the sword into pieces that eventually caught on fire. This wasn't the end. His punch continued in an unstoppable manner and unleashed a flame capable of incinerating 3,000 worlds. It penetrated the giant's chest, leaving a black hole. Though its chest was thicker than the earth, it still wasn't enough to stop this power. Ah! The Vajras and numerous disciples from Hidden Gold screamed. They were crushed as a result. Their blood started gushing out. Rumble! Crumbling noises echoed in the area. Li Qia went up to space and separated the giant into 8 pieces. Bang! He started by ripping out the skull. Bang! The legs were next. Bang! Then the hands. The steel giant that seemed to be unbeatable earlier has been torn apart in full. Remnant pieces began floating around in space. The crowd became frozen as if their mind has left their body. You can do that? An Eternal stammered. He has never seen this level of dismantlement before. Chapter 2598. Boom! Li Qia swung his hand again to further divide the giant. The dissembling was finally completed. Like I said, just scrap metals. He patted his hands and casually said. Meanwhile, the crowd wasn't as relaxed as him. This powerful steel giant was done for. The 10 Vajras and 10 warships have been utterly destroyed. Their past prestige and battle record seemed meaningless now. They have been winning recently, allowing their sect to become the 4th strongest in Imperial. Wherever their fleet appeared, so would the flames of war and the destruction of a sect. Countless cultivators were sure to fall. Thus, their sect carried a notorious reputation in recent years. People would shudder after seeing their great fleet, aware that someone was going to suffer a big misfortune. Alas, this arrogant group has turned to ashes thanks to Li Qia. 10 Vajras, 10 warships, and more than 100 guardian ships along with several 100,000 disciples were taken down. The scariest part was that he didn't use a weapon from start to finish, only punches and kicks. Most wouldn't take this news seriously if they were to hear it, attributing it to mere exaggeration. Even the ones here found it astonishing. They wouldn't believe it if they didn't see it in person. That's more than half of Hidden Gold Grotto's firepower gone. An expert commented while looking at the broken giant. Remember, this armada consisted of the elites in the system. They had numerous meritorious achievements in the past, so their destruction came as a shock to everyone. He's strong enough to destroy a lineage alone. Not many can replicate this feat in Imperial. An Eternal praised. A rival has appeared for the 2 emperors. Another speculated. It looks like the 2 aren't the only ones who can reach the realm of a progenitor in this generation. Fiercest is qualified too. Not just that, I'm sure he'll surpass the other 2 to become the #1 expert among the young generation. One ancestor viewed Li Qia very highly. Though he was a nobody prior to this, people had a different evaluation of him after the battle just now. Even those who were annoyed with him before felt admiration and fear while staring at him. This was the world of cultivation. As long as one was strong enough, this person could force those who have treated them with disdain in the past to lower their arrogant head. I doubt he can overwhelm Jadebreak True Emperor, but it's possible for him to beat Pure Sword. An expert compared the 3. Pure Sword True Emperor isn't weaker than any of them. Someone refuted instantly. This emperor had plenty of fans and supporters as one of the top geniuses. Really now? Of course, plenty of people didn't like him and sneered. Where was he when Jadebreak True Emperor broke into his clan and made Mu Shaochen flee like a rat? I'm pretty sure he's afraid of Jadebreak True Emperor. Pure Sword True Emperor was in isolated cultivation in search of the Tao. His fan defended. Plus, don't forget that Jadebreak True Emperor didn't break into the clan alone. The great ancestor, Gu Yifei, was there too. I highly doubt she alone could have done so. The Mu is on the same level as the Li. They're not that easily bullied. It's just that Pure Sword True Emperor has great self-restraint and didn't bother pushing this issue. We have no idea who will actually win between the two of them. I don't know if Pure Sword True Emperor is strong or not. All I know is Mu Xiaochen took liberties with a girl from the Li, inciting the wrath of Jadebreak True Emperor. The Mu had no choice but to throw Mu Xiaochen into prison on top of paying the Li a handsome sum. That's how they successfully appeased Jadebreak True Emperor. As for Pure Sword True Emperor whom you all praise so much, he didn't even show up for his clan. Jadebreak True Emperor's fans said with disdain. So it turned out that Mu Xiaochen was quite full of himself back then due to his talents. He was adored by his seniors in the clan, so he actually went as far as messing with a female disciple from the Li. This invited the wrath of Jadebreak True Emperor, so Mu Xiaochen had to run back to his clan. The Mu naturally didn't want to hand Xiaochen over, so Jadebreak True Emperor killed her way into the clan while causing total chaos. Of course, the Mu had plenty of ancestors at the Eternals left. Unfortunately, so did the Li Gu Yifei from the Li came himself to support Jadebreak True Emperor. This allowed her to do as she pleases and made blood flow like rivers. Anyone else would have thought about the serious consequences in potentially starting a war between two behemoths, and that this wasn't worth it over one female disciple. Not a logical choice. In the end, the Mu couldn't handle her domineering act and conceded. They threw Xiaochen into prison while paying that one female disciple a large number of treasures and artifacts. This successfully appeased Jadebreak True Emperor, and she triumphantly returned to her clan. This feat made her world-renowned and elevated her already impeccable status. After this, people would always back off at her sight. Who would want to provoke someone who dares to break into the Mu? It is because Pure Sword True Emperor is a benevolent and forgiving person. He doesn't want to cause a war over a personal feud. He's thinking for the people. Pure Sword's fan retaliated. The antagonism between the fans of these two emperors has been long-running. Recently, Jadebreak True Emperor seemed to have the upper hand. Her supporters believed that Pure Sword True Emperor was no match for her invincibility. On the other hand, the fans of the Emperor praised him for his magnanimity and merciful vision, and that he wasn't weaker than her. Both sides wouldn't relent on this issue, so arguments always ensued. No one can take on Jadebreak True Emperor, not even Pure Sword. One group sneered. Don't be so sure now, we won't know who will be the last man standing. The other side barked back. This conversation no longer involved fiercest due to these fanatical fans. The older cultivators only chuckled and shook their head after hearing this. Up in the sky, Li Qie smiled while looking at the disassembled giant. This is enough crap to build a palace. He spread his palms and moved them to the center, creating a flowing flame in the middle. Crack! Crack! The pieces of the giant were actually being pushed together into a circular sphere by Li Qie. It can range from just mild sexual assault or even disrespectful taunting to rape. Chapter 2599. The being became a large ball of steel in just a short time. His flame began flowing like water in a silent manner and seeped into the ball. The sphere has been compressed to the limit due to Li Qie's power. Numerous impurities have been removed. There wasn't that much space left, but the flame still easily infiltrated like a fish entering the ocean. It burned the sphere, turning it red like molten metal. Nevertheless, the spherical shape remained. What an insane display of power! An Eternal shuddered. Why do you say that, Senior? His junior didn't understand the implication. This Eternal put on a serious expression. The ships of Hidden Grotto, especially the main ones, have been tested numerous times. All were built from precious metals and cast by Eternals or even True Emperor for several years or even longer. Thus, each of them is extremely tough with perfectly refined materials. Ordinary flames can't burn them down to molten iron. A powerful Eternal might be able to do it, but this process requires a very long time. But look, Fiercest's flame has done it in such a short time. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that one single spark from this type of flame could burn through a sect and the ground beneath in entirety. I know for a fact that very few people in Imperial can create a divine flame like this. A different alchemist added, the strength of his flame is one thing, but his fire mastery is incredible. In my opinion, he would make an amazing alchemist. Buzz. Li Qiye closed his palms and added more force to compress the sphere, further refining away the impurities. Impure essences of a red shade began to fall, resembling a heavy rain in outer space. The drops crossed through the sky before disappearing altogether. Just imagine the level of weapon he could make by using this method. He can just take everything out of a mine and directly refine them into a sword, for example. It would be perfect. An experienced blacksmith said emotionally. As the adage goes, temper 100 times to make great steel, but this is more than just that. The materials here have been refined numerous times already. Now with this final step, they are very precious already even before taking form. The refinement process was a magnificent and enjoyable spectacle. Only the core essences were left while the liquid impurities were pushed out. The bright red sphere became smaller and smaller. Just imagine, the main ships were as big as continents, so the sphere was gigantic as well. Only 1/3 of it was left and Li Qiye wasn't done yet. Isn't this too wasteful though? Someone felt bad about all the wasted drops disappearing in space. Those molten metals are considered impurities? Just the abandoned drops alone were viewed as priceless to many sects, given their origin. But now, Li Qiye was throwing the majority away. One could consider this to be very prodigal. Alas, all they could do was watch him throw away tons and tons of molten iron. The expert blacksmiths were more affected than anyone else and started to feel physical discomfort. They murmured, "Just give me those drops. I can build full armaments for every single disciple in the sect." Eventually, the sphere became 1/10 of its original size. Buzz, the molten iron seemed to have its own life and started an automatic process to form a large palace. After the outline was completed, he removed the flame and the molten iron began to cool. Just like that, a palace appeared before the world. It had a holy glow with extraordinary splendor despite being quite simple. This glow was there even before any blessing and augmentation. People were in awe at this sight. It slowly descended and eventually landed in the ruins. Boom! The ground couldn't handle its massive weight. Nevertheless, its glow started to spread across the ruins. The mud and soil here had colorful particles embedded within them. Just like that, the Tao power returned to this area. The crowd became astonished since the ruins became lively and bright again, brimming with the Tao. How the hell? It just turned this abandoned place into Tao land. Can something be so magical? A youth couldn't believe it. This palace isn't normal since it's made out of incredible metals. One can even call them immortal metals after the refinements, so that's why its divinity is spreading to the ground beneath. An Eternal said, "These materials don't need further augmentation and blessing since they already have enough divinity and innate power. Not many systems in our world can come up with this level of material, especially not in this great quantity." One blacksmith master salivated. "You can definitely create around 10 of the finest weapons with them. It's such a waste using them to make a palace." Knowledgeable spectators understood the worth of the materials. They coveted them but were smart enough to not have any idea. The 10 Vajras were prime examples. Who would want to follow their footsteps? Forget that immortal stone or whatever, we just need to take that palace to be rich. One naive junior said, "Shut up. You can go and die by yourself, don't drag the sect down with you." His senior immediately slapped him and scolded. The pale senior then turned towards Li Qiye, afraid of him misunderstanding. If he were to think that the people here coveted his palace, he could kill them all with just one finger. No one wanted to even talk since provoking fiercest was unwise and could lead to sect destruction. That's why the crowd could only stare at this glowing palace with bated breath. Chapter 2600. The palace looked like an ancient building from the olden days. Its glow gave it an otherworldly appearance as if it came from the world of immortals. It was built with the purest divine metals, free from any impurity. In fact, it has probably exceeded this classification after being refined so many times. It didn't need empowerments and blessings to have its own divinity, similar to a holy fetus, blessed from the very inception. The sheer concentration of materials embedded in the palace made its divinity immensely oppressive. People couldn't help wanting to prostrate before this place. Its glow made hearts beat faster, especially the blacksmiths. The materials found here were too rare. Just one single piece could allow them to create the most powerful weapon. It's hot, so a place to hide from the sun like this is perfect. Li Qie seemed quite pleased with himself and smiled. The crowd became speechless with a bitter smile on their face. Using such extravagant materials to build a palace was already wasteful enough, but doing so just to escape the sun? Numerous Eternals and true emperors didn't have access to a palace of a similar level. If they did, it would become their clan's legacy and heirloom. They would use it as a carriage of sorts to go everywhere. However, Li Qie treated it as a summer home. This was indeed unimaginable. The level of ludicrousness found here exceeded all conventional limits. What else could people say now? Perhaps only Fiercest would be insane enough to do this. Li Qie slowly landed and was met by the ecstatic Wu Yujing and Lin Yixue. They prostrated on the ground. "Thank you, young noble. You are the savior of Ming Luo, saving its inhabitants. This little one can only repay you by being your ox and horse for lives to come." Yujing was moved to tears. Their entire system could have turned to ashes if it wasn't for Li Qie. His presence alone has guaranteed the system's safety. At the very least, people couldn't bully them anymore without thinking twice. There's no savior in this world. Others can say you today but not tomorrow. You can only rely on yourself. Li Qie looked at the two and said flatly before entering his palace. Despite his harsh comment, Yujing still performed a full ceremonial kowtow before following him into the palace. "It's done," a spectator quietly said. Numerous masters that have come into space finally returned to Ming Luo and heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, the fight earlier was quite short, only lasting the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Strangely enough, this little period was more than enough for many shocking things to happen. The death of the 10 Vajras and the destruction of the Armada would take Imperial like a storm. The rowdiness didn't last in Ming Luo for long despite the influx of visitors. A bizarre serenity pervaded the area. These visiting sects were arrogant and overbearing just a while ago. They strutted around the streets like a crab, doing whatever they wanted without hesitation. These experts didn't care about the inhabitants and cultivators here. Stone harmony has fallen and only ants were left here. Thus, the visitors would directly name a price for territories. Of course, they considered this to be quite civilized already. The more ruthless bunch would just take over and chase the natives away without any reparation. The natives were helpless and couldn't do anything. Protests could result in their death. Hidden Gold Grotto was the best example of this behavior. They immediately dropped down territorial markings the moment they arrived at the city, thinking that no one here would oppose them. Who knows if they would have done the same if any of the three behemoths were around. However, after Li Qie dealt with Hidden Gold, the arrogant visitors played nice right away. No one dared to take over places like during the beginning of the event. In fact, some intruders quietly left and returned the houses and sects to the natives. Li Qie's massacre has threatened these intruding systems. They became obedient and no longer acted in the same imperious manner. Li Qie's place was especially left alone. Even the strongest systems and Eternals took the long path to avoid the ruins, not wanting to make the same mistake as Hidden Gold Grotto. The night was silent and so was Ming Luo. Though bright lamps illuminated every nook and corner, people kept quiet. Rowdiness was nowhere to be found. Crack! The ground outside the city cracked during this tranquility, and a person climbed out from the gap. No, it was a corpse covered in a gray miasma, seemingly derived from the darkness. The miasma blended with the night and was hard to see. This corpse started heading for Ming Luo. Its movement seemed slow, but its actual speed was far superior to that of an ordinary cultivator. It held a long saber and looked the same as a living person. No one noticed that it was a corpse. Too many guests have visited in recent days. This newcomer was rather inconspicuous. Plush! A hand reached out of a muddy field. Another corpse came out and also headed for Ming Luo. Crash! One more armored corpse climbed out of rocky debris and walked towards Ming Luo with a spear in its hand. This strange phenomenon wasn't only happening outside. Boom! Inside the city, one corpse made its way out of a wall. This repeated in some houses, especially the abandoned ones. Some broke out of the walls, the ground, and even the larger trees. Both the natives and visiting cultivators didn't notice these trespassing corpses during the quiet night. Chapter 2601. The corpses stealthily entered the city as if wanting to be part of this world. During this process, Li Qi'er in his palace opened his eyes. They flashed up and illuminated the depth of the earth. He suddenly stood up and started heading out. Young noble? What's the matter? This woke up Wu Yujing and Lin Yixue who were sleeping near the gate. He didn't say anything and got out. He looked around the night and finally noticed a pile of debris. The other two were right behind him. Yujing saw his expression and knew that something big was happening. He quietly asked, "Young noble, what happened?" "Someone's here." Li Qi'er chuckled and focused his vision, undeterred by the night curtains. "Someone's here." Yixue was surprised. No one dared to take half a step inside Heaven Sound recently. Everyone took a long way around out of fear. But now, there was an intruder so late at night? Who was actually so bold? Bam! The pile of rocks scattered everywhere. A muscular man crawled out while holding a spear and had a long blade of grass in his mouth. He started walking towards the palace. Who's that? Yixue felt that this man didn't have the friendliest intention. Not who but what. It's a corpse. Yujing stared intensely at him and found a lack of vitality before shouting. Yes, a corpse coming back to life. Li Qi'er wasn't surprised at all. Yixue was shocked and took one step back. Though she was no stranger to corpses, one coming back to life and walking in front of them was a different story. Crack! More mud separated, giving way to another hand. It was an old man with gray hair, also walking towards the palace. "Look, over there, it's another corpse." Yixue pointed at it, her finger trembling. She immediately hid behind Li Qi'er, thinking that there was no safer place. "That's Elder Lin of White Orchid." Yujing was shocked to see him. "Master, are you sure? Didn't you say Elder Lin is the #1 expert of White Orchid? Why is he like this now?" Yixue said in a daze. "I don't know. We might not be considered close friends, but I've drunk with him several times. I'm not mistaken." Yujing spoke with a solemn expression. "Didn't White Orchid disappear? Why are they appearing here now?" Yixue became frightened. The scariest part was the distance between the two cities. It must be 1,000,000 miles away or so, yet these corpses were still here. "Over there, another one." Yixue shouted and pointed at a different direction and inched closer to Li Qi'er, the only place she felt safe. Bam! More corpses came out further away from the ground. What the hell is going on? Why are the dead coming back to life? Are all of them coming back? Yujing turned pale and shuddered despite having seen many strange things in his life. "No, just darkness is coming," Li Qi'er said with a flashing glint in his eyes. What will happen when the darkness comes?" Yixue leaned on him while trembling. Li Qi'er said, "All of you will be food. No, the entire world will be nothing but nourishment." "They eat humans?" She got goosebumps all over. "Yes." He nodded. "Unfortunately, it still won't be enough to satiate the incoming monster's appetite." "They're coming," Yujing said as the corpses drew closer to the palace. Li Qi'er was as relaxed as always, resembling a master welcoming his guests. Of course, this scenario also happened all over Mingluo. "Hey brother, where are you heading to when it's so late?" A cultivator met a corpse on an empty street. He didn't recognize the guy and started a small talk. Pluff! A saber penetrated his chest from the back all the way to the front. He looked down and saw his own blood dripping from the blade. Another corpse had quietly snuck up behind him and pierced through his body. When he looked up again, the first corpse was standing right in front of him and leaped forward to bite his neck. The corpse in the back also bit the other side. The sound of blood being sucked and swallowed resounded. Ah! Screams happened since cultivators were ambushed by the corpses. "Stop, you monster!" One friend saw this happening to his companion and took out his sword, successfully decapitating the corpse. "Brother who?" The victim fell but was caught by his friend. Unfortunately, the guy was already dead. His whole body turned black. What the hell? His friend was shocked, but he noticed some movements. The decapitated head actually started rolling towards its body and connected back to the neck. It then got up and ran. "Monster, where do you think you're going?" The friend immediately gave chase. However, he didn't get far before stopping because 3 corpses stood side by side in front of him. He leaped backward, wanting to run, but 3 more corpses have appeared out of nowhere to block his path. "Die!" he roared before swinging his sword. Ah! Screams echoed across Mingluo. No one noticed the infiltration in the beginning. After mounting an assault, the corpses caught many cultivators off guard and began sucking their blood. Furious cries of battle also resounded. Many experts joined the battle in order to kill these monsters. The dead are coming back to life. Watch it. Warnings also spread. Unfortunately, this wasn't enough to stop the screamings. The corpses weren't that strong, but they couldn't be killed, not even after decapitation. Clank, clank, clank. Skirmishes occurred throughout the area. Watch out, everyone, they've infiltrated the main areas. Find them and kill them right away. Be thorough. A master commanded. The city erupted with commotion. One could see corpses everywhere now on the streets and alleys. Fortunately, there were enough visiting cultivators with ample power to kill these corpses. Let's go, don't let them run away. These experts roared and gave chase to the fleeing corpses. Chapter 2602. Kill them all. Roars of battle emanated across Mingluo. In the beginning, the corpses had the upper hand and killed many cultivators before they could react. However, after the other side regained their wits, they held strong and quickly went on the offensive. Of course, the natives alone would have been massacred. The influx of powerful cultivators from the big sects and systems allowed the living to reverse the tide. It didn't take long before the corpses were hunted down. A few didn't get to do anything before being completely surrounded on all sides. Strangely enough, even decapitation wasn't enough to kill them. The body would try to find its missing head. Seeing this scene left the spectators in horror, albeit on a brief moment. These battle-hardened cultivators instantly chopped them to pieces. Some corpses actually fled successfully by digging into the ground and disappearing down there. The pursuers couldn't do anything about it. Where did these creatures come from? This question popped up. No one could give a good answer since they appeared all of a sudden overnight. They're the missing natives of White Orchid. A local quietly said after recognizing some corpses. People exchanged glances after hearing this. One expert said, "Why are the missing citizens of White Orchid here on top of ambushing us?" No one had an answer for this either. "It's coming at last," one ancestor said with narrowed eyes. "Ancestor, what's coming?" His junior asked curiously. "The immortal stone of stone harmony. It seems to be coming out. I've waited long enough." His eyes pulsed with light. "Immortal stone? Ancestor, is it really amazing and precious?" The junior was stirred. The young ones followed their seniors here and actually didn't know the reason. Only a few of them heard about the immortal stone by chance. "It's a stone with no written records," the ancestor solemnly explained. According to the rumors, the founder of Stone Harmony found this stone, allowing him to prove his grand Tao and become a progenitor. Later on, it was buried deep in the system and contained endless power relating to eternal life. He paused for a bit and looked at his junior. Because of this, other progenitors have come in search for it after the decline of the system, but they couldn't find anything. However, the fact that it can still stay in Imperial instead of falling down to Myriad shows that the stone is still around here. People think that due to recent events, this stone is about to emerge, so that's why these various powers are here. Otherwise, what's the point of traveling so far just to visit this god-forsaken area? It's that amazing and has mysteries about immortality? The juniors nearby became emotional. Even if it doesn't have anything to do with immortality, it should still be plenty incredible since it can provide enough power for the system to stay around. It might be comparable to a Tao source in terms of power replenishment. The ancestor elaborated. Right, so possessing this stone is akin to possessing a Tao source. One junior became excited. Anyone would love to possess the power of a Tao source, regardless of who they are. In fact, this group wasn't the only one with this realization. Other ancestors saw this scene and became excited. They made careful preparation for the stone to come out. "Are you sure about this?" one ancestor asked his peer. After all, they came specifically for this stone. If it didn't show up, then everyone would have wasted their time. Remember, even progenitors have failed to find anything in the past. Don't you see the corpses? Why did they come back to life? The most logical answer is the stone fueling them power. His peer said with conviction. So the rumor about its immortality effect is true. The ancestor took a deep breath while his eyes flashed with excitement. This was the same scenario seen everywhere. Old ancestors with withering vitality desperate to find something that can prolong their life. They would pay any price for it. The appearance of these corpses became solid evidence for the effects of the immortal stone. Back in Heaven Sound ruins, corpses were crawling out of the ground and heading for the palace. They instantly surrounded Li Qie's group. What should we do? The frightened Xueqi didn't know what to do because of her inexperience, so she quietly asked Li Qie. He chuckled and raised his finger, shooting out refined flames towards the corpses. Poof! The corpses didn't even have the chance to squirm before turning into ashes scattering into the winds. Yujing shuddered after seeing this. The same fate would happen to him if these flames were to touch him at all. Li Qie purposely left one corpse alive. Before it could lunge at him, he spread out his palm to immobilize it. He grabbed and brought it back into the palace. The other two were afraid of more corpses showing up, so they got back in and tightly shut the door. Young noble, why are you catching it? Yujing asked. For a better look. Li Qie's eyes illuminated the corpse. What's there to look at? It's a corpse. Xueqi muttered to herself before backing off. Li Qie began moving his fingers, not wasting a single movement. The skin of the corpse started peeling, inch by inch. To be more exact, this was a flaying process. The two were creeped out and quickly turned their head away. It didn't take long before the corpse was fully peeled from top to bottom. Only a dried mess was below, devoid of life. It's really dead. There was a lack of life and vitality. The flesh and muscle became as dried as wood. However, it still maintained its initial appearance without collapsing. Something must have drained all of its life force in the blink of an eye. This was a very bizarre occurrence. Chapter 2603. What happened here? Yuzheng was surprised to see the state of this corpse versus a regular body. White orchid being devoured in one night was already strange and shocking enough. But now, the appearance of these missing locals appearing so far away on top of their current state? Yuzheng had no idea what was going on. Devourment. They're only puppets now. Li Qie said without any surprise. Puppets? Yuzheng was startled at the start, but after thinking about it, this made perfect sense. Why did the corpses come back to kill people? Perhaps a terrible mastermind was behind all of this. Is this the work of darkness? He asked. Li Qie didn't answer. He flicked his finger and began dividing the flayed corpse. The individual muscles, tendons, and veins of the corpse were perfectly taken out. Next came the internal organs. No damage happened during the removal process. Ugh! Xueqi became curious enough to take a look only to start being nauseous and needed to run out. Li Qie didn't mind. His gaze was focused on the corpse, darting back and forth. Eventually, the pieces came back together in a flawless manner. The unraveling and reassembling process didn't leave a single cut. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that not even a single strand of hair was missing, with the exception of one thing taken out by Li Qie. He took a careful look and Yuzheng did the same. It was a tiny stone, only around the length of a pinky, flat and black with a faint luster. Why was this thing inside the corpse? Young noble, what is it? Yuzheng asked. A seed. Li Qie responded. A seed. Yuzheng was momentarily stunned before speaking again. For what? This was the first time he has seen or heard something this strange. A fruit-bearing seed. Li Qie said. Yuzheng had no response. Li Qie continued staring at the tiny stone as if it hid an amazing secret. Time to go to the source. His eyes coldly pierced through the ages. He raised both hands and a maelstrom appeared before them. It was only around the size of a wash basin. Numerous Tao laws circulated in the maelstrom with increasing speed, seemingly wanting to disassemble everything. All mysteries would slowly unravel while inside this Tao maelstrom. Yuzheng became dizzy while looking at it. He felt himself being sucked in and that his very being was slowly disintegrating along with the Tao he has cultivated. For example, his chosen grand Tao, merit laws, and various techniques. They were being separated entirely. In other words, the moment he entered this maelstrom, he no longer had any secret to speak of. His whole cultivation experience appeared before Li Qie. The frightened man became afraid and instantly retreated to the side, averting his gaze. Li Qie threw the tiny stone into the maelstrom. Splash! It carried a massive power and created a tsunami of Tao. It seemed to notice the danger looming in the maelstrom, so it tried to escape. Yujing was surprised again. This stone seemed to have its own consciousness and life. This thing is alive? Yujing asked in horror. Having something akin to a parasite planted in one's body was quite terrifying. Like Li Qie had said, this was a seed purposely planted into the corpse. That's the reason why they came back to life and started ambushing other people. The seeds were the source of it all, while the corpses were mere bags of skin, just puppets. Unfortunately, it couldn't escape from Li Qie's absolute suppression and the maelstrom and succumb to being separated. Zzz. It made a groan-like sound during the slow disintegration process. It was being grinded down, inch by inch. Beneath the rock exterior were strands of black light. They also became prey to the maelstrom. Darkness has revealed its true form. This tiny law was virtually imperceptible to the naked eye. Black and full and immensely profound, on top of possessing an evil aura. Not much was left of the stone now. The disintegrating specks of dust actually emitted a faint luster like grains of radiance on the verge of extinguishing. They were weak and few in number, yet there was an indescribable sense of sacredness, almost like an immortal energy. How strange! Yujing was surprised. A while ago, the removed parts were clearly evil, but now, these light grains were actually sacred in nature. This is the power of the famed immortal stone that people are talking about. Li Qie said. The stone exists? Yujing wondered. Li Qie didn't answer, still glaring at the maelstrom. Pop! Another force attacked the maelstrom after the process was finished, causing waves through the rotation. The black laws in the maelstrom came together to form a tiny, black monster. It was as big as a fist and looked similar to an octopus. However, its tentacles were full of barbs. What the hell is this now? Yujing felt an evil aura causing him to stagger backward out of fear. It's only a weak consciousness. Li Qie said insipidly. His eyes became divine lamps with all-penetrating rays locking on this monster. Chapter 2604. The black octopus might be humble in size, but its evil aura made Yujing cower in fear. He was a grand true god with decent abilities and has seen plenty of monsters and masters in the past. However, none of them could match this black octopus in terms of evil aura. It was particularly pure, seemingly born with darkness, and evil serves as its life force. Light would be devoured instantly. Zzz, zzz. The octopus continued making noises as if furious and ready to attack Li Qie. Alas, it was wasting its time because of Li Qie's pressure. Show me the source. Li Qie raised his hands and added more energy into the maelstrom. Boom! A large current surged in the maelstrom, increasing its rotation and separating process by 10 times. Zzz. The octopus bellowed and was divided into strands of dark energy. Pop! The maelstrom continued to crush this energy as if wanting to reach the very origin. Space slightly fluctuated as a black fog appeared with a particular image. There existed an unimaginably colossal octopus. Just one tentacle from it could easily destroy a mountain range. Its nefarious aura engulfed the world, the very start of the darkness. My goodness! Yujing was alarmed to see the gigantic octopus. Its frightening aura deterred people from looking at it. It's only an image. Li Qie said. Yujing took a closer look and saw that the octopus was only an image made from the feeble dark laws. This was also the case for the smaller one earlier. Yujing took a deep breath while trembling. Just an image alone has already unleashed such evil. What about the real thing? Could this octopus be the mastermind before these events? Li Qie eventually sent out a golden beam from his eyes while coldly uttering, "What I want aren't trivial details, only the true source. These things before me are meaningless." Buzz! He released a golden glow all around him with a fierce glare. The pulsing golden beam from his eyes was especially frightening, seemingly capable of refining everything just by looking at it. Yujing no longer dared to look, even though Li Qie wasn't exerting any pressure on him. The guy was assuming a terrible state. Looking straight at Li Qie's eyes would render him to nothingness. The maelstrom suddenly solidified and sealed the image of the large octopus. Bam! The great beast struggled because it realized Li Qie's aggressive intention. Alas, it was too late. The maelstrom has completely sealed it. Struggling was futile. A waste of strength. Li Qie raised his finger and exuded strands of light. Tiny golden laws began to swim and coil around each other at the tip. He then touched the octopus head. The contact issued a small hum as he imprinted an indelible seal on its head. In this blink of an eye, he was able to lock the source. Using any method to hide or escape was impossible. With the help of the seal, he could chase it back to its source, and to all of its ancestors, if he wanted to. The hair-like golden laws on his fingertips then drilled into the dark octopus mind without leaving any wound. They coiled around each other inside, a process that led to more golden laws being born. It didn't take long before the creature's head started glowing yellow. The laws continued to multiply and spread inside. Zzz, zzz. The creature could sense the danger and struggle harder. Unfortunately, the result was still the same. Yujing looked back and saw the golden laws interweaving inside the octopus head. He felt cold sweat running down his spine. He could see that Li Qie wanted to control the creature's will and take its memories in order to find useful information about its source. He has only heard of this method in the past. Rumor has it that when people wanted another sect's supreme merit laws, they would use this forceful method against that sect's members. Of course, the success rate was pitifully low. The stronger the merit law, the harder it was to take over. There was a high chance of implosion. Pop! The creature's head was torn open by the golden laws from the center, a similar sight to a tangerine being peeled. Find the source. Li Qie increased his concentration to control the Grand Tao and reverse the yin and yang. He went upstream in the river of time to look at the past. The most profound and mysterious technique was being performed right now. Buzz! The exposed head of the octopus had a maelstrom inside too, seemingly growing within its brain. This yellow maelstrom rotated with a speed allowing it to surpass the temporal confinements. Yujing felt the world spinning around him. He was crossing through one era after another to the past. The maelstrom suddenly stopped, revealing a faint figure inside, completely dark in nature. The purest darkness trapping all the light. It resembled a bottomless abyss with no end in sight. This figure walked out of the darkness and released a might capable of suppressing all gods and devils. Bam! Yujing instantly dropped to the ground, unable to move a finger. Just the faint image of this being alone was above all gods and emperors. No, even above progenitors. These masters would instantly turn to the darkness before its unmatched evil. The figure seemed to be waking up and immediately noticed Li Qie's spying. Pop! The image popped like a water bubble. The maelstrom also crumbled along with the black octopus and turned into smoke. Li Qie couldn't freeze this moment again in time, even if he wanted to. Everything was annihilated. The only proof of this happening was the slight ripple in space. Li Qie didn't say anything, only standing there looking quite cold. Yujing was still trembling on the ground, unable to stand up. He was completely drenched in sweat now. That terrible aura left a permanent shadow in his mind. Chapter 2605. Li Qie slowly sat down on his chair with a serious expression. Impossible, this is 3 immortals, it doesn't make sense. He muttered to himself. After a while he looked up at the sky. Villainous heaven, is this your doing? No. He shook his head and denied this conjecture. He wouldn't have waited until today to do so, no need for world destructions, and not in this troublesome manner either. His eyes became profound and frightening as he stared into the horizon. He began calculating about various possibilities. Each was a horrible scenario that could scare people to death. He eventually came up with the most likely scenario and sat there in silence. It doesn't matter the reason and possibility. If it is actually happening, eternal damnation is coming. 3 immortals, 9 worlds, 13 continents. None will be able to escape. He sighed at this point. Yujing didn't know what was going on, but given Li Qie's mood, something big must have happened. The sky was falling down. Just think about it, Li Qie had no problem destroying the 10 Vajras and an entire fleet. He challenged the Mu in a nonchalant manner, clearly viewing them like ants. But now, this was the first time he wore such a serious expression. It made Yujing fear for the worst. Yujing eventually regained enough strength to get up. He came before Li Qie and quietly asked, "Young noble, is there something wrong?" He was fully aware of his inability to help, but he wanted to show his concern anyway. What will you do if the world is heading for destruction? Li Qie looked at Yujing and said, The world destroyed? Yujing couldn't react right away. What do you mean? Li Qie continued staring without answering. Yujing maintained his composure and scratched his head, not overthinking it. If the world is really being destroyed, then I suppose I'll be eating a good meal with my family and fellow sect members. At the very least, we won't become hungry ghosts. Participating in a feast like that before death is a luxury of sorts. He smiled wryly and awkwardly rubbed his palms together. I'm just a little character with no grand ambition. Please don't laugh, young noble. No, it's a good state of mind. Li Qie said. You have people to eat together and to say a final goodbye, that's happiness. What about you, young noble? He asked. Li Qie averted his gaze towards the horizon and eventually answered. Fight. Fight. Yujing didn't quite understand. When all is said and done, fight to the very end. Li Qie spoke in a simple manner, yet it showed his unyielding determination. Fight to the very end. Yujing could sense this determination. Young noble, you are a savior, a great man. We can only look up at you. Yujing deeply bowed and showed his respect. To which Li Qie responded. You think too highly of me. Yujing coughed and said. Well, then what are you fighting to the very end for, young noble? I need to bare my teeth even if it means eternal damnation. Li Qie said. I don't care what kind of existence it is. All I want to do is to topple and kill them, that's all. Your firm Dao heart is beyond us. Yujing emotionally said, appreciating the domineering declaration. Li Qie had a contemplative gaze and didn't reply. Young noble. Yujing continued while staring at Li Qie. Before the great battle, have you thought about saying goodbye to people, such as your friends and followers? This made Li Qie think. Would he actually do something like that? Those who love him, those he loves, those with absolute and undying loyalty towards him. There have been too many partings with them since the start of his journey. It wasn't that he had forgotten about these sad memories. He just didn't wish to remember them. They have been buried in the deepest crevice of his mind. After a long time he stopped gazing and said, As long as I'm around, the light of dawn will still be there. My battle will sweep through the ages and I shall return triumphantly, so there is no need to say goodbye. Save that for another day. Now, this domineering statement revealed his absolute confidence as well. Yujing stood there in a daze, just trying to imagine the scene of this great conquest. The sudden appearance of corpses took Ming Luo like a storm. Something else added to this on the second day. There are black stones in the corpses with incredible effects. A piece of shocking news spread quickly everywhere. Black stones? What are the effects? Many were surprised. So during the previous night, an ancestor has captured a corpse alive for research on its rebirth. He managed to find some clues. In fact, other ancestors also did the same. This rebirth phenomenon was too alluring. They couldn't stop themselves from doing research. Grind the stone down to powders for a mixer can yield increased power. One cultivator from a big system revealed. Really? The crowd became ecstatic. Everyone in the world wanted to increase their power. It's true, but the effect is clearer for disciples with shallow cultivation. The yield is rather insignificant for an expert. The person said. His system clearly experimented with these stones and came up with these results. This disappointed many because the ones who came here were predominantly powerful. But many little things will add up to something great. Maybe it's an issue of quantity? Someone else speculated. The crowd found this to be a logical take. There are more corpses spotted in the northern area. Someone interrupted the conversation. Let's go kill them then. Numerous cultivators ran northward. The corpses that have just gotten out of the ground didn't have enough time to ambush anyone before being surrounded and captured. No need to kill it, just take its black stone and it will be finished anyway. It became a competition for the corpses. There are more in the southern streets. More information came out. Go go! The horde headed southward right away. The corpses became hot commodities. No one was afraid of them anymore. In fact, eyes lit up after hearing about their appearances. An ancestor is paying a lot for these black stones. It's a very good price. That ancestor is very strong already, so the stones should be useless to him. Why are they paying so much for them? Someone questioned. Immortality. An expert elaborated. Look, these corpses are coming back to life, so there should be an incredible secret behind it all, maybe hints towards immortality. Which ancestor doesn't want immortality? That makes sense. People got the point right away. Chapter 2606. A clear shift happened overnight where the corpses were no longer frightening and scream-inducing. Actually, people were still screaming, but out of excitement instead of fear. The appearance of these corpses meant a fortune was coming their way. Because of this, people's eyes lit up after hearing about potential spotting and they ran there like addicts. Initially, these corpses still weren't that precious even when their black stone's power-boosting potential was known. It had a negligible effect on masters so the demand remained low. However, the paradigm shifted when systems started paying a high price for them. The black stones became a hot commodity with increasing prices. Some eager masters actually paid a ludicrous amount for them. I heard these black stones have a strong connection with the rumored immortal stone. This piece of information quietly traveled across Mingluo. The black stones inside the corpses are broken pieces from the immortal stone. Somehow these corpses had these stones inside them, managing to come back alive. Rumor has it that the original stone was left behind by an immortal and it can grant everlasting life. The city became crazier after hearing these rumors. Even the spectating ancestors joined the hunt for corpses. The influx of these old men only exacerbated the demand and price for the black stones. It had reached an unreasonable amount. Competition always followed right after a clear benefit. Thus, conflicts were inevitable as people hunt for the black stones. Another rumor came out. Using a large number of black stones can have a life-prolonging effect. All in all, people went crazy and hunted the corpses like crazy in Mingluo City. Meanwhile, Li Qie didn't pay attention to anything back in his palace. He closed his eyes and meditated, only to crack a smile after hearing about the black stone's effect. Ignorant fools, they'll come to find how helpless they are soon enough. Do you mean those stones are poisonous? Yu Jing found this plausible after seeing the nefarious nature of the stones. We'll find out soon. However, the positive properties are indeed true. Li Qie said. So what are the side effects? Yu Jing wondered due to the high price the stones are fetching right now. Do you need baits to fish? Li Qie looked at him and answered. Yu Jing took a second before understanding Li Qie. He blurted out. You mean these black stones are? Li Qie closed his eyes again, seemingly asleep. There weren't enough black stones to go around. Whenever a corpse appeared, masters would head there right away. The weak couldn't find anything. For some unknown reasons, perhaps too many have been killed and that the corpses have fled, it became harder to find corpses in Mingluo. Even one or two became a rare sight in just 2 days. Looks like we've killed them all. One person sighed in disappointment after wasting half a day searching. All they could do was lament the situation. It's not like more corpses would spawn. Just when everyone thought that this was the end of this story, a command was issued inside the city. Seal the city off, bring all the natives here. A powerful Eternal commanded. The native citizens and cultivators from Mingluo were herded together by stronger experts. What are you doing? How lawless? It didn't take long before the natives were imprisoned. It was too late to escape. Resistance was futile because they were simply too weak. What's going on? The neutral outsiders found this strange. Hey, you all are being unreasonable here. One outsider spoke on the side of justice. After all, they were only guests at Mingluo. Suddenly capturing the natives was too extreme. Humph. What are you going to do about it? The jailers didn't play nice and barked back at the protester. Don't mess with the Trade Federation's business. You. The protester became angry but his friend immediately pulled him back. After the group of experts left, his friend quietly reminded him. It's best not to mess with the Trade Federation to avoid being killed. They aren't as imperious as Hidden Gold Grotto but once they choose to do something, they'll move with lightning speed and great destruction. Though the kind-hearted protester felt indignant, he really couldn't afford to mess with the Trade Federation. Even the strongest sect in his system couldn't do so either. Another message eventually spread across the city, that the Trade Federation will execute people by the city gate. Execution? Why are they doing that to the natives who are too weak to provoke them in the first place? People became confused. Using them as bait, of course. The corpses want to suck blood, so the Federation wants to use the natives' blood to lead them out. One expert immediately realized what was going on. His expression soured. I see, it's another type of blood offering. Many took a deep breath and muttered, unhappy about the development. The words, blood offering, made people uneasy. This was a taboo considered to be part of the heretical and evil Tao. But now, the Trade Alliance was resorting to this method. How can they do this? One visiting cultivator shouted with indignation. Benefits move the heart. An ancestor shook his head. This might be an order from the higher-ups in the Federation. Ordinary members can't give this command. Remember, Venerable Deer Merchant is very old now. Fuan Imperial is as old as him, so he doesn't have long to live. If these black stones can really prolong life, then the Federation won't mind. Venerable Deer Merchant was the leader of the Trade Federation. They'll invite the fury of the crowd by doing this taboo act. One expert said. That's why they're using the natives of Mingluo. An ancestor replied, this entire system doesn't even have a single ascender, so how are they going to oppose the Federation? Outsiders won't want to step up for their sake either. That's true. Many smiled wryly at the sad circumstance. No one in this declining system could help the natives here. The system had no allies to speak of either. Who would stand up for them? The Trade Federation wouldn't dare to do this against a powerful system, but Stone Harmony was only a fish on the chopping board. Chapter 2607. I do agree that the Trade Federation is out of line for doing this. One ancestor stated his disapproval. What can we do when they're so strong? A different ancestor said, Hidden Gold Grotto might act all that, but it isn't necessarily as powerful as the Federation. The geezers in that alliance have a dozen systems or so behind them. That's true, they would be ruling right now if it wasn't for the three behemoths. The first ancestor sighed and admitted the Federation's power. This Federation was considered the biggest alliance in imperial lineage. Funnily enough, their slogan and creed during their foundation focused on justice and fairness. Their goal was to avoid total hegemony by the three behemoths. That's why some old Eternals agreed to form this alliance. The leader and facilitator was the oldest and strongest Eternal, Venerable Deer Merchant. Later on, more Eternals joined the mix. Outside of their leader, there were 5 deputy leaders as well with the title of Heavenly Merchant. They were quite mighty and famous, far stronger than the 10 Vajras of Hidden Gold Grotto, at least in a one-on-one scenario. This alliance lacked institutional consolidation, and the members only joined on a personal level. However, behind them were their respective systems. Thus, the actual power of the Federation was quite considerable. Provoking any member was the same as messing with a beehive. Though Hidden Gold Grotto seemed to be on a meteoric rise recently judging by their attitude, it might not actually be stronger than the Federation. After all, the grotto only represented one system while the Federation had a dozen. They were outmatched in terms of military strength and resources. That's why people usually refrained from provoking the Federation, the three behemoths not included. No one dared to say anything to stop this blood offering. They disliked this extreme measure and wanted to stand up for justice. Alas, the disparity was too great. Standing up for strangers and antagonizing the Federation would be unwise. On the next day, the sealed gate of the city slowly opened. It's happening. The spectators came out of the city in order to watch the development. They saw platforms erected with grooves on the ground to lead blood everywhere as bait for the corpses. The entrance and walls were filled with visiting experts. They saw the Federation pushing a few dozen natives, both mortals and cultivators alike. They were bound and couldn't move at all. The Federation's experts took them on top of the platforms with executioners at the ready. What happened to not involving the commoners? One master shook his head with displeasure. No law in the cultivation world prevented one from bullying ordinary people. However, this was an unspoken agreement for the most part. Killing 1 or 2 commoners was nothing. On the other hand, blood offering on a bigger scale was a big deal. Wars between sects and systems were cultivators' business. They rarely targeted the territories of ordinary people. Even during a massacre, the winner would only kill the disciples of their enemy. They wouldn't bother with the mortals. Even fewer people dragged them into the flames of war. After all, they lived in 2 different worlds. Mortals had nothing to do with the conflicts between cultivators. Thus, they were usually spared. Not involving the commoners became an unspoken law of the cultivation world, a rule broken by the Trade Federation today. Many felt that this act would ruin the reputation of other cultivators. Finally, one older ancestor couldn't stand this any longer. He stepped out and uttered coldly, "What are you doing? Throwing away the reputation of cultivators. Don't make the mistake of interfering with our Federation's business." A disciple responded in an aggressive manner. Even the Federation can't do whatever it wants. The ancestor waved his hand and blew this disciple flying. Yes, he's right. The spectators agreed with this old ancestor. Cloud Crane ancestor is right. Even the Federation can't do this. Another expert added. This particular ancestor was both powerful and renowned. A big shot in imperial lineage. "Brother Cloud Crane, please calm down." An old voice resounded. The disciples of the Federation carried a palanquin over with an ancestor inside. He wore a green robe, brimming with life energy. Green-robed heavenly merchant, one of the 5 deputy leaders. Someone recognized him. People made way for the palanquin with a scared expression on their face. The 5 deputy leaders were even more influential than the 10 Vajras. They were invincible ancestors during their generation with ample resources and backing. Venerable Deer Merchant was the strongest in the Federation, then these 5 deputy leaders. Cloud Crane ancestor's expression darkened after seeing this old man. He said, "Green-robed heavenly merchant, you, a world-renowned master, should know that using commoners for a blood offering is crossing the line." The crowd became quiet after this merchant showed up. The supporters no longer voiced their disagreement because this ancestor was very strong. "Brother Cloud Crane, you are overstating the gravity of the issue." The merchant disagreed. "As you can see, Stone Harmony is heading towards destruction. They won't be able to escape death anyway. We're only speeding it up so that they can painlessly leave this world." "Bullshit." Cloud Crane snorted. "Destruction or not, that's Stone Harmony's business. Don't speak as if you're saving them with this move." "Brother Cloud Crane, I do not wish to debate the rights and wrongs in this world with you. I have made this decision after a meeting with the other 4 merchants. They're all here right now too and will be more than happy to speak with you." This surprised the crowd. One person quietly whispered, "All 5 heavenly merchants are here. What about Venerable Deer Merchant?" They didn't expect all 5 merchants to be here in Mingluo already. Green-robed heavenly merchant hid a threat beneath the guise of civility, telling him to go speak with his peers. This ancestor was strong but not enough to deal with 4 merchants at the same time. In fact, few in Imperial actually had this ability. Plus, green-robed heavenly merchant was here too. "Fine, your mercilessness wins today, but don't forget, your action today will invoke retribution and judgment for it is against the will of the heaven." Cloud Crane stomped his foot and said, "Will of the heaven?" Green-robed heavenly merchant started laughing. "Such a thing has never existed. This is a world of the strong. The will of the heaven is only a lie weak people tell themselves to feel better. So what if we perform the blood offering right now? You think this will of the heaven is going to stop me?" Cloud Crane turned and left with an ugly expression. There was nothing he could do. 1. Lu Kawang could be a title, but I need more context to change it too. An interesting way to justify decapitation. Chapter 2608. The departure of this ancestor silenced the scene. Dissenters could only keep their mouths shut before the might of the Federation. This blood offering would stain the reputation of cultivators and break the unspoken law of not hurting mortals. Alas, they were powerless despite wanting to help. Cloud Crane was quite powerful and came from a strong system. Unfortunately, all 5 heavenly merchants were present in Mingluo. The Federation's strongest fighting force was here with the exception of their leader. Anyone would need to weigh themselves before interfering with this injustice. Losing would mean death on top of implicating their own sect and system. That's why this ancestor had no choice but to begrudgingly leave. The only ones that could pressure the Federation were the 3 behemoths. Anyone else would just be courting death. "Do it." Green-robed heavenly merchant wore a cold expression and raised his hand. personally presiding over this event. Everyone felt a suppression in his presence because of his ever-present aura as an eternal. People felt out of breath as a result and didn't dare to act recklessly. The executioners raised their blade after receiving the command. No! The chained captives cried out, but it was too late. Whoosh! The blade glinted before coming down. Blood gushed out and heads fell to the ground. The blood poured into the grooves and stained the ground. People held their breath at this sight. Some were curious whether this method would work or not. Rustles happened underground and the soil became loose. Finally, hands started reaching out of the ground and several corpses got up. It's them, this method does work. People became surprised. Everyone forgot about the blood offering and the decapitated natives. All eyes were on the corpses. Some even thought that the Federation's choice wasn't a waste of time, truly effective. The reality was that for many of these experts, regular people were only ants. Their hearts started beating faster at this development. Of course, some didn't appreciate the injustice, but since there were benefits and tempting things up for grabs, justice and morals became worthless. With this new knowledge, someone else would have carried out the blood offering even if the Trade Federation didn't do so. Some might be spewing justice from their mouth, but they would secretly carry out this measure. Rumble! The disciples from the Federation were prepared. They instantly defeated the corpses that got out of the ground and pinned them down. They took the black stones from the corpses. After losing this essence, the corpses squirmed for a bit before dying for real. These disciples were fast and skilled to the astonishment of the crowd. Perhaps this wasn't the first time the Trade Federation has used this blood offering method. They just chose to be blatant this time around. Another group. Unfortunately, no more corpses came out of the ground, so green-robed heavenly merchant gave an order without batting an eye. The second group of natives were brought over, paled with trembling legs. Several more were decapitated, which yielded a few more corpses. Green-robed heavenly merchant finally said, "That's it for today. We'll continue tomorrow." He then left along with the experts from the Federation. A stench of blood permeated the air and the soil. The spectators had different thoughts. Some had fiery eyes, seemingly wanting to try the same thing for the black stones. After all, they were selling for a sky-high price. Just one could make many risk their lives over it. If they could harvest more with a single attempt, why not resort to a blood offering? The creed of not involving mortals was thrown out the window right away. However, all the natives were captured by the Federation right now. No more baits were available even if they wanted to try. Xueqi was still meditating inside his palace, looking just like a statue. Young noble, please show mercy and save the citizens of Mingluo. They are being used as blood offerings right now. Lin Yixue beseeched. Xueqi didn't bother opening his eyes. After a while he said, "Only the strong can control their fate." Bang! 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 She was on her knees and repeatedly slammed her forehead on the floor without holding back. Blood began to drip down. "Please show mercy, young noble." Yujing performed the same act. Yixue continued this process until blood spilled all over the floor, eventually staining her dress. Xueqi finally opened his eyes and saw her bloody face. He sighed and waved his sleeve to concede. "Fine, I shall save them out of consideration for you." "Thank you, young noble." She bowed her head again as tears flowed out. The bloodied Yujing did the same. "Go put bandages on," he said. "I can't save them forever. You need to rely on yourself in the future. The system needs you to grow stronger, or it will always be bullied by others. We will do our best." She clenched her fists. She has always found herself blessed with happiness, adored by the entire sect. Moreover, Mingluo City enjoyed peace as well. Being weak didn't deter them from enjoying life. But now, this feeling of helplessness during a time of crisis overwhelmed her. She couldn't protect her home and her loved ones. If it wasn't for Xueqi, their sect would be gone right now. They wouldn't be here to talk about protecting the city and its natives. The path towards the Tao is arduous. I hope you will strive unremittingly with your head held high. Become strong to protect the ones you wish to protect and uphold your ideals. Xueqi said. "I will always bear this in mind, young noble." She trembled, feeling all kinds of emotions. Xueqi was the only one in the entire world who would stand up for them at this moment. Chapter 2609. The Trade Federation resumed the blood offering activities on the second day. Green-robed heavenly merchant presided over the event while numerous experts brought the natives over. More spectators joined today, lining up along the walls or floating in the air. Some conjugated into big groups. The merchant had a cold expression as always, thinking that these natives were utterly insignificant life forms. His presence served as deterrence against the potential defenders of justice as well as greedy thieves due to the high price of the black stones. The Trade Federation is doing it again. It looks like it'll be a big harvest for them. One spectator quietly said. No wonder why they're so ruthless. I think they'll corner the market and have a monopoly after this. One older expert said. I think there are around 60 to 70,000 natives under captivity right now. One expert calculated. After the offerings are over, the Federation might be able to get 1,000 or more black stones. Quite a handsome return. The stones in high quantity can prolong life too. No wonder why the 5 merchants resorted to this method. Venerable Deer Merchant most likely gave them the go-ahead, so they went all out. One ancestor said. People were quite envious of the Federation's success. No one really cared about the well-being of these natives, only about the number of black stones harvested. As for the natives, there was nothing they could do. Struggling was futile since, to be perfectly frank, one expert from there could kill them all with a single finger strike. They accepted their fate and lowered their head, quietly awaiting death. Get ready! The merchant shouted after another group of natives was brought on stage. The executioners raised their blades again with flashing glints. A bunch of idiots, daring to disturb my serenity. A lazy voice came about. The disdainful comment surprised everyone. They all looked over and saw an ordinary man walking over with a slow and lazy pace, yawning and stretching as well. Lin Yixue and Wu Yujing were right behind him. The natives' desperate eyes flashed with hope after seeing these two. Fiercest! People shouted after seeing him. A path immediately opened outside the gate. People were fast and orderly in making way for him. The strong ruled this world and commanded respect. 2 days prior, Fiercest has made his name by taking care of Hidden Gold's armada and 10 Vajras. Everyone knew that not only was he strong, his personality resembled his title. This was a brutal man with a penchant for massacres. The crowd looked at him before turning towards the merchant, aware that the former's appearance could be ominous. Moreover, the two behind him were natives of Mingluo. Sir, may I inquire for the reasoning behind your presence? The merchant stood up and cupped his fist. He was being very polite. Back when the powerful ancestor criticized him, he still sat in his palanquin. Though he called the guy brother, he didn't truly mean it. But this was no longer the case right now. He called Li Chiep sir in a respectful manner. People could understand this. The 5 merchants were more prestigious and powerful than the 10 Vajras. The 5 of them could probably defeat the 10 Vajras in battle as well. However, Fiercest's actual power was insane. He destroyed that armada without any difficulty. Green-robed heavenly merchant couldn't put up an act before someone like this. It was best not to offend him. Li Qie yawned, seemingly annoyed that someone has woken him up. He waved his sleeve and said, "You have no business here. Get lost now." Li Qie wasn't only addressing the merchant but also the rest of the crowd. My apology. This foolish one doesn't understand you, sir. Please elaborate. The merchant wasn't on the same level as Lucidity King or Gu Yifei, but he was still one of the top Eternals in Imperial. This respectful act of his was quite rare already. Few deserved this treatment from him. Maybe Lucidity King and Gu Yifei. Li Qie repeated, "Scram now, all outsiders. The natives may stay in the city. If I see any more blood offering, I will massacre your entire clan." People understood that he was here to address the injustice right away. The merchant's expression slightly changed. This was the first time someone told him to scram. "So you are here about this matter, sir?" The merchant glanced at the two behind Li Qie. "How about this? We'll immediately release anyone related to you, idiot." Li Qie interrupted him. "I could have spared all of you with a punishment earlier, but now your foolishness really warrants death." The merchant's smile froze. He coldly responded, "Sir, you must antagonize our trade federation?" He was implying that by messing with him, Li Qie risked dealing with his backers as well. Just a bunch of dog shits. Li Qie waved his hand. From today henceforth, I am taking over Mingluo City. Outsiders must leave. Those who disobey my rules will be shown no mercy. People took a deep breath after this. They knew he wasn't joking and could actually back his words with actions. The merchant naturally didn't like being called dog shit. His federation has never been shown such contempt before in Imperial. Sir, you need to rethink this. We are the largest alliance in Imperial with numerous Eternals and more than 100 systems. No one dares to oppose us. Do you think it is worth it to become our enemy over a few lowly natives? The merchant might be slightly exaggerating, but it wasn't far from the truth. Many experts nodded in agreement. Opposing a monster like the Federation for the sake of these strangers was very unwise. Chapter 26:10. You. Green-robed heavenly merchant's expression became ugly. After all, no one could handle such disrespect in public, certainly not an alliance as prestigious as theirs. Being friends with us will yield many advantages while the opposite is nothing but disastrous. It's not worth it doing this over some ants. The merchant put on an aggressive face since he was no coward. They have never been afraid of anyone outside of the three behemoths and would kill those who dare to antagonize them. Thus, the merchant no longer put on a courteous act. Your bunch are ants in my eyes. Li Qie chuckled and raised his hand to touch the air. Pop, pop, pop. The disciples from the Federation instantly turned into bloody mists without the chance to resist or scream. You! The merchant became aghast. Li Qie suddenly disappeared to the merchant's dismay. He instinctively raised his hands to summon a great shield pulsing with divinity. It was an artifact of the eternal level and possessed amazing defensive capabilities. Li Qie responded with a knee strike. Boom! The shield instantly crumbled and the merchant was blown flying while vomiting blood. He slammed into the city wall and left a big hole behind. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, so people only saw the merchant being buried by debris. Everyone seemed to be struck by lightning. This wasn't the first time they saw Li Qie in action, but they were still shaken all the same. They didn't know how to describe Li Qie for he was too domineering and direct. Li Qie didn't need profound techniques and invincible merit laws. His movements were as simple as can be, just violent punches and kicks that could be used by a 3-year-old. However, these moves still defeated Eternals all the same, rendering them helpless in a shocking manner. As quiet as a virgin yet as swift as a rabbit with sheer destruction in each move. People thought back and forth and this was the only right way to describe Li Qie. Bam! The merchant got out of the pile of rocks and looked quite tattered. That strike earlier from Li Qie almost ended his life. Blood was everywhere while his expression paled. See, you are no different from them under my foot. Just another ant. Li Qie posed coolly while speaking. Wu Yujing and Lin Yixue took advantage of this rare opportunity and jumped on stage to save the captives. You! The merchant's face was as green as his robe right now. The words were humiliating and hard to hear, but he couldn't muster up a strong response. The strike shattered his confidence in a brutal manner, just like Li Qie's words. He was furious, but the cruel reality of powerlessness made him calm down. He was imperious in the past, and although his generation has passed, everyone in Imperial still treated him with respect. Alas, Li Qie could actually crush him like an ant. This wasn't a good feeling. The more frustrating thing was that he actually started to think of himself as an ant inside right now, a stark contrast to his prior confidence and arrogance. He wasn't the only one feeling sad here. A few experts also felt a deep humiliation, lowering their self-esteem. They viewed regular people as ants before, but Li Qie said that there was no difference between them and the natives in his eyes. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do before Li Qie's absolute power. All of you are ants too. Li Qie confirmed their thinking as he shifted his gaze towards the crowd. Thinking that you're nobler than regular people and treating them in this manner. Li Qie continued, I just need to stomp my foot down and all of you will be dead. There isn't one damn thing you can do to stop me. Some spectators angrily glared at him with indignation. They stared at the helpless captives on the platform who had no control over their own fate. No one would care about their well-being. They were the same as these weaklings? I see, such a grand declaration. The merchant laughed from being too angry. This was actually going the way he wanted because Li Qie had offended the crowd. Ignorant junior. You dare to look down on the world? Do you think you can take on everyone? You overestimate yourself. He sneered. Li Qie chuckled in response while maintaining his stance. You think I give a damn about the rest of the world? In your eyes, 101 million mortals are the same. That's the same way for me. All of you and the rest of the world are still only ants. I can render everything to ashes with a single whim. This domineering statement suffocated the angry crowd. A few wise masters actually thought that Li Qie was telling the truth. One ancestor took a deep breath and said while shuddering, maybe he's the real terror here. For example, Jadebreak and Pure Sword True Emperor are powerful, but people still have a good gauge of their depths and strength. But this fiercest, no one can speculate his height. Perhaps it is far above us all. Chapter 26:11. Such ridiculousness. The merchant kept on laughing since he didn't know how to react. Though he was willing to see Li Qie antagonize the entire world, he still didn't like the current humiliating treatment, so he shouted, Our trade federation swears to not exist together with you. We will destroy you for Imperial's sake, so that it can enjoy a clear sky. A few experts here almost burst out in laughter but managed to stop themselves. Just a few moments ago, he was blood-sacrificing mortals. Though he wasn't a devil, he was just as cruel as one. But now, he shifted to the side of justice? Acting as the defender of Imperial? Such hilarious irony, almost like a butcher suddenly becoming a vegetarian. I'm about to puke. Shut your mouth now, don't spew that nauseating crap here. Li Qie waved his hand and interrupted the merchant. Some of the crowd gave the merchant the side eye. Though they were still annoyed at Li Qie, the merchant's comment just now wasn't pleasant at all. If he considered himself to be a hero, then everyone else was practically saints. The merchant quivered with anger. If it was anyone else, he would have already slapped the guy's face off then crush him to death. Unfortunately, Li Qie was far superior to him. Very well, I shall destroy your trash federation now. Li Qie casually said as if he could destroy the famous alliance with a hand wave. Such shameless boasting. No one in the present day dares to make this claim. A roar came about since green-robed heavenly merchant was too angry to respond. Boom! For beams of aura shot out of Ming Luo. For old men leaped into the sky and came to the scene. It was as if 4 primal beasts were awakening. They instantly suppressed the area. Each step of theirs stomped on the heart. Boom! People found it hard to breathe in their presence. They carried an oceanic momentum and looked quite unbeatable. One was gray all over. Another had a golden horn. Whitebeard heavenly merchant, golden horn heavenly merchant. Someone shouted after seeing them. All 5 heavenly merchants were present. Quite a rare and magnificent scene. After all, they came from different systems and usually presided over their own areas. They rarely gathered in the same place. This was enough to represent the Trade Federation's stance on this matter. This was the Federation's strongest Eternals outside of Venerable Deer Merchant. One would need to think twice before fighting them. One person quietly said, No one can take the 5 of them on with the exception of Lucidity King, Gu Yifei, and maybe Venerable Deer Merchant himself. These were the toughest Eternals during their respective days. Though they weren't born in the same generation, their power was quite similar. Yes, I heard they have fought against Venerable Deer Merchant before. Though no one knew the outcome of the fight, people believe that only those like Lucidity King and the Merchant can take them down. That's another reason why the 5 merchants are so loyal towards Venerable Deer Merchant. One ancestor said, The Deer Merchant is special indeed. Aged and weakened yet he's still at the top of Imperial. People felt respectful towards him. Rumor has it that he was the oldest Eternal in Imperial. One rumor stated that during his prime, Lucidity King lost to him by a single move. Later on, his vitality withered but he could still take on Lucidity King. In the present, most believe that these two were on the same level but during their prime, the merchant was most likely stronger. Of course, one needed to bring Gu Yifei in as well. This person might be the strongest in Imperial, even above the other 2. I wonder if Jadebreak and Pure Sword True Emperor can handle these 5. Another added. Jadebreak True Emperor can for sure, but I don't know about Pure Sword True Emperor. Her supporters were present in the crowd. Utter rubbish. Fans of Pure Sword True Emperor immediately disagreed. The two sides started going at it. Humph. The four merchants released their auras straight at Li Qie, wanting to take him down. Their scowl in union erupted thunderously. What an arrogant junior, daring to look down on the alliance on top of opposing the entire world. An old man with a golden horn said. Perfect, all of you are here now. Li Qie said. This will save me some time from looking for you one at a time. The four merchants' expression became ugly. We'll cut you to pieces today. The gray-haired man furiously declared. Li Qie's body suddenly flashed. In the blink of an eye, there were 5 of him in the sky. 4 of them stood in front of the 4 merchants while the last one remained in the same spot. This last one might be Li Qie's true body. Watch it. Green-robed heavenly merchant warned his friends right away. He had experienced Li Qie's power already, so prudence was the right choice. In fact, his friends felt the same way and instantly seized the initiative. Break. They had an unspoken understanding and combined their powers, resulting in a divine seal crashing down towards Li Qie. Boom! The world quaked before their might. Everyone felt as if the ground was sinking. Numerous cracks appeared all over the city. The spectators shuddered at this impressive first move. It looked like this wasn't their first time working together. They had methods for taking down someone individually stronger than them. Completely useless. This divine seal shattered from a single slap. Everyone saw the 4 being swatted away while vomiting blood. Next, they loudly slammed into the ground and created 4 huge pits with cracks emanating from them. Li Qie seemed able to deal with any technique. Even the 4 merchants lost to a single slap. Only one Li Qie was standing in the sky, as relaxed and leisure as always. In fact, there weren't 5 Li Qie earlier. His speed was unbelievably fast, so his remnant images remained in the air and confused the crowd. The crowd gazed at the 4 pits and became empty-headed. Chapter 26:12. People quivered and gasped for breath after seeing Li Qie swatting away the 4 merchants. They were stronger than the 10 Vajras by quite a bit, yet they still couldn't stop one move from Li Qie. Green-robed heavenly merchant was stunned. Not being able to stop a single move from Li Qie himself was already humiliating, but his group together couldn't do so either. This result struck him to the core. It was one thing for the 10 Vajras to lose since they weren't the strongest group in imperial lineage. But it was another issue for the 5 merchants to lose. One would be hard-pressed to find a stronger group compared to them. Simply unfathomable. There is no limit to his height. An ancient ancestor murmured while becoming truly afraid, believing that no one else in Imperial could take Li Qie. No different from ants. The crowd was frozen. Some people started repeating this line. Prior to this, the Trade Federation viewed the natives as ants and did whatever they wanted. In fact, many experts here shared the same thoughts. The lives of the natives weren't worth a single coin in their mind. Alas, they suddenly had the realization that they were no different from the natives in Li Qie's eyes. Just a wave from him could push them off the edge. This self-realization was frustrating and left them with a primal fear. Boom! Debris went flying. The 4 merchants jumped out of the pits, looking just as battered as Green Heavenly Merchant earlier. This was the most embarrassing moment in their lives since they were used to dominating in the past and earning the worship and reverence of others. Losing to one strike was unbearable right now. Not bad. Still alive or people would become hopeless. 4 powerful Eternals losing to a single strike? That's absurd. No one else in the young generation will have any ambition afterward. Many experts heaved a sigh of relief. The 4 merchants were bloodied and tattered, but at the very least, they were still alive. People would drown in despair otherwise because no one else in Imperial could kill them with a single move. A being capable of this would be truly unbeatable and could suppress all of Imperial lineage. Others would never have the chance to shine at that point. Despite surviving the strike, the 4 merchants were pale. They exchanged glances with fear within. After all, they had a good idea of their own power. Though Green Heavenly Merchant didn't join in, that combination earlier was plenty strong. Yet they still lost. They couldn't imagine anyone else in Imperial capable of defeating them in a single strike. In a one-on-one contest, Doing so wasn't impossible, but not when the four of them were together. All five took one step backward while thinking the same thing. Run. Venerable deer merchant wasn't here and the five of them couldn't take Li Qie. Running was the wisest move. They were experienced and have grown through conflicts and danger, no longer possessing youthful recklessness. However, they were the strongest ancestors of their respective sect, representing its reputation. Thus, they couldn't run or they would spend the rest of their lives being sneered at by others. Sir, we have a misunderstanding. It's better to drop than make a feud. We weren't considerate this time, so we will obey you and leave Ming Luo with haste. Green-robed heavenly merchant said. No one expected the five merchants to give up so easily. They were aggressive and imperious just a while ago but have now conceded in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. These five have never been afraid of people, especially after the Federation establishment. This gave them quite a strong backing, allowing them to stand tall against the three behemoths. So now, his surrender came as a surprise. An old ginger is even hotter. An expert admitted. These five went to push and when to pull, such sly foxes, able to put their face aside. The 10 Vajras were the opposite, so look at them now, all dead. It's fine to give up anyway against such a powerful foe. What's the point of fighting to the death? It's not like there is an irreconcilable feud. One ancestor quietly said. Of course, this ancestor was also speaking on his own behalf. Since the five merchants have lost, it was understandable for them to be afraid of Fiercest as well. Isn't it too late to think about giving up now? Li Qie said insipidly. Green-robed heavenly merchant's expression was quite awkward. A public surrender was humiliating enough, but Li Qie was pressing on too? Not too late. He smiled wryly and put on a thick-skinned act. We get to know each other by fighting. To be in the presence of a character like you is an honor, sir. Your actions are admirable and put us to shame. This world already belongs to the young generation. Haha. Some were caught off guard to see this ancestor flattering Li Qie in this manner and began to laugh at his shamelessness. Just a while ago, he was imperious and glorious, treating everyone else like dirt. Now, he had no choice but to become a sycophant. All eyes were on Li Qie now. In their opinion, he has achieved his goal, saving the natives on top of besting the five merchants. This earned him great fame. Such achievements were unreachable for most masters. There was no need to push it any further, might as well just accept the sentiment. Chapter 26:13. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regrets. There is only one ending today. All of you will die. Li Qie didn't accept. The crowd clamored after hearing this while the five merchants became alarmed. Everyone thought Fiercest would let this go instead of killing them. Who would have thought that he would give up on a free debt and chose to do it the extreme way? That's domineering. One expert gave Li Qie a thumbs up. Justice seekers rarely went so far, so many issues were usually smoothed out. He's too unreasonable. Why go so far instead of leaving some room for the future? A few disagreed. They felt that the merchants have given up and this should be the end of it. It's not like Fiercest was losing anything by letting them go. The five merchants were having a terrible time. Accepting defeat was already humiliating enough, but now, Fiercest still wasn't letting this go. This was a ruthless slap to their face when they were already bowing their head. Junior, you are pushing us too far. Golden Horn Heavenly Merchant couldn't help but shout. They knew they couldn't beat him, but this bullying act was intolerable. Li Kai chuckled in response. Did you think you were going too far when performing the blood sacrifices? The five merchants had no response, only able to cast a glance at each other. Sir, please don't be angry. Whitebeard Heavenly Merchant cupped his fist. Our federation has no existing feud with you. Drop the issue today and we'll be more than happy to have a friend like you and will assist you in the future. No need to escalate the issue over some ants. We'll pay for any damage and more. This proposal was more than enough for the crowd. The merchants were agreeing to pay Li Qie on top of surrendering. Remember, they were the strongest alliance right now in Imperial. Only the three behemoths could top them. Whitebeard Heavenly Merchant has made a public statement about helping Li Qie in the future, so he must do so later on. Numerous people wanted this promise from them since they were strong backers. One could even get virtually unlimited resources. This condition was similar to a free pie falling from the sky. No one could say no to this favorable condition. He'll say yes, only a fool would refuse such benefits over some ants. One spectator said. This was indeed the truth. How many people would refuse over some weak strangers? Only a fool. Wu Yujing and Lin Yixue became nervous, aware of how tempting this offer was. Yujing had lived long enough to know that even lifelong enemies could make up when there was ample benefit. He wouldn't blame Li Qie for accepting this truce either. Plus, he had already saved the natives. Li Qie had no mission to avenge the fallen natives, so why should he escalate the issue with the Trade Federation? He himself would pick this offer. Li Qie said, Ants? As I have said before, you all are no different than them in my eyes. I'm not killing you for vengeance, only because you're an eyesore. The crowd became stunned while exchanging glances. Is he mad or foolish? Why would he do this? Someone said. Even a fool would know to accept the favorable offer when presented in this manner. That's why he's fiercest. An ancestor sentimentally said. It's insane. No one else can match him in this. Another sighed in response. Refusing this offer from the merchant required great power and resolution. Yixue started crying after hearing Li Qie's response. She suddenly thought that he was the most incredible man she has ever seen. The 5 merchants didn't know what to do. Green-robed heavenly merchant's surrender was quite good already, but white-beard heavenly merchant's offer was even better. They were confident that no one could refuse their offer. Was the guy foolish or insane? Sir, what do you want then? As long as you are willing to drop this, just tell us what you want and we will do our best. Whitebeard heavenly merchant spoke with a serious tone. All they wanted to do was leave this place alive right now. Thus, they needed to satisfy him since escaping was impossible. I just want your heads and I'll drop the matter with your trade federation, not destroying it. Li Qie said in a casual manner to the astonishment of the crowd. Do you think our federation can't stop you? Golden Horn heavenly merchant shouted once more. All right, no more wasting breath. Go together, this is your last chance. If you can survive, then you get to stay alive. If not, then blame yourselves for being weak. Li Qie waved his sleeve. The crowd smiled wryly. This might be the most insane person they have ever met, wanting to kill the 5 merchants over what amounts to basically nothing. The 5 merchants were furious, but it was hard to show this anger when they were clearly weaker. They knew that a combination strike at full force still wasn't enough to kill Li Qie. But now, fleeing meant a quicker death. At their level, losing their battle intent would make them even more susceptible to someone stronger. Fine, let's do it the hard way then. We'll go down together. Green-robed heavenly merchant no longer gave a damn. I'll be perfectly fine. Don't think so highly of yourself. Li Qie chuckled at the comment. The 5 merchants seethed with rage. It seemed that this man would always hold them in contempt. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.